Hey.
Hey.
What's up, Amira? How are you?
What's up? I hacked Kayla's account.
All right. I know everyone's confused. Like, wait, what's going on? But Kayla should be here. So we're just going to get the conversation started while we're here together. I'm excited to talk to you about this first thing, Amira, because I kind of already know what you're going to say.
I bet you never know what I'll say.
A little conversation about it. So we're not going to start with the simp topic, even though I know that was the thumbnail. But what do you think in terms of how likable a man is? Like, do you think that is important for a man to be likable in terms of searching for a mate, a relationship, a marriage? Do you think it depends if you're looking for marriage or not? How would you weigh in on that likability?
Well, he can't be disgusting. I mean, of course, he has to have some level of what is it called? The word, it's like, it starts with a C. Charisma. He has to have some level of charisma, of course, because you're not, you can't be an ogre, especially if you're going to be a professional, or we're talking about dating, of course, but all of that connects together. So yes, he has to be likable. Yeah.
So you know how sometimes, I'm not sure if you've heard this. Let me know if you've heard it. Sometimes people are like, I'm this, I have this much money, I look this way, I, have attained this level of success, and I still, can't find a suitable woman. Why do you think that is the case for some people who on paper look, great? They have everything together. They look like suitable partners in terms of like, the checkpoints that people might look at. Why do you think that they would still have problems?
Kevin Samuels deals with this a lot. I know you're not really a fan of Kevin Samuels, but it's pretty
not
much
that I'm not. I just don't watch him. But
it's a full case study over there. Like you see so many people from different avenues, and one of the things that he deals with often is people or men who don't have either, we call it game. They don't have charisma. They could be very awkward, socially awkward. A lot of times, that's the reason why people tend to not be able to get romance.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they just don't have that je ne sais quoi. They don't have those personality traits that might attract somebody. And I'm glad to ask you this too, because you are from another country. You're not from the same country as, where I was born.
I am American.
Yeah, you're definitely American, but you're Lebanese and you're heavily into the Lebanese culture and things like that. A lot of times I hear people talking about going out of the country, out of America, to look for a wife, right? Have you heard that before? Yeah. So do you think that if a man is here in America, and they're having these issues, maybe relating back to what you said in terms of, likability or charisma or any of those things, do you think that they would what would be the determining factor of if they could find a woman in a different country? Like, use your country, for example.
I have a little bit of background noise. My husband is taking a bath, so I apologize for the water. But when it comes down to that, I would suggest it would have to honestly it's very shallow, but it does have to do a lot with finances, money. Typically, women, if you're going to bring a woman from another country because you luck in America, typically those women are going to be desperate to get out of their situations, and they'll do anything that they can to get out of it. So this is like a desperation, but this is not for love. You have to understand this is a business transaction. This has to do not with his like ability per se, but his opportunity that he is going to offer to said woman. So a lot of times this is kind of like a 90-day fiance thing where I like you enough just to be able to get along with you and we can have good times, but let's not get it confused. I'm here for a reason. And if you stop taking care of me or if you stop providing what I came here for, that could be the end of our relationship.
Okay, so and it's interesting that you said that because I have wondered about that. Like if a person is in a situation that they, in their home country where they don't really want to continue being there, they want, to be somewhere else or to find more opportunity, then um they kind of want to get out of that, by whatever means they're going to use to get out of it.
Definitely.
Like to marry, whatever the case may be. So is there any advice you would offer a man who's thinking about, traveling to find a more feminine, submissive wife or anything like that?
Me as a man, I don't think it's my place to tell men what they need to do.
But
But
from like a woman's point of view, like knowing the things that in terms of the transactional aspect of it that you kind of just touched on.
know the culture of the female that you are trying to pursue. Know the culture, know the religion. If they're religious, you need to be able to adapt in a way. I wouldn't say adapt. How can I say this? You don't want to have too much clashing going on because this makes this business transaction a lot harder. So let's say she's a Muslim. She's not going to come with you if you're not Muslim. So you need to understand that if you're going to the Asian culture, they will ask for gold. If you're going to take the wife, if you're going to take the girl, they're going to ask for certain things like dowry and hey, Kayla. They're going to ask for certain things that in American culture that you're not going to expect. So I would say get accustomed to their customs, understand the culture that you are getting into, because this is not just a situation where you're going to go into another person's country, remove one of their females, which is very valuable in other countries. A woman is valuable. You can't just remove that for free. So you have to understand what you're doing and understand the culture that you're going to. I would say that's one of the most important things, and knowing how much either money or gold you will need to provide to the family for removing one of their females from their home.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that. I feel the same way in terms of I think sometimes people think it's just easy. You just go somewhere, pick up a woman, come back, and it's just that.
It's not like
But right, right. And maybe you can speak to this more, but in my experience, just with, some Nigerian women that, I've grown up around, that I've known, it's not as simple as, oh, this is an American man, we just want him. It like I think a lot of women want to be with men from their own culture. So I think what you said was really important in terms of just being considerate of all those things and just kind of knowing what you're getting yourself into and what kind of compromises or even lifestyle changes you might have to make.
well, I would
Um,
say every woman other than Asian women want to be with their own. Asian women tend to not want to be with their men. So those are the only women that tend to not want to be with their men.
which, like, can you expound on that? Are you talking about like East Asian women, South Asian?
Eastern Asian, especially I would say Japanese, Chinese, Korean, not Cambodian. Cambodian seem, but most of the Eastern countries they don't really want to be. They'd rather be with a white man, which is
Why do you think that's
crazy.
the case? Why do you think that based on your observation and whatnot, why do you think that is?
If you want my honest view, I think it's because a lot of Eastern Asian women are starting to get a taste of feminism, a taste of power. And a lot of Eastern Asian men are very much misogynistic, in the American term misogynistic. And they believe that the women should be this and this. And they're kind of getting away from that. And they see American men as more kind, more romantic, more, they're not so harsh. Like the Eastern men. So a lot of them tend to just go off to, yeah.
So it has more to do with like feelings, like, oh, I want to be happy, or oh, I want to feel romanced, or
It's
things
something
like
like
that.
that I would say. Like I said, I'm not Eastern Asian, but from what I've seen, I have Eastern Asian friends that have been married to white men, and this is what you see. One in particular, she says, "Oh, Asian men so short." She said, "They're so short," and she doesn't like short men. She wants a tall man, and and a lot of them just aren't. So she found herself a white tall man and ran off into the sunset.
Do you think it has to do with more so like status, or like that fantasy kind of that you were talking about in terms of people wanting to be romanced, and maybe wanting a man with certain, I don't know, physical attributes that they might not see as often, or things like that? Do you think it's like a status thing, or that?
You would think, I mean, looking at Eastern Asian culture, it would probably be more of a status thing. It's probably more of a status thing because I don't see them being very romantic. They don't seem like they're the type to be like Disney princess style, not like Americans are. Um, it especially in Eastern culture, if you see the Eastern men, when they get a white woman or if they get married to a white woman, they walk around proudly with their white woman because it's a status thing. It's like, oh, I'm married to a white woman, which is to me is it's dumb, but that's what it is. That's what I've seen.
So it's kind of the same, like for the
Same
men
thing.
and women, it's kind of the same, the status of just
Yeah.
white people, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You mentioned Disney fantasies and whatnot, like the whole aspect of, you have these views from when some people have these views from when they're a little girl, like, oh, I
Whole
want
new
this, I
world.
want this, and whatnot. How much do you think that affects relationships in America? Like that whole, the tropes that we see and have been seeing on TV and cartoons and movies and everything like that. How much do you think that that actually has an impact on adult relationships in America?
Well, if you look at how women see relationships, it's not from a very practical viewpoint. Most of the American women that I see, they see it more like my Prince Charming is going to come and I'm not going to settle until I get the Prince Charming. And I am the princess no matter what. And he will accept me as such no matter what. It doesn't matter what flaws I may have. To him, they won't be flaws, they will be advantages instead of flaws. So I have seen that where it's oh my god, I'm sorry. I took a peek at the chat for a second and somebody called me Snooky. Oh,
Oh,
okay. I was just starting to like this hairstyle because me
I
and you were
was
talking
just
about it.
telling you how cute it was earlier.
Are
Like,
you I can't I cannot be called
you do
Snooky.
not have Snooki vibes at all.
I hope I
Don't
don't
even.
be.
They
Okay.
took it way back. Okay, go ahead.
It threw me off completely. So now I just took a look and I was like, oh my god.
The first one you see, Snooki. Mm-mm.
So So yeah, so what was I telling you? So yeah, if you look at it, a lot of Western women are not practical at all, and it's definitely a fantasy. And a lot of men are always talking about how this fantasy is the problem, but a lot of women don't see it that way. They just see it like, I'm not going to settle in this modern world where I have so many options. Why do I need to settle for you? This isn't the 1920s where I have to deal with it no matter what because I'm poor and I have to be barefoot and pregnant for you because I have no other choice. No. So that's what a lot of women are feeling like. I have a lot of options. I can wait for my Prince Charming if need be. But,
You
you know,
know what? One thing that made me, when we were talking about, or when I was thinking about the likable, topic earlier today, last night, and all that, what you just said is something that I've definitely heard a lot. That nowadays, women don't have to um have a man necessarily take care of them financially. More and more women are entering the workforce, more and more women are getting, more highly educated, all these things. So, a lot of people are holding off on marriage, or saying, you know what, I would rather just not, because of whatever reason. So they're looking for this specific type of partner, or else just no partner, or there's going to be a bachelorette, or whatever the case may be. Um, what do you think about that? Like, so women are more able to take care of themselves and they're more able to do this or that, and it's affecting the dating scene. How do you feel about that shift, I guess, that's kind of happening?
Are they really, though, able to protect themselves and take care of themselves better? Is it really? I don't know.
I think just in terms of financially, I think a lot of people are looking at it like,
And that's what I'm
whereas
talking about too.
like in the 19, I don't know, whatever, it's like the early 1900s, it wasn't as
Um,
likely that a woman would be able to take care of her household,
mm,
financially and, whatever.
mm.
Not saying that it never happened, but just, less likely. But now people are kind of like, wait a minute, you know, I can do this. So why do I have to settle, or why do I have to, do something like that? What do you think about that?
I don't know how you feel about it, but I think it's a huge mistake because I mean, why? I understand, like, a lot of women say, like, instead of me being unhappy in a relationship, I can just be a so-called happy single. But that's very temporary. And I know a lot of women say, well, you can't tell me what's temporary because you don't know later on. I still might not want to be married. I may not never change my mind. Who knows? But for the vast majority of women, we all know that the majority of us want to grow older and look back on our family and look at our grandchildren and be proud that we created something. What's life for if not for creation and procreation and family? So I don't know. Just seeing that, I don't think that it's a very honest viewpoint that these women have, or if it is honest, it's I don't know. Have you seen recently that there's a lot of women like in their 40s now turning around, especially online. You've seen it. I'm asking you, have you seen it? They're turning around and saying, "I wish I knew what I knew today. I wish I knew back then what I know today. I would have done things a lot differently." These are the feminists of old days past. These are them. So we get to see in live time, in real time, the effect that this is having on women. Instead of us looking, if it were back in the 80s, we wouldn't know. But here in 2021, we can see. So this is the reason why I say I believe that is a bad decision because we have women coming out and speaking on their regret. And regret is one of those feelings, it's probably the worst feeling in the whole world because there's nothing you can do about what you've already done.
Yeah, I think that, and I think me and Kayla actually talked about it before on one of our shows, that a lot of the things that people latch onto, and this goes for men and women, and like right now we're talking about women. So when you were talking, I was just like, this is exactly what we were talking about. A lot of the things that people latch onto, have to do with things they see online, and it's not necessarily practical for their day-to-day life. Like if you're just a person and you truly honestly say, look, I don't want to do this and I would rather do this than that, fine. But I think, as I've said before on this show, a lot of people are sent off by some of the things that they see online. Like you see, oh, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this unless that, and it doesn't give you the best results because it's not one size fits all. Like if you want to have a family and you want to have a marriage and you want to have, or you want to have a boyfriend or whatever, or a girlfriend, like whoever you're having, I think that trying to follow all of this online rhetoric can be harmful and detrimental to your results.
But how
uh,
is it detrimental, my English, detrimental, how is it detrimental by letting women know what their future holds instead of
No,
letting
no,
them
I'm not saying it like I'm not saying in terms of what you just said. I'm saying just in general. Like even the whole "I don't need a man" thing, that's very pervasive in certain online spaces. And then you have impressionable people who are there like, "Oh yeah, I don't need one," but they want one, like they want a husband or they want a man and they want this and that. But if you're listening to those things, you're not going to necessarily have the experience that you want.
mm,
And I've said the same thing about men too, like get into some of these spaces that are just like, you don't have to do this for a woman. I would never spend this money on a woman, da da da. And it's like that will be detrimental to some of the things that you might want to do. So I'm not saying it in terms of what you just said. I'm just saying in general that
mm.
if you're listening to too much from too many places and not
Mm.
really personalizing it, I think sometimes it can have negative effects instead of positive ones.
Like a lot of red pill content on men, like pushing them away from marriage would be an example.
On the man side, I guess, I mean, yeah.
Same thing on the women's side, right? Like,
Yeah, yep,
yeah.
the whole "I don't need a man" thing, and then
Mm.
men being like, "Save yourselves," or whatever, like, all of this is kind of,
The
um,
voice you make, save yourself.
you know, it's all kind of the same, but just opposite ends of the spectrum, you know? And
Mm.
I just don't think it's conducive for people coming together and really building something that can last. What do you think about the online influence? Good and bad? Because I'm not saying it's all bad.
I think everything has its time and its purpose. I believe that the whole MGTOW concept is a very good thing for men trying to recover from um, being destroyed by the family courts or what have you. Them actually coming to the realization that, oh my God, the MGTOW. I've only watched a few of the MGTOW content like channels, and what they're talking about are real things, but it's in a very pessimistic view, of course. So they are giving you the truth, but how can I say this? It almost makes you feel like there's no good that comes out of marriage.
It's kind of
So
one-sided.
yeah, but it serves a purpose because it does tend to make a man focus on himself and build himself up again, and kind of just get women and everything else, all the distractions out of his life and let him focus. Do I think that men need to be in that MGTOW monk phase forever or have MGTOW rage forever? I don't think that it's healthy to do that, but every man for himself, he can do what he pleases. The same thing with women. There's some channels that encourage women to be strong, and some women have no choice but to be so because they are alone. We recognize the Western world. Some Western women, they are alone, and it's not their fault. It's like their families abandoned them or what have you. And then there's content out there to tell women, be strong, you can do it, work hard, all this. There's nothing wrong with it. But it's when people tend to focus on that one thing for a very long time and they don't tend to grow past it. That's the scary part. And I think that's where the damage comes, where you don't grow past those necessary videos, that necessary content, when you just stay there. So
Yeah,
that's
I
my
mean, I agree. I think getting stuck there is where the problem is. Like, you can have, a situation or an issue or an experience in your life, and you can connect with other people that have had similar, experiences. And then, like you said, you have to move past it.
mm,
Like, you're not just going to stay there forever,
mm-hmm,
um, or even for extended periods, because you know that if somebody stays just in one, like, talking, what's it called, echo chamber type of thing
mm-hmm,
for long enough, they might not, it might take them even longer to get out of it,
exactly.
which can be damaging, which is what I was kind of speaking to earlier. So
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, I definitely understand that.
Hey
I
guys, how are you guys
oh,
doing?
Hey,
oh,
Kayla.
So sorry, I'm not feeling well.
oh
This
no.
traveling and like my body is like taking a beating with like I'm flying again tomorrow and just I'm trying to hang in there. But just to comment on that part, Kay, I think it's like very interesting. And there's like a certain sector of people that go to strangers for information on their personal life. I think it's very weird. A lot of these spaces I never heard of ever in my life before I joined Lapeef. I go to people that I know that have the results that I want, or even not, just people that know me, that can actually make a judgment based on knowing me in terms of their advice. So I think it's like highly toxic that people go watch videos that are all out of context, and that have a particular agenda for like advice and information. Like, no shade to people that do this online and stuff like that, like Kevin and all these people, but like, these people are not trained therapists. These people are not trained relationship coaches. These people are um not certified in any way. They're just using their own personal experience and calling it a fact and then saying that this is what people should be doing. So I think that's very toxic. And that's what I was talking about on the show last night, that if you're having a debate about your view, then that's cool. But like trying to tote around that your view or that your point is right and is what everyone should be doing. I just don't like, I don't feel that way. You guys know I have strong feelings about a lot of different things.
Kayla,
But
no, that's
I
not Kayla. No, wait, please wait a second. You were saying that you said when we're having a debate about your personal view, and the point is we weren't debating. When we're having these conversations, it's not supposed to be a debate. There's no winner or loser. We're supposed to share opinions. And if someone else says, oh, he's right or she's right, doesn't make them right completely. In their eyes, it makes them right. But this is not a debate. This is just a conversation.
mean, I get what you're saying. You guys said that last night. But when there are people that are saying you are wrong, this is the problem with you, this is what you need to be doing,
That's their
it's not a
view.
conversation to me anymore, especially if they're a stranger. It's not a conversation to me anymore because it's kind of, it's, if it's a conversation, it's like I'm sharing, this is what I do and this is what I think. But a lot of it is, this is what women need to be doing, this is what men need to be doing, this is the problem with you. And so for me, that's not a conversation. You're giving someone a lecture, you're giving someone a lesson. And if they're pushing back and you guys are providing data on why you think your opinion is right or why you think that what you're saying is a fact, that goes into the lane of debate for me, because it's no longer about just how you feel and what you think. It's about you saying how you feel and what you think is the facts, and other people need to follow and do what you say. So
So
I
do you
don't know.
have an
I just don't
example?
like that part.
Do you have an example of exactly
Um,
what someone has said to you that saying like women need to do
yeah,
this?
yeah, of course. Like on our show on Thursday, all the time, there are people on the show that says, this is the problem with Kayla and Kay. These people who have never met me a day in their life
No, no,
have
no, no,
just,
no.
we've just
I
been
meant
online having conversations, and they're
not with
telling the
you,
world.
not with you
Okay, go
personally.
ahead.
I meant to say with women. When we're talking about women and men, someone said this is what women need to do, and because they said that, it's turning into a debate. What exactly did they say that women need to do?
Well, there's multiple people that I mean, if we want to, I don't want to name names, but there's a big person online that has people call into his show, and he tells them about their lives based on a 30-second conversation of asking
Mhm.
them questions and telling them, you're never going to have this, you're never going to do this, you're never going to be this, off of a
So are
short
we?
conversation with them about their situation. And it's just like, who are you to say things like that? Like I just would never say things. I say, in my opinion, or if it were me, and in my viewpoint, from my observation, that's what I say. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
I
thought we
don't
were
know.
talking about the
I just feel
Lapeef
like
Network,
for you saying like, this is the problem with you.
Kayla.
No, this is not even on the net. Well, sometimes it is on the network, but I was talking about another big person on the internet
No, but I'm
specifically.
saying on our network because
That
we first.
that has become,
Go
huh?
ahead. No, I was saying you started off talking about you having to debate. So you're not debating with Kevin
Yeah.
Samuels, O'Shea Dudax, or whoever else. You're not debating with them. You're debating with us, supposedly debating. We're having a conversation, but you're debating. But I wanted to ask you, what exactly has been said on our network that causes you to say like you shouldn't be telling me what to do or telling women what to do in particular?
There's multiple. You can just watch our show every single Thursday, and there's people on there that are specifically saying, this is the problem with you. My name specifically, or other people's names specifically, and like, if you don't do this, it's never going to work out for you. Like, this is verbatim that I'm repeating. So for me, that's no longer we're no longer having a conversation. You're telling me what I need to be doing with my life.
Can you
That's
give me an
totally
example
different.
of
And then
what
you're
they said?
providing this data on, I just
I
gave you
think
one.
there's a misunderstanding
So
here because I think y'all are talking about two different things. I think Kayla, you're talking about like specific examples, which I know about plenty of them. Amira, I think that you're
mhm.
talking about in general. Like, what are people saying that women should do in general?
No, she had brought it up. She specifically said people telling women what they need to do, and that's why I was curious. Like, what exactly? Just give me one example. Any because you said there's a lot. So one example of something that we have said that women need to do that maybe wasn't right.
Well, the premise can start as, this is the problem
Ah.
with modern women, and this is why they're going to be single forever. That's a quote in quote.
Okay, but what was the problem exactly? Do you know? What was the
I mean, I don't keep up with once the show is over, I move on with my life. I don't internalize the stuff that other people who don't know me say like that. So
But
no, I don't
Kayla,
have
are they
that in the front of
wrong?
my memory bank.
Are they
I'm sorry.
wrong? Are they wrong?
I do think that they are. I do think that they are because they're making a general statement based on what they've personally seen in their life. Like, do you know all the women in this country? Do you know them? To go on a public platform and say this is the problem with women and this is why they're gonna be single forever and this is why they never gonna get no man.
Kayla,
Like, I'm like,
Kayla,
okay, you can give your judgment on what you think based on some of the behavior of the women around me. But to make blanket statements like that and then try to tote it as fact and then say statistically, blah, 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 but then say, oh, it's not a debate. We're just having a conversation. I'm not telling you what to do. And it's just like, okay. But like, even like last night when Jedi wants to say, oh, you might not like it, what people say, but you need to listen to, or I don't remember what he said, like, it may not feel good or whatever, but it's the right thing or just like whatever again. And it like that is your that's your opinion. Like right and
Kayla,
wrong is
Kayla,
relative
we
when we're
are
talking
more alike
about
than different.
personal lives and
Kayla,
relationship. We're not
Kayla,
talking about politics and like policy.
Kayla, we are more alike than we are different. So when we make statements like that, it's because typically good advice is good for everyone. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, or I think whatever, however you say it. Typically, good advice is good for everyone. So someone giving women good advice and saying that this would help you in your chances of getting married, especially when it's coming from men who are the ones marrying us, that shouldn't be ignored or shouldn't be said like, how can you say you don't know every woman, so how can you suggest that we be thin? How could you suggest that we be submissive? How could you suggest that we be good? That's typically what they're saying. So is it wrong to say that?
Not really. Not really. Because even last night on your show, we did a whole 40 minutes where men are over here telling other men that they need to, even if they're in a happy, healthy marriage, that they need to ask their wife for a DNA test on their child and toting that around like that's the right thing to do. No, that's
Well,
not the right thing to do. Like I
they
said
were
then, and like I'm
debating.
saying now, I don't think that's the right thing to do if you're in a happy, healthy relationship to ask your wife for a DNA test for your child. Not saying like, I don't care what they say, but for them to tote that around like, oh, that's a fact. Oh, fuck your feelings. No, no,
No,
no, and
I
no,
said
and
F
no,
your
and no.
feelings. That was me. I said F your feelings because I don't believe
Yeah,
that a
and
woman's
no,
feelings has anything to do
no,
with a man
no.
giving a
Like
paternity.
if you want marriage to be business, then it's business. But you saying fuck your feelings in a marriage, just like highly silly. That's very silly. That's like very silly. That like your feelings
Well,
in your relationship don't matter. That doesn't make sense
when
to
it,
me.
I
And
mean,
saying
but
how
when
a
it
woman
comes to
shouldn't be
legacy,
offended if her man that she's been faithful to asks her for a DNA test for their child. Like oh like y'all were speaking about it so unrealistically, like oh it's just a simple conversation, if she asks you why just tell her I just want to be sure and that should be the end of it. Like all that shit is bullshit. Like that is not realistic
Kayla,
in any way. A happy
Kayla,
healthy faithful wife is not going to take that well. Like I don't care what y'all say, but if y'all think that, y'all can. Like I
Kayla,
said,
you get triggered
y'all can
so
think what y'all
easily.
want, but I don't have to agree with that, and I don't think you should be toting it as fact. You shouldn't be toting that around that that's
Kayla,
fact and that's what people need to do from your observation in your life,
she just keeps going and going and
because
going.
a lot of men on the show last night have seen a lot of that.
Is my mic not working?
Everybody's mic
Okay,
is
but just like
working.
I said, I never
Yeah,
seen that.
I know, but you keep talking and talking and talking, and no one can get a chance to respond to you. Huh?
All right, I'm feeling better. She can come in now if she's ready.
What? No, she's talking to someone else.
Oh, I was like, what?
You said sugar baby. What?
I just was, I don't know, but
She said quite a bit, and the thing
It was
is,
breaking up, so I'm not sure what was said.
we can't get in. We can't even get a chance to come in because you say so much, and then you keep changing to another subject, and then I didn't even get a chance to respond to the thing that you were actually saying.
Amir, which part did you want to address the most?
The DNA portion that she was speaking about. The DNA, when it comes down to DNA, these were men just speaking on what they thought would be the proper way to go about getting a DNA test on their child, because a lot of men don't want to be caught off guard, and we all know that the family court system is trash. And even if the men is not the father of the child, sometimes the court system will order the man to still pay for that child, which is horrendous. We all know that. So men trying to protect themselves and figuring out ways to get paternity tests, that was just men contemplating and throwing out ideas of ways to not offend their partner by getting a DNA test. I don't think that that was somebody telling you, this is what you need to do and this is what you should do. And I didn't know that you were taking it that way, because I was there in the conversation too, and I didn't hear that. I heard men saying, if it were me, I would do it this way. Or if it were me, I would do it that way. So that's why I'm kind of confused. Like, why do you hear all these demands and this is what you need to do? But I didn't hear that.
I heard men specifically say that that is what other men should be doing. They
What,
didn't
just to
say
get a
this is
DNA
what
test?
there was men who specifically said that other men, regardless of the situation, need to be asking their woman or their wife for a DNA test. Now, let's do a simple poll. Kay, if you and your man got pregnant, right? And he asked you for a DNA test for your child, would you be offended, or would you say, "Oh, that's normal"?
I think that, and you know what? I've talked about this on multiple occasions, especially with one of my older brothers. Um, I wouldn't be offended about that. I would think it was just a thing that, I mean, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say that I wouldn't be like, wait a minute, but I wouldn't make that big of a deal out of it, only because I know that sometimes kids aren't somebody's. And in order to know for sure, especially if you're not married, but I've always said that paternity tests should just be part of the birthing like it should just be part of the whole birth certificate and getting your family started process.
That's
Like,
what we all agreed with.
just so that it won't be weird. Like, I get what Kayla's saying, because if that's just out of character, like, you never thought anything about anything that I was doing before, and now suddenly I'm having your baby and it's like, get a DNA, then it would be weird. But I think that if it was just kind of protocol, that could take away some of that awkwardness maybe. But I wouldn't personally be offended by that. It would be out of character for my man to to do that. But like, I don't think I would personally be offended by that. I would have no problem. I'd be like, okay, like, you are the father, like, whatever. That would just be the end of that conversation. But
Oh, Maury.
I get what you're saying, Kayla, though, because it would offend a lot of people, and a lot of people would maybe stop trusting their mate, or maybe like it would cause more issues that weren't necessarily there.
It would definitely cause problems, especially if there was no indication of any problems at all.
Yeah, I mean,
and then all of a sudden, this person's asking for a DNA.
Yeah, I get that, because like I said, if it's out of the ordinary, I could see how somebody would be like, but like I said, I've talked about this before, like with my older brothers, with other people. I personally wouldn't be offended, because I've always thought that people should just get DNA tests just in general. But like, I think it should be part of the process. But that's just me, though.
I say F your feelings. If the woman is offended, so be it. But a man, that's his legacy. He might put his last name and his first name on that child. He might have to pay for that child for the rest of, if it's his, of course. He was going to pay for that child for the rest of his life. It doesn't matter how you feel. If the man needs to be sure of what happened. Oh, Kayla? If the man needs to be... If the man needs to be sure that that baby is his, that he's going to invest in, because remember, a child is an investment. This is not just...
Yeah, I totally get wanting to be sure. Absolutely. Like, that's why I said I wouldn't personally be offended about that. And look at us kind of agreeing.
Oh God, no. No. Kill me.
I have a question though, Amira, because I agree. Like, I have no issue with somebody wanting to get a DNA test, whatever.
Okay.
How do you feel
that
about
surprises me, but
I don't know why. Y'all,
I don't know why. I think
I'm gonna text you or something, and you gotta know, because I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding here, probably on my end too, about you. So I mean, but we'll talk about that later. So my question for you is, what is the like, do you think it's worth the risk? Let's say, I'm about to let Kayla back in. Let's say that a man is with a woman. He's happy with her. He loves her. They love each other. Everything is perfect. And, you know, she hasn't done anything to betray his trust or anything like that. And he knows that she would be offended to the point of maybe breaking up with him. Like, this is all hypothetical. Do you think it's worth it for him to say, you know what, I will risk losing this woman because I need to be sure about this?
Well, this is what we had the conversation. No, this is what we were talking about yesterday. I just want to tell you really quickly. This is what we were speaking about yesterday. And this is what Kayla was kind of agreeing, kind of disagreeing on. What I had suggested was that if the man needs to be sure of the paternity of his child, that he should go on his own and do a test without telling her. Now, the other problem was with Kayla. Kayla, you were there. What the other guy said that he went and got a paternity test. I think it was your friend, but then he told you about it, but he didn't tell his wife, which was a messed up situation, because why would another woman know more about your life and your marriage and your family than you do?
Wait, so a man got a test on his child behind the mother of the child's back, but told his new girlfriend or something?
The situation was, these are friends I've been with since college. Like, we've been friends for over a decade at this point. We're all friends. They've been together since freshman year, 12 years ago. And and he was just asking like my advice. He, you know, had seen, I think again, it speaks to what we were saying before. When you go into these online spaces and you see this trauma and you internalize it to your relationship when it has nothing to do with your relationship. He had just seen things around him or something with someone else, and then felt like, oh, you know, I need to do that, blah blah blah. And the first thing I was just like, why? Like, you know, we've like, you guys, I mean, this is one of my great friends. I'm telling you right now, this is your child. Like, why are you even questioning it? Y'all have never had an issue ever again. And now that you've seen things or heard things on the internet or outside of your relationship, now that's affecting how you feel about your relationship. But whatever, if you want to do it, do it. But knowing her, I'm telling you right now, is going to affect the dynamic of the relationship, because she's been a faithful, loyal wife. And y'all have never had any problems for you to all of a sudden, basically, I mean, you're not saying that I don't know if the baby is yours, but if you're asking for, that's what you're saying, that I don't know if the baby's mine, I want to be sure. Because if you were sure, then you wouldn't ask. But if you're not sure, that's why you would ask.
So that's what
I told him that I didn't think he should, because I knew for a fact she would be offended. It would affect the relationship. I knew that. But for the other thing, Amira, to say like, oh, another woman, like, that's like my brother. So that's family to me. And I think it's kind of unrealistic. Like, I get it. You share everything with your spouse or whatever. But I don't know if that's like 100% realistic. Like, sometimes the things that you go talk to your mom about or talk to your friends about, your feelings or whatever, sometimes it's just for them. You know, like, it's not for your spouse. And I don't know if that makes sense, but I get the whole transparency and all of that. But for you guys to try to act like there aren't conversations that you have with other people that, you know, about your spouse or whatever, that you don't have with your spouse about your true feelings, I think that happens all the time. Like, that happens with people all the time. They call their mom up. I've done it. I've called my mom up and said, like, this is how I'm feeling, blah blah blah. Am I tripping? Like, or am I right mind? Like, just to see, like, maybe because I can be highly dramatic. So maybe I'm just being dramatic. Maybe I'm just going through something. And a lot of the times that I am. And I'm glad I haven't brought that drama to my man, because I was just in my feelings at the point and I just needed to talk it out, but not with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, but that is normal to me. But maybe it's not. Maybe you guys share every single detail of all of your feelings with your spouse. But people, I mean, I think it's normal for people not to.
Wait, so Island, what's up, girl?
Hi, y'all. I'm sick.
I want to get one thing.
Girl, I'm sick too. We're trying.
About what Kayla just said, because it kind of tied into the question. And then we're going to get to you, Island, because I know you got something to say.
Yeah.
Amira, so Kayla just talked about how she knew that would affect the dynamic of her friend's relationship. And that was kind of what I was asking you. So do you think that that's worth it or not?
It's definitely worth it. Definitely. Like I said, I don't think he should have told her at that point. I mean, there's some things you don't have to tell. So, yeah.
Okay, so just do it, like, kind of behind their back
That's what
figure
I
it
said.
out.
I said, just do it for your peace of mind, but you don't need to
Don't talk
start
to
a
them about
fire in your own house, a happy home, because you heard some bad stories that gave you PTSD. Like
it. Okay, so y'all agree on
you
that.
know,
Wait, how do you know it's because of stories that gave him PTSD? How do you know it? How do you?
because this is my friend. This is
So he
our
told
life.
you
This is
that
our relationship.
he told
Well,
you that he went
they're
online and then he got PTSD because he was watching other people?
yes. If just hearing the stories that you guys told me last night gave me PTSD. I don't know if you guys like have this assumption that all the like people experience all these things, but just like I said last night, I didn't grow up experiencing people having the wrong baby daddies. I didn't grow up with any of that trauma. Like I grew up where
I
there was
didn't
married
either.
couples. That's something that to me was just reality TV or drama on networks or whatever. That wasn't the reality of me growing up. That's not stuff
Same
that I've
here.
seen. So
Same
to say
here.
that like it's not trauma, it was traumatizing to me. Some of the stories that I heard last night, it was like it was crazy. Like that lady that came on that told the story about her friend who had two sons and they weren't even his and all this stuff, and like that was highly traumatic. And if I was a man, I would be like, oh shit, like wow, you know what I'm saying? So to
I mean,
say like
knowledge is power. Knowledge is power, Kayla. And I don't know about having PTSD. It does make me worry about the future. It does make me be more cautious. But as for being traumatized, no. But I do understand what you're trying to say. But at the same time, I don't feel that way. And I didn't grow up around that either. I never grew up around that kind of stuff. But when you hear it, knowledge is power. Just stay smart.
I mean,
So
trauma is personal. There's some people that, can get yelled at and screamed at, and that's fine because they grew up with people yelling and screaming. And there's other people where that would traumatize them and they will feel threatened or feel like that was volatile or whatever. So I think like we can't have a debate on like what trauma is to a person because that's relative to them personally.
Yeah, some people are really sensitive, snowflakes. I understand.
all right, we want to get Island's perspective. And Island,
I'm sick.
Q,
I'm sorry.
Q.
I look a mess.
Somebody in the comments said, "Is that that variant going around?" Because you and Kayla are both sick.
I hope not, yo. I'm gonna get tested tomorrow.
I think
really
Rita
not.
might have got me sick because Rita was sick when we met up with Anton and Rita this weekend. But no, I just wanted to comment quickly.
Wait,
but
Q, hold on. So I want you to address, whatever you're about to address now, and I also want you to address the topic we were talking about likability.
I didn't come in on the topic. I came in
while we were all talking with Kayla and Amira, we're talking about the DNA and all that.
It was a little bit before the DNA. It was a little. I think Amira was talking to Kayla about debating. I disagree with Kayla. I don't think we're debating because I hate why are we in competition on the men, especially on Thursday. I think I was talking to Rilla about this on Facebook Live. Like, why is it that we have to compete against these men? Why is it like a gender war going on? I feel like when we're on Thursday shows, it's not a competition. So I don't see it as a debate. It's a conversation. So like, even though people in the comments might be like, y'all, you're wrong, you can take it as you want. So that's why I don't see it as a debate. But briefly, honestly, the whole DNA, I agree with Amir and Kayla on the standpoint. I didn't grow up with baby daddies, seeing baby daddies. Like I've had parents, 2-parent household. I've been around couples and marriages. So that whole DNA aspect, like if marriage and a man asked me, hey, I need a DNA test, but you trusted to sleep with me, right? So I feel like if you don't trust me enough to think that's your child, why are you sleeping with me? So I would definitely be offended. I never really heard about this whole DNA thing until Amir's live, but there's a lot of stuff I don't know of because this whole YouTube thing is new to me. But I will definitely be offended if my husband was like, hey, I need a DNA test. I'm like, what? Like, that's not my character. Why are you asking me since I don't sleep around? So I would definitely be offended. If that's something he's needing, he might as well do it behind my back because I will feel a way and that will change kind of our relationship, I feel, in some type of way. But that's all I have to say, y'all. I'm like sick and my fever I look a mess.
You're gone, Q?
Yeah, I look a mess and I'm burning up here.
Cute.
Oh, I hope you feel better.
Thank y'all. I will see y'all Thursday. Bye.
See you Thursday. So, what Q just said, she kind of tied in Kayla's response and your response, Amira, both of y'all. Kayla, are you still here? I wasn't sure, but she tied in both of y'all's responses because she talked about the part about being offended because that could kind of change the dynamic of the relationship if she's never shown anything to warrant such a request. But she also said, you know what, if that's how you feel, go do it, but I don't want to know about it.
That's why I say I think a lot of, in that situation, the man should just do what he needs to do to protect his legacy, to protect his funds, to protect his livelihood, to protect his emotional state. Just do it, but you don't have to like tell her and make her offended about it. So
okay, so you do see the importance of not like making someone offended, or
I really don't care. To me, I say F your feelings. But if you care so much about her feelings and you think that it's going to be the end of your marriage because of you doing this, then do what you have to do. Just don't tell.
Okay. So our original topic was about men being likable or not, like, and how that affects relationships and, the dynamic, and do women need a man, and are women just holding out because they don't necessarily need them for the exact same things as the past or whatever, right? Like, we kind of talked about that. So I don't know about you, but sometimes in online spaces, I see certain men being called simps. Have you ever seen men being called a simp?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me how do you define simp? Like, if you hear somebody called a simp, what is the first thing that pops in your mind about that person?
Desperation for women.
So, I thought Kayla came off. Is Kayla here? No? Okay. So would you say that it's like the male equivalent of what some people would call a pick-me? I've seen people say that before, like, a simp is a male pick-me. Like, do you think it's the same thing? And if not, what's the difference?
In a man's case, so in a woman's case, being a pick-me is what we're naturally supposed to be. We're supposed to be wanted. We're supposed to want to be wanted by men. In the man's case, it's not a natural state for them to put themselves and their own well-being under a woman's. So it doesn't make sense. So being a simp and just giving everything to any woman because, she doesn't even give you anything in return is basically what a simp is. The woman is not doing anything for you, but you're giving maybe money or what have you. So this doesn't make sense for men. It doesn't seem like it makes sense. So that's the difference. As for being pick-me, I just learned this term like a few months ago. It's what women are supposed to do. It's a natural state of a woman.
So do you think that a woman should naturally, like, I don't want to misquote what you just said earlier about what you said, something about the natural state of a man is not to kind of do what? Can you say that part again?
To put another woman, like a woman's well-being, that's not his wife. Well, pretty much any woman's well-being.
Okay, so a man's
that's what they see that women do.
He shouldn't put his well-being on the line for someone else, basically.
I want to say
for a woman.
No, I want to say like a man giving his all for a woman and she's not giving anything to him. So if you see like what they call this simp, it's like the woman is not doing anything for this man and he's still giving. That's him putting his own well-being under hers because he's not thinking about himself at that point. He's just thinking like, I want to give to her.
Just to get some kind of attention or whatever.
If that, some of them don't even get attention. And that's what they call simp. You're just doing this and you're not going to get anything from it.
Okay. So if a woman's in that same position, what do you think about that? And what would you call her a pick-me? I don't really use these terms like calling people simps and pick-me's, but would you use or understand the use of that term if a woman is giving to a man but not getting anything in return? What do you think about that situation?
I mean, that would make sense if a woman is doing that. But what, from my understanding, is like even if a woman is not getting anything, a woman putting herself out there to try to get picked, as a saying goes, pick me, trying to get picked or wanting to be wanted, it's more natural for a woman to do that than a man. That's what I'm saying. So it could look like desperation. And if a woman is doing too much and the man is clearly not interested in her, then I would just call her desperate. But
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, for women, it's kind of more natural to actually want to be wanted like that, and put yourself out there like, pick me. I want to be your wife. I want to do for you. I'm here. But a man doing the same thing, it makes you look really weak.
Yeah, I think that anytime anyone is like throwing themselves at a person, anybody doing the same thing, I look at it, like you said, as kind of just like desperately seeking something. Different people are looking for different things. So okay, I understand the answer. So in
I
terms of,
don't.
oh, go ahead, Kayla. I never know when you're here or not.
My internet. My internet is so bad. I'm everything is just an issue today, but God got me. We're gonna pull it together.
Kayla, go ahead
But
and
I
address
think
that
it's like
part.
kind of weird. Yeah, I think it's kind of weird to say that like a man wanting a woman or him doing quote unquote the pick me things that is I don't know. I just feel like that's kind of weird to say that makes you weak because you want to make a woman happy. A woman that likes you and wants you.
Oh, wait, are
That's
y'all?
not what I said.
Oh, you're here. Okay, look. All right, Amira, give some clarity to what you said, if that's not it.
I was saying that a simp is one who does this clearly with a woman who is not giving anything in return. She doesn't want you, and you're still acting desperate for her.
So,
And but
oh,
but,
go
but one
ahead.
thing to that, Kay, that's fine and all, and I agree with that, Amira. But then on our show on Thursdays, Anton called happily married men that prioritize their wife simps.
So
Okay.
so I, every time I hear the word simp and I look at these like conversations online, like there's a very famous couple that I see the man being called a simp all the time. Do I think he's a simp? No. But I see him often getting called a simp, and that is Russell Wilson and Sierra. I see Russell Wilson being called a simp on a pretty regular basis online. And he seems to be happily married. I mean, I don't know anything about them. I don't know about their marriage. I have no idea. Um,
Honey.
but so if he's in a happily
Honey.
married situation,
Sorry about
the,
that.
was it
I
the
wasn't
cat?
on mute. I'm
Was
sorry.
it
I'm
the
not
cat?
on mute. No, it's my husband. I think he
Oh,
drowned himself.
what?
I think he drowned it in the tub. He goes to sleep in the tub all the time.
You better go check
I'll
on
be right back.
him. What? She's like, I think he drowned. So what's the next question?
I mean, you were there, Kay. You remember when we were
Um,
talking about men that were, happy wife, happy life, and it brought them joy to do things for their wife, to make their wife happy. And Anton was calling those men simps. I'm like, how are happily married men for 20 years simps? So I agree with what Amira is saying. If you're going out of your way and chasing a woman that doesn't want you, yes, that's a simp. But calling happily married men like Russell Wilson that just love their wives and that want to make their wives happy and that gloat about their wives and broadcast how happy they are and how they love doing things for them, and then they call him a simp, and it's like it's really crazy. Yeah, I don't hear any of that rhetoric or any negative rhetoric when we talk
There's a
about other
reason.
people.
There's a different reason for that.
I just feel like when you're in a happy couple and you're in a happy marriage, either person wanting to make their spouse happy, that is the goal. So to call either one of them a name when they're in a marriage and they're happy, I think that's very silly. Like who are to say, like that's silly. If they're a married couple, who are you to say that how much he should be doing for his wife or how, like that's like legitimately crazy to me. If he's happy with it, she's happy with it. Who are we to call them names? It's really weird.
I would have had to see the full conversation. I'm not sure exactly what happened when Anton said this, but I'm sure there has to be something else behind it. It's not just he's a married man and he's doing for his wife, because Anton does for his wife all the time. So I don't think it would have been that. I would have had to hear the whole conversation. There had to be something else that's missing here.
I think sometimes there's just a talking point. I can't quote what Anton said. I'm not sure, Kayla, if you can provide clarity about exactly what he said, that would be great. But I'm just speaking to just in general. I think there's a talking point where if a man is doing certain things for a woman, whether it be his wife or his girlfriend or whatever, that sometimes people just call them a simp. Like, I've definitely seen that happen. I'm not saying that's what everyone does, but I've seen it where people, like, I keep using the Russell Wilson example. Like, Amira, you talked about how if someone, is doing all of this and getting nothing in return. But if you're doing certain things and you're getting something in return and y'all are both happy and you're both kind of pouring into each other, do you think there's any reason that someone should call them that name?
I wouldn't see a reason why. I mean, unless it's just a man just, I've noticed that some men talk about, especially with Russell Wilson's situation, they speak about him in such a way because Sierra had a child by a rapper. So I can understand that people see it a certain way, but we don't understand the ins and outs of their relationship. So yes, men from the outside can say, oh, this is a simpish behavior. But if we really knew that Russell Wilson made Sierra wait all this time for intimacy and all of this, and she actually jumped through hoops to be married to this man, will you still feel the same way about Russell? So I don't know. And that's why I say I don't know exactly why, but between men, we have to understand men might see things in other men that we don't see as women. So if a man is, between men, if a group of men are calling one man a simp, there has to be something there that made all the men do this. So I don't know. Between men, it's man talk. To me, it's man talk.
Oh,
I don't know either. It's very weird and it's very strange because we don't know them. And you're calling this man names simply because Sierra had a kid. Lots of women have kids and get married and are happy. I think that's very weird and very strange.
No, it's who she had the kid by. Not that she had a kid, it's who she had it by.
Right, but it doesn't matter who she had the kid by because she was in it doesn't matter that he was a rapper. She was engaged to be married to him. So who cares what his occupation was? This wasn't a fly-by-night kid that she had irresponsibly. She was multiple.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying they were going to get married. They were planning a wedding. So it's not like she was just fly-by-night, just had a baby with a rapper. She was in a, I think it was like 4 or 5 year relationship with this man and was going to marry him. So I don't know what his occupation as a rapper. I mean, Russell Wilson is a NFL player, and I can tell you a lot of horror stories.
Either. It's not his profession. I said it's who the man is that people are saying that because people are calling Future. Yeah, people are calling Future a derogatory name. They're calling him like a pookie, and that's why they're saying that Russell. Okay, if you agree with that, well, you think.
But he wasn't when Sierra was with him. Sierra has his second child. He didn't have 6 baby mamas when she was with him. So he wasn't Pookie at that time when they were together.
I barely know the rapper. I just know what people are calling him. So
what do you think? Because you know what? You brought up, Amira, the situation. And I mean, like the point of it's not about like her having a kid. I'm not sure if you've seen this, what I'm about to say in online spaces, but I have. Some men think that men in general, just not like, oh, it's just my choice, but some men think that men in general who do not have children should never entertain women that do. What do you think about that?
If a man that he doesn't have a child, that he shouldn't be with a woman that has children? I mean, I don't know. I mean, typically I would say no. I would say I would agree with that. I don't think that, I mean, it just depends. Honestly, it really depends because some men, oh God, this is such a convoluted situation. Some men will be okay with a woman taking on a wife that does have a baby. Some men are like, most men refuse. Most men think it's a really bad idea because if you don't have your own kid, why not? Like, why would you take care of another, especially with the court system? So for me, I think it depends mostly about where's the father of said kid, if the father is involved or if he's not. Has the father passed away? There are certain situations that it's like, it's kind of understandable, But I don't know. Like it's a really difficult situation, and I think it depends on the person.
The exact situation that's going on. Yeah, I know some people feel differently based on, like you said, the situation with the dad. Are you a widow? Are you divorced? Or what's going on with that? Do you
Because if
think
a woman
that
has a bunch of kids, Kay, think about it, Kay. If she has like a kid or multiple children, and the father is maybe a really low down guy, not honorable character, and then she tries to go with a guy who is honorable, so she's upgrading in a way, and then she's bringing the children of the lower class man with her, which is also bringing on possible drama from the previous low down guy. It can create a situation where the high value man, or the man that's above her level, where he gets pulled down. So a lot of times I understand why you wouldn't do it. But let's say the woman had a baby by, I don't know, an actor, a lawyer, a businessman, a CEO. And then, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. There's certain situations where it's, I don't know.
So it's not necessarily that that's a bad thing or it makes the man a quote unquote simp or whatever, but it just depends. That's it. It's just,
I
there's
think the
no
same. I think it just depends. I think it
Yeah.
just depends on the situation, because like I was telling you guys earlier, one of my best friends is a widow at 33. Should she never get married again and have, a husband and more children just because her husband died? Like, I think it's an individual basis, because that's totally different. Like, that was out of her control, So I just think it's like depending on the situation.
I don't know. Like I said, in most cases, it is kind of simpish to do it, but there are very small cases that it's seen as okay.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I was just, I see different viewpoints and different things that people say about this situation. Some are just like, no matter what, a man should never do this. And I've seen women be told this too, like a woman with no kids should never be with a man that has, like, I've seen these different views. Just in terms of like the word that people use, simp, I kind of feel like it's thrown around really loosely, the same way some people think like pick me is thrown around really loosely, like just based on whatever. If someone is being called a simp, like what's the benefit? Like, I don't know. Do you think it's just an insult, or is it like I guess I don't see the point of that type of name calling.
Maybe a wake-up call
to tell them like, hey.
Yeah, to stop the behavior. Stop it. Stop it. You look desperate. Stop.
Yeah, I don't think, you know what? I think that the desperation conversation, the point that you brought up earlier, Amira, was a good one, because I don't think anyone finds desperation, attractive on anyone else.
No.
I mean, I say no one. I mean, some people might, but that's a whole different thing. But I don't think the majority of people do. So
people just keep miscategorizing it, like when we're talking about the Russells and the men that say things like happy wife, happy life, and I think you're miscategorizing it, because these people are in relationships, like, but yet people just like to throw around it like as an insult. And I feel like sometimes it comes from like a place of jealousy, to be honest. Like, whenever I see men doing like really cute things for their women, and then other men call them simps, I'm like, what are you mad about? Like, because strange. They're happy? Like, I don't get it. They're clearly not desperate if they're married to this person and this person wants them as well. But I just think people tote it around to try to use it as an insult when it doesn't even belong. It doesn't even belong.
I agree with that. It doesn't make any sense. Like, come on, what are we doing here?
I'm sorry. Can I say something, you guys?
Yeah, and then we're going to get some callers on. Go ahead, Amir.
Okay. Just really quickly. When you see a man, let's say online, and he's constantly showing pictures of what he got his girlfriend, wife, what have you, and he's always like, well, actually, I won't say wife. I want to say girlfriend, because wife, but even if it is his wife, it doesn't matter. Because if you have this mentality where like, I have to show everybody what I got for my spouse. I have to show them, oh, look what I got this. I got them this. That would make you look a little bit suspicious. Like, why are you
suspicious? Why?
I don't agree with that at all.
The reason I say it is because you don't need to show the whole world. It's like people who give to the homeless and they document it just so everybody can know that they did a good deed. You know what I mean? It just seems strange. Like, why
So you
do
feel like they might be overcompensating or something like
right?
that.
What are you overcompensating for? And then so that's why I say when you have that, it looks like simpish behavior because you're like, why are you? You know, you're looking like a simp. You look like desperate to show the world that you love your spouse or something like that. I don't know. I don't think that you should like show it that much. I think that's why people call them simp when they have it online and they're showing it and they're constantly broadcasting what they're doing. It's like it's simpish
I
because
don't
you like
know. I mean, we live in a world where people broadcast everything that they do. So it's kind of weird to me that people are broadcasting where they go. They're at the party, they're showing their food, they're showing their drinks, they're showing they're hanging out with their family. They're doing all these things. And then to say, oh, but if they show their woman too much, that looks desperate. When we live in where like that is what people do. They show every part of their life on social
Right.
media. That is the world that we're living in now. So if it's one thing if you don't show anything else and all you're showing is that, but if you're showing all the parts of your life and you're freaking taking pictures of your food, I don't understand the problem of showing a gift that or showing that you got your wife flowers or that you sent your wife flowers or whatever it is because you're the type of person that shares things like that.
well,
It's
there's a
not out of
problem that you're sharing
character.
your food. There's a problem that you're sharing your food anyway.
I
So
like
that's a
sharing my
problem in
food. I don't
itself.
think that's a problem. If people want to share their food, who are we to say that they shouldn't share their food?
To each their
All
own.
right, y'all.
And I
Let's
love looking at food when other people share their food. I love
It's
seeing
disgusting.
food.
I don't want to see what
let's see
you put in your
let's
mouth.
see what Jedi and Cora Bloom are talking about. We know both of these people, so that's why they're not on camera. But if you're calling in and you're not like a regular here, make sure you are on camera because you will not be let on if you're not. So Jedi, go ahead. What's up, bro? And then Cora, you could jump in after
I'm gonna actually let Cora go. Is
okay.
that okay?
Oh,
I'm actually trying to get I'm fixing my camera right now. That's why. But
okay, so you can hop on.
yeah.
Okay. What's up, Chorus Bloom?
Hi guys.
Hi.
How am I sounding?
You sound good. We can hear you.
Okay. I just want to first say thank you to JR for hosting this, and I know this is the Kay and Kayla show, so shout out to you guys. I do have smoke for you guys sometimes, but it's all out of love.
We're always supporting. We love you.
So the original question was, can a happily married man be a simp? Is that right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say, can he be a simp? No. And the reason I'm going to just straight up say no is because if he is really happy, then he is on his purpose. He's fulfilling his vision, and the wife is following him and helping push his vision for the family. And the reason I say that is because that is the purpose of the man, and that is the purpose of marriage. But if he was actually a simp, that wouldn't be how the marriage would be. That wouldn't be taking place in the marriage. She wouldn't be following his vision. He wouldn't be leading the family if he was truly a simp. So that's why I say no.
There are many husbands out there that aren't leading their families and that are very much weak and submissive to their wives.
Cora, clarify, clarify if this is not it, but like while you were talking, I kind of got the vibe that you were saying that if a man is truly happy and fulfilled, then he automatically kind of wouldn't fall into that category. Is that kind of what you were saying?
Yes, he wouldn't fall into the category of a simp because the man's fulfillment mostly comes from him having a vision when it comes to marriage, him having a vision and his wife getting, because we're talking about in the confines of a marriage. So his wife getting behind his vision. So that is when he will be happily married. That's my point. So that's why I say he can't be a simp and happily married.
Okay. Jedi, go ahead and weigh in.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right. Everything clear? Cool.
Yep.
So first of all, when you talked about can a married man be a simp? Absolutely. There's many married men that be in positions where they're not being the more dominant figure or being the leader in their in not only in their marriage but also in the household. Now, I want to kind of explain the context of what my definition you say was simp is, because you're right. Like someone made a point is, can be misconstrued and also used just as a, as an insult, throwaway line that's actually getting belittled in a way of actually what the true meaning is. My identification with simps is what I kind of equate to also nice guys. It's basically they're not really good people, because really what happened is that nice guys is an act. You're looking for women are looking for kind men, not nice men, right? Because niceness is an act, kindness is who you are. Simp is basically putting you into a position where you are viewed as less than or think that you are inferior to the woman. And hence in there you actually think that I'm giving transactional effort to her for the sake of getting her punani or whatever you want to say, her attention or whatever that might be. And so when you see a lot of times where the lack of self-respect, to me, what emphasize that was simp is, and there could be a lot of men who are married who also have self-respect in their marriage with their women and view them as inferior to the woman. So I think that's what goes to the point what the concept of what simp means.
Can I ask Jedi a question real quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cora.
So you're saying that a simp can be happily married and happy is having fulfillment. So he can have fulfillment in being a simp.
No, I say he can be married, but what does be happily? No. You can't be happy when you view yourself as inferior.
I think you and Cora are kind of saying the same thing, but like in a different way, because she's saying that the man wouldn't be happy if that were the case. And she's saying, so basically, if he's not happy, then yeah, I think y'all are kind of saying the same thing. I don't know. Let me know. Do you get what I'm saying, Jedi?
I agree.
No, I understand what you're saying. But the thing is that because simps are men who like basically pedestalize their women in a way. So again, you're viewing yourself as inferior, or or even not only to the women but also to children too. It's like where they're afraid to, for the sake of I say I'm against the whole line, happy wife, happy life. To me, I really go against that, because basically, like I said, you're walking on eggshells of a woman who's in your own home. You shouldn't be walking on eggshells saying, well, if I don't piss her off, then everything's fine. You command the peace of your household, especially not only as a man, but also as the leader. So, and simps don't view that mentality.
So
I don't know. I don't. Is that what they mean though when they say happy wife, happy life? Because like growing up, to me, when I heard that, it was usually about like minuscule decisions within the marriage or in the household. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, maybe like I don't know, the curtains in the living room, or like where we went on vacation. I don't know, like the little things, and saying like I don't really care as much to have a say in that. Like whatever my wife wants to do, I'm happy with that if that makes her happy. Not saying like I'm a doormat and it's not about my happiness as well. It's just like those men that are more focused on the vision, more focused on purpose, that don't care about the minuscule things in the relationship, and like whichever their wife wants to do, that's cool with them. Like they don't care about that like those little things. So that's like the context that I've heard it in. But I feel like it's getting misconstrued like, oh, I'm not happy at all, I'm a doormat, and my wife being happy is like the only thing that's important.
I feel like that's an unnecessary like statement or unnecessary concept, because like you said, if a man is, or a husband is, on his vision and on his purpose, he's not gonna be worried about the little things like that. So I just feel like it's unnecessary, and the fact that it's getting like a different meaning, it just makes it more, I don't know. I just feel like it's just unnecessary.
Guys, I have to go. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you so much, Kayla and Kay, for having me.
Thank you for coming through, Amira.
Thank you.
Bye,
Thanks,
Amira.
Amira. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Amira. Let's get to Jay. What's up, Jay?
Oh, hey, how y'all doing?
Hi. We're good.
Hey, Jedi took everything from my mouth, as far as like with the simp part. Amira.
Make sure wait, hold on. Somebody's not on mute or something. Oh, there we go. All right, go ahead. Sorry, Jay.
Amira, I agree with Amira on the DNA test part. And when she say F the woman's feelings, because like when Kayla said, why would you say F her feelings if the relationship is based off a business? Why would you say F her feelings? Well, feelings has something to do with your emotions, which means love. Having a child is a business. He can lose anything that contains with having money or associate with something, finances. Don't get me wrong, you love your child. That's if that's his child. But I know people, I got real life people that was married to a woman and the kid wasn't his, and the court still make him pay child support till that kid is 18 years old. You already cheated on me. Then I got to pay for the kid that you cheated on him with. And let's just say you still dealing with that man. So you still dealing with that man while I'm taking care of his responsibilities, all because I married you and I was afraid to ask you for a DNA test because based off how you feel. Because I don't know if y'all do this, if the laws like this in you guys state, but in my state, if you take care of a child for the first 4 years, no matter what that DNA test says, you are responsible. Now I don't know how the marriage stuff takes place. If you was married to the woman, you automatically responsible. To me, that's just kind of unfair. And I would say F a woman's feelings, and I gotta protect myself first. Because why would you be offended?
Because
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kayla.
Oh,
no, I was just gonna say because it speaks to the trust and the character of the whole relationship. That's what it speaks to. It's not like, oh, we were dating, we were having a fling, or oh, we were on and off. Like we are happily married and have no problems, have no issues with infidelity or have any issues at all. Like I think that you guys trying to act like majority of like that this is such a wide scale problem when it's not. That problem is within communities of the baby daddy community and people who are just frivolously having sex with people and then end up pregnant. And like I don't know what sector it is, but I'm really highly doubting that it's an issue for majority of married people. It's probably a very small percentage of married people that have to deal with the child not being theirs or whatever the case may be. So I think like kind of toting it around like that, this is normal and this is how things should be. I mean, you can do that for your life, but I'm telling you that I'm personally going to be offended and it's going to affect how I view you, especially if I know that we are happy and healthy and we don't have any issues. And now all of a sudden you're creating one. Like Amira said, if you want to do that behind my back,
Well, Kayla,
can you
well,
hear?
Kayla, can
May
I
I
Can you
please
interject
ask
hear
you
when,
a
a
when she
question?
finishes?
tree?
Don't cut her off. Don't cut her
Go
off.
ahead. Well,
Can
no,
I
I
ask
was
you a
just gonna
question?
say if you want to do it behind my back,
I think a
I'm
lot of
fine with
women get
that.
offended about that type of when they get put in that position because they don't have nothing to lose. Now imagine if you had something to lose and you just gonna will you just put your trust in something knowing that you could lose big?
I mean,
Like
that can happen
I
in
think the
any
problem come
relationship.
in that you don't have nothing to lose. That's why you not the woman typically will never be in that position. So
What?
you won't never
What?
understand where a man coming from.
I don't. I don't because women have a lot to lose. Women can have children, and a man can decide in an instant he wants to leave and get his shit and go. It happens to women all of the time, and they're stuck with the
Absolutely.
child, or they're stuck with the child and the responsibility. Kids that those men know are theirs, and just are not interested. Like, so you saying that what does the man have to lose? I mean, I get where you're coming from, but money monetarily, okay, but this woman has a lot more to lose in terms of her life and raising a child by herself. If the dude decides to just walk out whenever, you are fully dependent on this man. You're fully dependent on this man. When you're married to this man, you have his child. So and
Right,
he
but
can decide to
like
do
let's just
whatever
say the
he
DNA
wants.
test, come back that is not his. And let's just
But
say
like,
he
why are
been
we
taking care
speaking?
of this
But
kid
like, why?
for the first 10 to 15 years. That's a
But why are
lot.
we speaking about
Besides
this
the
like this
money,
is like
he done lost. This not his child.
he
He
can
been
make more
raising a child
money?
that
You can't.
wasn't his.
He can make more money. You can't get more time back of your life that you commit to somebody. You can make
Right,
more
that's what I'm
money.
saying. So he
It's just
committed to this
money. You can
child,
make more if you have talent and
but he committed
intelligence.
to the
Why y'all
child
trying to
that the
act like
woman
it's
knows
hard?
there was a possibility that it wasn't his.
But if you knew that there was not, why would you start a fire in your own house? If you know that there's not a possibility, you trust your woman, you know her character, you know that y'all are happy, and
But
yet
I
you
agree with
want
Kay.
to.
I agree with Kay. It should. I believe when you have a baby, DNA test should be on the table right out the gate. It should never be
And I don't
where
disagree with
it
that.
should be optional. I
I
think
don't
DNA
disagree
test
with
should
that.
be mandated.
That's
That way,
fine.
this won't be a topic of discussion.
And that's fine. I don't disagree with that. That it should just be a part of the normal birthing process. That that there's a DNA test done, just normally. But that's not the process, and that's not how it is, and that's not how a woman's gonna feel when she's been happily committed to you and serving you and following your vision and putting her shit to the side to follow you and do and join your and everything, and then you want to turn around and say, "I'm not really sure if this is my baby or not," and you honestly think that that's not gonna affect the dynamics.
Well, let's just say, Kayla, let me ask you this question then. Let's just say you is making 500,000 a year, but you just happen to fall in love with a man that's making 100,000 a year, and you come to the marriage with mostly everything. With your logic, you basically saying you wouldn't sign a prenup.
What? How does that? I never. Okay, you must not
What I
watch
mean
it.
is, you're going to put your trust and faith in him without protecting yourself first. So you don't believe in prenups,
That's
because
not.
prenups is
That's
basically
not
saying I
true.
don't trust you I don't trust you when stuff go bad.
That's totally different because I talk about it all the time that the reason that I want a prenup is not even for me, it's for my inheritance. It has nothing to do with me because if I'm at where I am in my life and the man's at the same thing, then we're pretty much at the same place. But because I know I have inheritance and I have things I'm going to inherit, I don't want it to affect my family in the long run. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason that
Understandable.
I would do it. But I genuinely, if I didn't have, if I didn't have that, I don't even know if I would do the prenup, to be honest. But
One
I
more
do
question.
have quite a few
One more.
assets
All right, Jay,
that I'm
last
going
thing
to
because we got to
inherit.
get to cream of the planet.
Okay, one more statement. When you say guys been nice to women and spend the money, I agree. Like, I agree with everything what Jedi was saying. Also, for the women part, like when he say nice guy and kind guy, that's what I believe in. But for the women, they should be more cautious, because if people just going out their way being extra nice, shouldn't you be kind of like hesitant? Like, it's almost like don't take candy from strangers.
Were you asking Kayla or
I
Bougie?
was asking Kayla, like, what would you think? Like, would you have your antennas up if a man just been super nice to you? He don't know you. Um, he don't know you. He just been extra.
Been like nice to me.
Yeah, nice to you, spending money, spending money, spending money.
Somebody who I'm not in a relationship with, somebody that's like
Yeah,
courting
somebody
me.
that you're not in a relationship with. Would you be kind of hesitant, like, because it's been a lot of
Only,
situations where it's been
only if
guys that does this type of nice stuff for women, and then next thing you know, the woman end up in bad situations.
no, I get that. For me, only if it's outside of his character. Only if it's outside
Most
of his
times when
character. If
guys
this
does that,
man,
it is outside of his character.
but I'm saying if it's not, like I've been like, if this man has money and these are things that he does regularly, like these restaurants he's going to, these things that he's buying, the stuff that we're doing, is this how he's lived? This is how he lives his life. And I'm coming along for the ride. But if that's not how, that's not his character, that's not his life, and then all of a sudden he's doing all this extra stuff for me that I'm definitely is going to raise a red flag. But like if he takes me somewhere nice or gives me something nice and he's the type that
Hold on,
does that
Jedi.
and that's his
I
life,
see
then
you,
that's
Jedi. Hold on.
because
Wait,
it's like
so
it's you can't compare it. Just like I can't compare it and say, oh, my college boyfriend never bought me this and never bought me that. Because this man's buying me that means that he has an agenda. But if this man has millions of dollars, this is a drop in the bucket to him, and this is his level of gift versus my boyfriend from high school's I'm from college's level of gift. You know what I'm saying? If it matches his level and where he's at, that makes plenty of sense. But if you're only making six figures and you're giving me really, really expensive gifts that I'm like, how are you even affording this? Then I'm definitely got the red flags up because this doesn't even make sense to me.
All right, so let's hold on, Jedi. Hold on. You're gonna get to talk. We just gotta get some of these other people that haven't said a word. Cream of the planet Earth, you've been waiting with your hat for several minutes. Can you hear me? If so, come off mute. No? Yes? No? Maybe he can't hear us. Cora, do you have any like kind of last thoughts like while we start rotating people in? Oh, there we go. Yes, we can hear you.
Wait a minute, Kay. He's got to come. He's got to shut whatever else
In the
he's got down because
background.
he's on delay. You should only be
Okay.
engaged on the stream,
You can?
bro.
All right. There's
Turn off like any other YouTube or any other thing you have in the background.
Is that better?
Yep, much better.
Yeah, there's a delay on my end here. I don't understand here. I'll try to join back in.
Okay. All right. Cora, did you have any kind of last thoughts or anything you wanted to say while we kind of rotate people in and out?
Yes. Shout out to the panel, but shout out to Rilla. What's up? I haven't been on with you yet. Much love to you. Much respect. But no, I don't think I have anything else to say. I was gonna bring up the point about just have the blanket DNA test done, but I didn't know that you all had already discussed that. But I do agree with that. Just if we could make it the way we wanted to make it, just have the DNA test automatically done, and that will solve a lot of these issues where, you know, if you're married and then the husband wants a DNA test, it wouldn't be a big thing because it's just already automatically done. So yeah, that's all I had to say, and thank you for having me on tonight. And God bless the panel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cora.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right, let's see. Leyland Canty, go ahead, and then we get to Chicago, and we'll try to get Cream of the Earth back in.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Wow. How you doing? How you doing? Big fan of the show. Rilla, what's up, man? How you doing? Kayla, thank you for having me. I just want to give a little clarity on the whole Russell Westbrook and Future thing. The reason why most men Russell Wilson. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, not Russell Westbrook. Russell Wilson. You understand? Russell Wilson. The reason why.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, different sports. The reason why we give Russell Wilson so much, I guess some men give Russell Wilson so much pushback and being called a simp is because of not because of just Future, but of Ciara's dating history. You see, sometimes a simp is literally personified by what he does in a moment, choosing what he plans to do in the future and regarding a woman's past. So most of the time when simps are active, they're usually choosing women that may have a past, may even be of a single mother and stuff like that, knowing they may have some type of baggage, but is optimistically looking forward to the future with them regarding their self-respect in the present and so much optimism in the future. So this is why for some people, the whole Russell Wilson thing is like Ciara was with Bow Wow, then went to 50, then went to Future. And I do believe Future was on his 4th kid by the time Ciara actually had his. So now you're a 5th baby mother with a past history of questionable dudes who, you know, let's face it, they have men who are in the entertainment industry, so they wasn't of the most faithful kind. And now you're choosing to have your first child with a man who has 4 others. And then after that, you know, of the sort of engagement they was going in, which coincidentally, ironically, not surprisingly, didn't work. You now have a Russell Wilson to come and be the Superman that has righted the wrongs of everybody in the past. And for some men, it's like, how dare you? How dare you want to be the one to want to claim something good after you done dealt with so much bad and now feel like, oh, I'm entitled to this type of man after knowing that that type of man now was the man I was looking over years ago. I probably ran into a whole bunch of Russell Wilsons during my time, but I looked over him, and now after I am so sick and tired of, I'm just tired.
Leyland, and then we're gonna get
Leland.
right to the name of the
Leland.
Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you for the correction. So
No problem.
Leland, are you saying that like some men are just mad for Russell, even though Russell is living his best life and happy?
We're kind of disappointed. It's more so because here's the thing: we all, as men, we want the best. But here's the thing: every man, I believe, at some point in time, wants that Russell Wilson's love that they have with her and Ciara. We just don't want the type of woman that Ciara has become to actually get it.
So
we don't want that type of that tumultuous past of you messing up and trial and error for you to now appreciate us in the here and now. You see what I'm saying?
Kind of vicariously, because
it's not so much men are vicariously, but it's so much so that a lot of men growing up live that way, of the nice guy, of the one who wants to be the one to court a woman, do things right, give her flowers, do all that, and we got looked over. And then for all the men that Ciara ended up with, the Bow Wows, the 50s, and the Futures, those are the men that you dare have your legacy with, and then expect us, the type of men who stayed in frame, the type of men who Russell Wilson probably always been throughout his entire life. Now you want us. It's almost like if a woman was that woman, she wasn't as beautiful in high school. Men didn't always pay attention to her, but as soon as she blossomed, yeah, the dude, yeah, he picked the bougie girls. But as soon as that one girl blossomed and became in her feminine and became the woman that she always was meant to be, now you want me. Now you want to look my way. Now you want to inbox me. That's the same dynamic in reverse. Men, we just look at it as like, you know what, I was always this type of man. I was always a Russell Wilson. I just don't want a Ciara to now register me as the man who's came in and cleaned up all her mess, the man who's doing right by her because every other man did her wrong.
Oh, so Leland, some men might see themselves in Russell Wilson as the nice guy who might have been looked over or something. So now
they might personally
about him picking a woman that he
and they're mad.
And some personally, but
different thing.
I will say that in a
real quick, and we're gonna get back to it. We want to make sure we get the cream of the crop.
No, I'm just saying, and I'm not saying personally that all men will see themselves in a Russell Wilson. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is how most men will carry themselves in the nature of I want to be in everything to a woman. The fact that I am only that later on in life, after the fact, after she done dealt with the worst of men. Now I'm her only and last option when I should have been her first. That's all I'm saying. Most men carry that torch of I am that type of man who can do right by a woman. Unfortunately, those type of women don't see that until later on. That's all I'm saying.
I just have a quick question.
Yes.
What is the character of Russell Wilson prior to Ciara? Because I didn't even know, I don't follow football, but I don't even know who he was. And so it's kind of strange that people are painting him as this person. And it's like he wasn't even on the scene really until he got with Ciara. So I'm trying to understand, like, was there an understanding that he was such a great guy or whatever because he was childless? Because that doesn't make him childless. At the end of the day, Ciara's with rappers, but he is also an NFL player. And they don't have a good track record for being great men that are faithful and all this extra stuff. So
Kayla.
But his present situation.
No, I want somebody to answer that.
Hold on real quick.
I like somebody to answer that question.
Hold on. Kayla.
I'm sorry.
Kayla. One thing you have to understand is that what's on your radar isn't on our radar.
Okay, I was asking a question.
Listen, I know. I'm giving you the answer. Okay, I'm giving you the answer. Okay, you good?
Yeah, about Russell.
Okay, cool. Kayla, you good?
Are you going to answer the question about Russell? Because that's what I was asking.
Let me know when I can answer the question.
You interrupted somebody that was going to answer the question.
I know. Let me know when I can answer the question for you.
Okay, let him answer, and then you can go after him.
You're gonna have to rephrase the question one more time. I'm sorry.
Was Russell known as a man with all this upstanding character and all of this
No,
stuff.
okay, right there. Okay, I would say
Sierra.
what we would know about Russell Wilson beforehand, no. But what we can say is his present situation in getting with Sierra. His present situation getting with Sierra has a lot of men thinking, okay, you know what? He was a football player. He was a football player. So guess what? He could have been sleeping around, like you said, Kayla. He could have been, you know what I mean, out here in the streets like you know what I mean, like other football and other athletes, but he wasn't. He wasn't. So I mean, what does that say about him in the industry that he's in when he had the opportunity to do what so many others did? That's what I'm saying. So we don't really know his past. But
hold on 1 second. And I really want people to pay attention. Kayla, you asked the question. I understand I interrupted Leland. I paused him a couple times to get his permission to go ahead. And you kept talking and you kept interrupting. And I don't know what answer you want, but I was preparing to answer your question. The answer to your question is really, just because it's not on your radar doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's something that I say all the time. Just because you pour syrup on just because you pour syrup on it don't make it pancakes, right? So it would be the equivalent of you asking us men about a Nene Leakes, right? Like you would say something to the effect of like, was she known before Housewives of Atlanta or something? We may not know the answer to that because the only thing we know is Housewives of Atlanta. You may know her for all the strip club and everything else she used to do, right? So what we know about Russell Wilson.
I did that too. Russell Westbrook, Russell Simmons.
I heard you, bro. What we know about Russell Westbrook was that he was a star athlete at Wisconsin. We know that the first woman he was with, you know, and for all intent and purposes, her ethnicity does play a part into how most men look at Russell Wilson. We also look at the fact of, you know, the conversations that come out in the locker room. So the men that have issues with Russell Wilson and his inability to be able to effectively lead is why you hear so many men calling him simp. But he was known before he got with Sierra. That's the point. That's why men are qualified to speak on him and say what he is and isn't. I personally don't look at him that way, but I understand the brothers that do. That's the point that I was making, sister.
All right. Well, I want to thank y'all. That was only the only point I wanted to bring up, though. But
thank you, man.
So thank you.
So let me speak to this really quick, Jedi, because I told Kay, I promised Kay that I would not be on this thing long. So just really quick, and then y'all can have at it.
Rock.
So listen, this is interesting to me. We're having a conversation about DNA, right? Y'all having a conversation about DNA. Shout out Kings and Queens. If this is your first time when Kings and Queens get a chance to speak, y'all gonna be floored. And ladies, I really do wish y'all would call in and please get these likes up, stop playing. But y'all having a conversation and saying, oh, I would be so offended about if somebody asked me for DNA. We acting like we just didn't see one of our favorite YouTubers, friend of the show, get on his platform last night and spill his guts about the implications of his woman doing something egregious and stepping out on him. What are we really talking about? What are we talking about?
So because that was on YouTube, that means we all saw it?
No, what that means is,
because I don't even know who that is.
Listen,
and I don't follow their content, so.
Amira said it perfect. If a man wants to, and I hear you, Kayla, I didn't expect you to see it. I know you out traveling the world and you know what I'm saying, you on a yacht right now, so I get it. Shout out to JJ, you looking like you in a Hype Williams video. You all close up on the camera with your shades, right? With the Versace shades right now, man. But then though, I'm talking to the chat that knows, the chat that rocks with us, and the chat that the family that I saw over there. We sitting up here acting like, I mean, this man paraded around his woman. He talked about marrying. He talked about retiring his woman next year. Talked about retiring and this woman makes money. And we finna sit up here and act like these situations don't exist. It's like, oh, if a man says he wants to get a DNA test on me, I'm gonna be offended. This man sit up here talking about he went through a whole log of text messages that he saw his woman going back and forth with her ex. What are we talking? Come on, fam. What are we talking about?
Okay, and that's him. What does that have to do with
you see what I'm saying? Now you see how you will it down and say, oh, that's just him.
I don't care.
So how many examples? Wait, listen. So listen. So Kayla, I know that's your life too. I know,
It's
Kayla. That's
his
your life
life.
too.
I
So
don't
here's
know
the
him.
deal.
I
How
don't know
many
his
more
life.
examples?
So
How
you
many
want me
more
to make
examples?
judgments?
How many more
I don't care.
examples do you need?
I
How many
don't
more
need any.
examples?
I'm not changing
No,
my
no, you
perspective.
do.
I
How
will be
many would you
offended,
need for it to
period. There's nothing
How
that you
many
can
would you
say
need for it to
that's
be
going to
valid?
change it. So let's just keep
How
the
many?
conversation going
Listen,
because that's how
no,
I
you can't.
feel.
I mean, listen, you can't.
That's how I feel.
Well, then who
What
cares
is,
how
what
you
is,
feel?
what do you,
What are you
That's
talking?
exactly. Really, this is my
What are
question.
you
I want to ask
talking
Kayla.
about?
And Kayla, I want. All
I'm
right.
gonna let y'all cook, man. I'm gonna say this for Thursday, man. Y'all be wilding on here, man. I
No,
swear I don't be trying to
I
call
said
in on
how I
Mondays.
feel.
Y'all be
Like
doing
just
the
because that
most.com
situation
on
happened,
Mondays,
you
man.
think I'm going to change my viewpoint on it if I'm offended?
Kayla, you said you would be offended on your
Yes.
own anecdotal. You also threw up your friend that you know, and you was like, I don't understand what he would do. And like you ain't in a relationship. You don't know. You don't know what's going on in a relationship.
I clearly do.
In your friend's relationship, oh, my bad. Let me go
If
ahead
you
and
were
log
watching
off.
the show last night, you would have heard.
Go ahead, Jedi. Let me let you cook, and I'm gonna let y'all handle that. Kayla, I'll see you Thursday, girl.
Yeah.
Peace, y'all. Peace, y'all.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm gonna ask the question to you, Kayla, and then I'm gonna see what kings and queens and cream of the planet have to talk about. But Kayla, you made a point when Jay was talking about prenups, saying how you wanted to have a prenup because you want to protect your, whatever your inheritance, right? I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you didn't care, but you say inheritance as you can equate to what inheritance or legacy, whatever, right? But you didn't care about the legacy when the man won the DNA test because you said you'd be offended. But once it came to your resources and your inheritance on the line, then all suddenly it matters. You don't see the contradiction
because that
there?
affects other people. There are other people that are willed to that inheritance as well. Now, the third person or a fourth person into the mix of splitting that inheritance, that doesn't just affect me, that affects them. If I didn't have that inheritance, I probably wouldn't do the prenup. I believe you should get married and that should be the end of it. But I have other people to consider.
But also the man also has some also consider too the legacy of what that offspring going to provide. That's saying it's the same thing. What the response are you making for yourself? The same thing onto the man and the importance of him saying getting the DNA test. But then you said, well, he can get offended. That's what I'm saying. You can keep bringing feelings into it. I just thought it was kind of hypocritical when you made that statement, and I just say you just kind of glossed over that, which is why I brought up to your attention. I didn't really think you understood what you just said.
No, I very well understood what I just said. And what I also just said is that if I didn't have that inheritance, I would not want a prenup. So I don't know where you're trying to go with it. But again, I'm considerate of other people that are a part of this inheritance. And I know that I don't want to risk having to split it with a third person or, whatever the situation is that's going to affect my family. Didn't have that. And I was just a regular person and my man was a regular person. I don't feel like we need a prenup. We both are starting out, trying to figure it out and building together. I don't feel like we need a prenup at that point.
So sorry guys, I kind of don't know what happened. There was a technical issue. I'm not sure what's been going on since I've been gone. Is there anyone who did not speak yet? I know I was waiting for
Just June and Kings and Queens didn't speak, and pretty much everyone on the bottom row.
Okay, all right. So I know Just June. I know you've been waiting. Kings and Queens. I know you've been there waiting too. Let's go with y'all two first. Then we'll go to what's up, Rico. Then we'll go to Rico and Zoe. Hey, Zoe.
Good, Zoe.
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's up, Jedi? Jedi Mike for president.
Just June, do you want to go first? Do you want to go before me?
No, you were here before me, man. So
oh, okay.
I'll defer.
God bless you. God bless you. Yeah, I've just been listening to the conversation, and I just thought I'd just ring because it's important. And I think there's two things here. One is the power of the prenup or lack of, and then the other one is this whole idea about whether or not you should ask a woman to do a DNA test. So sadly, in the Western world, there's been a decline in trust between men and women. There's been a decline in trust, and really, a lot of men worldwide have discovered that their children are just not theirs. You know, the children are not theirs. It's as simple as that. And so I would say this, and I would say this to men, really. On the second or third date, if you believe in dating, many don't, but at some point early on, you should establish with any woman that if you were to get married and if you were to have children, would you be happy to do a DNA test?
I agree.
If she says no, just say, well, it's been nice knowing you. And if she and you know, no hard feelings. You know, another man might come along who would be perfectly happy to do no DNA test and fly blind. You know, now as far as I'm concerned, any wife or queen should understand the reality of the times we are living in and be perfectly happy to give a DNA test to her future husband way before she's met him. Way before she's met him. It's about establishing trust between the pair of you, and that's part of it. And it should really be seen as part of it. That's the first thing. Don't get with any woman who's not prepared to do a DNA test. Don't get into an emotional connection with her from the get-go. Just keep it moving. That's number one. It will save you a lot of generational problems. Number two, the whole idea about what did we say? The whole idea. What was the other conversation? The whole idea about God. What was it? What was the other topic we were just?
The main topic is, can a happily married man be a simp?
Can a happily married man be a simp? As far as I'm concerned, anything is possible. Anything's possible. You can't say, you know, we can't sit here and say it's not possible. Anything's possible, but is it probable? Is it probable? That's really what it's all about. Can naturally, do women respect simps? Do women respect simps? I don't think so.
Can you give your just quick, what would you consider a simp?
Yeah, so a simp really is someone who really doesn't look for parity in their relationship. You know, in other words, someone who says, and don't get me wrong, I think it's a good thing to see the development of your wife and want the best for your wife. You know, there's nothing wrong with that, right? But really, a simp, to me anyway, is someone whose purpose, really, the thing that they're on, can get sidetracked and sidelined, right? Really, just because of woman's whims, including your wife.
Okay,
so that for me is a simp. And really, the wife,
whatever way the wind blows.
The wife should really be on, happy to join in with his purpose. That doesn't mean that she's not going to be fulfilled through it. You know, the idea of a husband, I think, is to ensure that everybody grows who's under your care, whether it's your wife and kids, under your care. That's and the simp is someone who says, I'll throw away my purpose and I'll follow after your coattails. Makes no sense. And I don't believe a woman is truly happy or fulfilled or feels joy if that's going to happen. That's just my opinion. Many would beg to differ, and that's fine. But in terms of true happiness, in terms of all of that, I don't know if it's, I think it's possible, but I don't know if it's probable.
So kings and queens, before we get to June, earlier you were talking about the paternity testing, which I'm down with that. I think it should just kind of be part of regular, birthing or whatever. Like it should just be part of the process. But Lovely Capricorn said, I wonder how men would react if women asked them to do an STD screening and get tested for AIDS before having unprotected sex. Now, let me say, I think that this is something people absolutely should do. Men and women, this is something I think everyone should do before engaging in those types of activities. Do you see the parallel there? Because I think that she kind of put that up when you were talking about the paternity test situation.
There's no parallel. Men, but listen, it's common sense. I thought people did that anyway. It's common sense, right? For me, it's common sense, right? To get, Okay, so in the way it works in the UK is you can go to the screening center, go to the hospital, go to a clinic, get tested for everything, and then you show it to the person. You
Agreed.
show it on, we
go
got
together.
it. You show it. She goes and does it. You go and do it, and you show the person.
Yep.
Or you go with them to get. What are you doing? If you're not doing that, what are you doing? So there's no. The two are totally different.
Yeah.
With DNA testing, it's about respecting the fact that what reasonable woman would expect men to give up their generational legacy, right, to someone, to a child that's not yours, right? What reasonable female, no wife would do that. No queen would, in this today in 2021, right, would expect you to basically just to do that. It's not sensible, right?
So I just want to speak to the parallel since people aren't seeing it, right? We say we get tested, right? We're in a relationship, we're obviously having unprotected sex and everything's good and we're all happy, right? And then one day your spouse asks you, can you go get tested again? And you say, yeah, sure. Why? Do you think I've been unfaithful? No, I just, you never know what's going on in these streets. How do you think that's going to go over? You think the person's going to just think, oh,
spouse or boyfriend?
Because you want this relationship and having sex with them for years and been faithful to them, and all of a sudden they come in and ask you to get an STD test. That is the same. That is the parallel. It's the same thing. Because why would you marry a woman whose character you can't trust to know if the child is yours?
I think it's fine to go and get tested. Look, if both of you are going to go and get tested midway through your marriage or your dating, whatever it is you like to do, whether it's being married or whatever is your situation is, do it. Both of you should go and do it. But that's not what we're. I don't see a parallel with that, which you should be doing anyway.
It is a parallel. It's about trust.
Well, yeah.
Because if you guys already did that and you already established that, the only reason you would need to do it again is if something's changed. But if you guys are only having sex with each other and we've already tested and we're in a happy, healthy, committed relationship, what's changed that now that we need to test again? If we both have been faithful to each other, that's the indication that somebody feels that somebody hasn't been faithful and we need to do it again.
Can I ask Kayla a quick question?
But the whole thing about a DNA test with a child, about a DNA test with a child, right? To make, because you only have that child's only going to be born once, right? So I think it's fine to get that tested, and you may or may not be faithful. I don't know, depending on your relationship. And I think it's all right to quell those fears of your wife or your husband. And I think that's absolutely fine. But you only have one child, and you only need to, that only requires one DNA test. What's the issue?
Okay. All right. So let's see. Who did I say next? June, chime in.
What's going on, y'all? Kayla, Kay. So going to the whole discussion about paternity. And I know Alan Q came on, and of course, Kayla said, I grew up in a two-parent home, and I know a lot of people use that as an excuse to say, I've never heard of these things. Well, my father was born outside of his marriage. When his father that he thought he knew died, somebody told him like, oh, that's not your father. Now, the grandfather I thought used to be in the street, stuff of that nature. So my biological grandfather was the man, kind of was the cleanup man for the most part. So I have three sides of the family. I grew up in a two-parent home, and the whole mama's baby, daddy's maybe, that's where it came from in those days. My dad was born in 1959. And in my hometown, a little small hometown, everybody almost has three sides of the family. Mama had up there because maybe daddy was a truck driver, had a side family, or he went out to war. Vietnam, a lot of guys missing in action, didn't come back. Women were lonely, came back home, thought, well, it's a baby on the way, something of that nature. Stuff ain't really add up. It's a lot of those situations out there, Kayla. I personally have taken a DNA test to make sure I wasn't the father of a baby when I was younger. So you can't say because you haven't experienced it, and you can't throw out trust and character. Women make mistakes just like men do. Women have moments of vulnerability, just like men do. So you can feel offended, but if it's not true, then okay, you could be in your feelings and you can get over it. But nothing is going to take away how the child feels figuring out that daddy's not who I thought my daddy was. Mama lied to me my whole life. I witnessed this as a son and saw how it affected my father and see how it affected my half uncles, half aunties. And my father recently passed at 70, still dealing with all that drama. I have cousins that have mothers that have 4 or 5 baby daddies. They don't really know who their father is. Some find out from somebody else. So we can't make it like, oh, men have huge cause to actually question the validity of whether or not a child is theirs. It's just plain and simple. It's biological. Now, my thoughts on the whole simp thing. Like the word simp is like, it goes back to the 90s. I mean, like Boys II Men actually made a song about it, explaining how simping ain't easy because it's basically put aside in your respect for the affections of a woman. And for men, respect is love. So if you're going to sacrifice your respect just to get the actual attention and just a chance for a woman, we call that simping. Now, people do throw around the term a little bit, and the whole Russell Wilson thing is one of those things that get thrown in it, and a lot of people didn't really pay Russell Wilson attention at all. Black women were clowning Russell Wilson, saying, "Yeah, he looks lame." Because if anybody follows football, of course, I used to play ball myself. They remember when Russell Wilson got drafted, and his ex-wife was right beside, who was his girlfriend, fiance at the time, and she had that big, almost look unreal, wide smile when he got drafted. And like, oh yeah, of course he looks like he dates white women. He couldn't get a black girl. And they labeled Russell Wilson as the cornball brother, similar to RG3. Now, when he divorced,
that was like a salt, maybe not salty necessarily, but like a response that
no
gave. Because think about it, when I hear people saying that Russell Wilson is, that women think he's lame, when in your life
they were
when in your life has the star football player that's good looking ever had an issue with women? Come on.
I played college ball, so I've seen this up close.
You saw the star football player, the quarterback, whoever, that was good looking, have problems with women? You saw that?
Well, maybe with black women, but not necessarily other women. So like, here's some background on Russell. Russell has black parents, both educators, played baseball. Now, the dudes that play baseball and football, they're a little bit different because the baseball guys kind of hang a little bit around. Sisters didn't check for no dudes playing baseball. He was a baseball star that was good at football. He got drafted minor leagues, but he liked football so much.
In college,
he's still a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
And they still weren't really checking for him like that because they still remember Russell Wilson. He looks too clean cut. He talks very white. I'm telling you, I have friends that played in the league. I have friends that coach in the league. This is what the comment was because they didn't really know who Russell Wilson was. They just said he looked lame, and they understood why he probably dated white women.
But don't you think that's of a particular type of black person though? Because if you come from like highly educated, like me, you come from highly educated Jack and Jill kind of like black people, he would be like the most eligible bachelor. Everybody's mom will be trying to get their daughter with him in my community. So I mean, you could say he's lame maybe to people in the hood that like swag or whatever, but like that would be the person that every girl like growing up would try to be with, because like
I just don't think that. I mean,
see, Kayla and Kay, like I've had the same situation. Both my parents, educators, stuff like that. Same situation. Mothers love me, but because I look I look a little bit like Jaleel White, a little bit hysterical.
One of those
now because I was athletic, it saved me just a little bit. I was one of the best players on my team, but still, because I was considered the safe guy, I still got overlooked a good bit. So I can relate to a Russell Wilson type now. I've never been into any like anybody outside black women because my mom just wouldn't have had that. But you know, once I like went to college, stuff of that nature, grew into my own, of course, I started attracting a lot more women. Like I say, but like I completely understand about the whole Jack and Jill culture. I got friends been to Jack and Jill. Both my parents were Greek. So I mean, like, it still doesn't. This is what you see, even with the athletes. Even with the athletes, it's still a pecking order. You still got to have a particular edge because, like, I've seen guys. Prime example, Troy Williamson came on the yard. Nobody paid him any attention. All he dealt with were white girls. Now, when he started getting to the draft, his draft stock, then he started dealing with sisters. I've seen this happen literally, and that's kind of where people kind of have this whole. They start to label people because the women label them, and the dudes see how the women label them, and they roll with it. If they see like, if the women think Russell Wilson is corny, the dude's gonna call him corny and lame. So seeing Sierra switch that quick, and Russell kind of does whatever Sierra wants. If people can remember when Future was dealing with Sierra and he said why they broke up, Sierra wanted a whole televised wedding, a reality show. He said, hey, I don't want that. I don't want my people there. And you know what Russell did? He did everything Sierra wanted. Everything. So he kind of went in line.
What does that mean?
What does that mean for us? What?
Like, he did everything. What's everything for her? He married her.
Stupid nigger! Son of a bitch, I hate niggers! And
What?
I don't know.
Oh, my bad. But you heard me just doing just like,
yeah.
Like just the point of like you said he did everything for her. That's
so
his
like
wife, right?
So the stuff that she wanted, like for her wedding and stuff of that nature, like he kind of just he goes along with it. Like her FaceTiming after they had their first night of sex, saying how good it was, you know, just over the top extra stuff. It's certain things that you should kind of keep to yourself. Future had a pretty big issue with that because she wanted everything public, similar to kind of like how the Kardashians were doing their stuff. Russell's all about photo ops and stuff of that nature, but now he didn't do that with his first wife. So he's actually doing something that he didn't do with his first wife that he's doing with Sierra, because that's
Does
what
that
Sierra
mean that
wanted.
he didn't want to though?
I mean, this is like typically one of the first
We
black
don't know
women he's
him, so how
basically
are we
dated
saying
though.
that,
So
like,
I mean,
he did
maybe
it
he's
just
just
for
like,
her?
hey man, I got a black woman that ended me. She's famous. I'm gonna roll with this. Because historically he's dated white women. This is new for him. That's
And I
all I'm
think
saying.
to me it seems like he's happy, and this is what he wanted all along.
I didn't say anything about him not being happy. But for other men, it might be an issue where, and some men don't even know. Some men been raised by women that know that, well, I gotta please the women. They've never been in a situation where they actually been respected, honored. They just feel like I gotta do whatever I gotta do to get my respect from the woman. Now they meet some other men that get their respect, and now they actually realize, wow, your woman do that for you? Like, you don't got to do nothing extra to do that? And they're realizing that, wow, maybe this happy life, happy wife thing is not balanced. Maybe I'm not respecting myself enough because I'm thinking I got to respect my wife to a higher than I respect myself or my woman, my girlfriend, to get a piece of respect. And again, like we've seen a lot of dudes that are married that don't necessarily are respected by their wives, and they take it because they think that's how it is. We even see even in sitcoms, because that's just how in the Western world, that's normal. Men got to be a little more docile when they're married. But then we come here and say, well, why are all these men so weak? It's what people see. This is one of the happy life, happy wife stuff instead of happy house, happy spouse. That's what it should be. And I'm married, by the way, so that's my 2 cents, man. We'll let everybody talk. Thank you for having me on. Kings and queens, man. Respect your opinion, man. Hope to see you again. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to drop out as well. So I'm going to go to bed. It's late here. But thank you for having me
Have
on.
a good night. Thank you for coming on.
God bless. Bye.
All right. So, what in the world? Okay. Let's go to Samantha, Rico, do you mind if Samantha goes first? She's like the first woman that has come up here tonight. So Samantha, go ahead. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you all?
Good. How are you doing?
I am pretty good. Thank you for asking. Hello, Kayla. And everybody
Hi
else
there.
in the chat.
Hey.
Hey. So I'm only going to speak on one of the topics, and I'm going to just get in and out. It was you all were talking about women getting paternity tests. As far as the men asking, for a paternity test to, confirm that the child is theirs. My question would actually be, why is that even a problem as far as asking for one? If you know who you are, you're not doing nothing nefarious, why is that even a problem? And then, you got to also understand the fact of men in general have been burnt so many times, right? Why would you not want to make it easier for the man? Why would you want to even have him question even more if if that child is a father? So I just feel as though it's really not even a question at that moment. It's more like, okay, let's do it. I told my own man some time ago, I said, if we ever ended up getting pregnant, I'll be the first one taking a DNA test because I don't want you to even question. I know who I am. I know what I do. I know who's all around me and who might feel as though it's not something that should be done. You shouldn't have to prove yourself to a man, blah, 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 whatever. But if I'm with the person that I'm with, I know who I am, I know what I bring to the table, and I'm consistent with that. Why is that a problem to show that? So that, is more or less, I have more questions than I have an answer to that. You know what I'm saying? So that's really all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I, like I said earlier, I don't think there's any issue with that. I wouldn't personally be offended. I know that Kayla, you can speak more to this. Kind of just mentioned like the dynamic of the relationship changing, maybe if someone is highly offended by such a request. But Samantha, I agree with you. Like, no big deal, whatever.
I mean, you get tests taken all the damn time. I don't, it's a stick of some blood on a stick or in the little thing that spins around in the DNA lab, and it's just done. It's nothing extra that needs to have to go with it. It's all about a person's feeling at the moment. But you have to also consider the feeling of the other person that wants that done. It sounds more like the woman is more concerned about themselves, their feelings, their thought process on it, and not taking into consideration the feelings and emotions and thought process of the man that they were with before or at that time. So it kind of like it messes with my frontal cortex because it's just real simple.
I think what Kings and Queens brought up earlier was a good point. Kind of talk about this in the beginning of a relationship. Like, look, if we were to ever go down this path, this is what, I would be comfortable with happening. And then that kind of takes away some of that awkwardness or like the relationship changing, the whole dynamic thing that like Kayla was talking about earlier. I mean, I get it from every side. I mean, it's a personal decision. Some people are going to be mad, some are not. I understand people that would be offended. I wouldn't be offended. So it's just kind of like, I mean, different people do different things. But if you're a man or a woman that wants to have a DNA test or whatever, if you get someone gets pregnant or if you get pregnant, I think that maybe just talk about that in the beginning, because I can also see that. I mean, I would assume, and Rico, we're going to come to you next. So maybe you can address this. If you're with someone and you're in love and y'all are married and nothing's going wrong, and you never asked her to get a paternity test, and she's like, I think I'm gonna go get a paternity test. What would you think, Rico? Like, if she was just like, I'm just gonna do this, no reason. You're like, why? She's like, I just don't want you to have any doubts. What would go through your mind at that moment?
Oh, I'm here. I land in the school of Kayla. To me, and for full transparency, I'm an older gentleman. I have several kids. And I will say this, Kay, I believe to me, it was a question that I hate to say it, none of the three of you should have answered, because I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you, Kayla, or Amira have children, correct? Am I correct about that? Okay, so the only reason why I say that, and I know Kayla, it landed more close to it, until you're a woman that has carried a child for 9 months and gave birth, and then subsequently knowing you have been in a monogamous, committed relationship and or marriage, to be questioned about that after the fact, it doesn't land in a very good place at all. Flat out, full stop. So to not be a mother, to have experienced that and to say, oh, well, I would be fine. Tell me, check with me after you had your first child. I promise you, your emotional state about that question will feel fully different. With that being said, something else that people are not taking into question: are these fathers willing to pay for these tests? I'm in the state of Maryland. DNA test is $400. Hell no, you're not going to pass that on to the taxpayer. You want to be assured of it, you pay it. It's also unfair to put that cost on the mother if the father's in doubt. If you feel like you have to be, clear, fine, that's your right. But you should bear the burden of that cost. Another part that we're missing out, okay? A DNA test is verification after the fact, when what we should be doing is verifying that we're with a woman of character before the fact. So the very fact that you're doing it after the act, you're already fucked up, partner. That's the same lesson that I give to my adult sons. If you have to verify after the fact, if she's the right one, you shouldn't have been going in there unprotected in the first place. However, if you sit there and you're willing to risk that and to put that strain on that relationship and or marriage, don't expect that woman will not carry that burden with her for the rest of that fucking union. And she has a right to feel that way. The same way you have a right to feel like you need to know, great partner, then she got the right to feel offended. And you can't tell her just to blow off her fucking feelings if you couldn't blow off yours. And not too many people on this panel can say that they can raise their hand and that they're the children of a DNA tested. And with that being said, we all don't truly know who the fuck our father was other than what we were told. People have been doing this for the duration. DNA testing has only been around 30, 40 years at best. And it hasn't been wildly popular that long. So I'm the son of whoever the hell my mother told me I was. And if he fucking raised me, he's my father. Full stop. Full stop. So I get these young guys. You want to know? Fine. You fucking pay for it. If it lands in a bad place, then you have to deal with the consequences of that emotional trauma that we like to toss. I hear people toss around the word on that you inflict upon this woman after her carrying. And let's also understand the vast majority, not all, of the DNA tests come back that the person is the father. You've been sexing her unprotected for a sustained period of time. It's a very high likelihood that you are the father. We're not talking about, 80% of these DNA tests are coming back that the guy's not the father. We sensationalize those that do be the case, but that is clearly in the minority, not the majority. So just because 10 or 15% of the cases come out that way, what about the other 85% of the time where you did question that woman and you are the fucking father? You still can't undo that damage. You can't. So I'm 100% with Kayla on that. To Russell Wilson, the one thing that I hear everybody saying, the one thing that y'all talk about what he did for Sierra, nobody's looking at what Sierra did for him. Sierra gave that man 2 fucking children, and he didn't have any before. I believe she gave him a daughter and a son. So I don't ascribe these labels to people. I think they're silly and ridiculous. And as much as a woman wants to be a mother, every man wants to be a father. He wasn't one before he married her. She gave him 2 children and nobody else did. And that doesn't make her anything special, but that makes him his wife and that makes her the mother of his children. If he's satisfied with her in the way that she is, I just don't get it. I mean, it wouldn't work for me, but I don't think it makes him a simp. I mean, it's shit that me and my wife might do that may not work for someone else. But if he's happy with her, I mean, I keep hearing people talk about her like they caught her in the club with another dude. They describe it like, I'm like, damn, did they see her in the future out in the street together? All I've seen her do was on some TikTok shit, which I see half the women in America doing. So what about the boyfriends and husbands of all these chicks out here that's doing every fucking challenge, every shadow challenge and everything else? It's endless how we pick certain people to pile on, and you got all these other women out here doing these things, and they got husbands and boyfriends and dudes, maybe even some of the guys on this panel. I know, I look at them, I'm like, damn, she look good. So why is Sierra for the streets, but a lot of the other chicks aren't? We're not going to act like we're not visual creatures and we see sexualized things that we don't like simply because it's Russell Wilson's wife, Sierra. And to me, all of it just sounds to be a bit much. It all sounds to be a bit much. That's my thoughts on it. Agree, disagree. You know, I'm just saying that there's another counter narrative of it. The whole concept of, you know, what someone shouldn't do, but I just think we need to think a lot more about it. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Rico, for sharing your perspective. We want to get Zoe and then Polar Bear, and then we'll get to everyone else that has been waiting so patiently. Thanks, y'all. Go ahead, Zoe, and then Polar Bear.
Hey, I agree with Rico on a lot of what he was saying. I was gonna ask y'all, like, does Russell Wilson have kids by Sierra? Because that would make a difference for me if I was in his position. And I don't think I could be a stepfather personally. Like, certain things are for certain types of men. I guess everyone's gonna be different, but it doesn't mean that I would think that he's a simp just because he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Like, he's still, I don't know. I know him from football. I don't really know his personal life like that, but it's like, if he got kids out of her for his legacy,
he worth 100 million. Just to be clear, 100 M's. He can get kids from any woman,
right? But as a man, you're right. Actually, I agree with you, Aaron. He could get any woman, so it's really his choice. And I'm not going to say I have $100 million, and if I was going to choose a woman, I know I would do something different than what he did, but I'm not going to knock him for making a choice at 100M, and I don't even have 100M. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like I've never simped. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm a better man than him because he's simping in one way and I might simp in another. Like, I don't care. I don't care about that. That's like the semantics that men like to argue when it comes to it, because men like to have those conversations amongst men, but like, in reality, when it comes to the topic, it's more about what Jay said earlier, what Jay said he agreed with Jedi on, what Jedi and Amira, like, they all, when they describe simping, has to do with the reciprocity of the situation. That's it. It's about the reciprocity of it. And then to the degree that which the reciprocation is going to be the matter of how much dudes would think a dude is a simp. But if you're getting a kid out of that situation, then, like, are you limiting your kid's potential because of who the woman is? I might. I'm not saying that every man will, especially if you got 100 M's. Like, if you got 10 kids by her and Future has one, like, does that create a different scenario that we're gonna have to argue about all day? Like, I don't care about that.
Okay, Zoe.
Oh, okay. And I wanted to say, on the what was it? What did Samantha talk about? Because I agreed, like, with her point of view, like, the type of woman that I would look for would want to be upfront about that. Like, if she upfront about taking a DNA test, if I feel like it, then that's what I want, and that's like a relationship ending decision right there for me, at least. I know certain people might feel different, but I don't think that you should ever have something that you feel about yourself that you want to double check and you don't like be honest about it. Whether you're going to tell her up front, I understand what Rico Young was saying on that point. Like, is definitely going to affect the relationship if over like this woman's had your kids already for like 10 years and then it's going to have an emotional impact on her. I'd probably lie. I'd probably just do it on my own behind her back. If I was that insecure, I don't even want to call it insecure.
That would make you weak.
To
I'm just
some
letting you
degree.
know.
Hey, I was already weak when I chose a woman that potentially
Hold on,
could
Aaron. Right. I was
have
just
another
gonna
kid
say you're
by
already
somebody else. I'm
yes.
already in the shit. So, like, honestly,
You're
if everybody here want to act like they don't lie about something, then go ahead, throw the first
Thank
stone.
you, Zoe. Oh my God, thank you.
Can I please say something? Ask
The
a
cap
question.
and be so
Hold
intense.
on, Zay. We
The
got to.
cap
I
and
want
be so intense.
We got to
I'm not
make
in a situation, so maybe it's something I don't know, but shit, I'm not in it. Maybe somebody knows better than me. Why if I already picked a woman that week for me to be with, which I don't think I'm gonna do, but just for the sake of argument, if I did that, why like at that point if I'm gonna go behind her back to go say, hey, I got this DNA test to find out for myself. Like if she's my woman and I care about how she feels because I'm gonna be with her for the rest of my life, not for just a night, not for a week, not for a couple of months, for the rest of my life, something like that's going to affect how she raises my kids. No,
Okay,
it's not, Aaron. I want to hear what Aaron has to say. It's not going to affect how she raised my kids if she
hold
feels
on,
some
though.
type of way about that.
Okay. Aaron, quickly, and then we'll come back to you after. We're just trying to get the order. You know what I'm saying? Aaron, go ahead and give a quick response to that. Then we'll go to
It will affect how she raised your kids. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay.
Shortly answered. I can add context later, but shortly answer that. Yes.
Yeah, you'll definitely get a chance to add context. Absolutely. I know you've been ready to say something for several minutes.
I rock with Aaron too. I got a preference from. I see Jay up here. I see Gaddafi. I see Polar Bear. I see Dog with the Sunni. I don't remember his name, but like shoot, I don't want to.
Okay, Zoe. Hold on, Zoe. Hold on.
Go ahead. You got a question for me?
No, I was gonna go to Polar Bear. Then I'm gonna go to Go. Then Gaddafi. Then we're gonna go back to Aaron and y'all's situation. So go ahead, Polar Bear. And then
Kay and Kayla and all the great gentlemen on the panel. I want to say I'll try to be quick. I see 11:07 on my phone, so I'll try to get finished by 11:09. How's that sound?
Perfect.
So comparing having paternity tests to STDs, I'm fine with that. If I was in a relationship, whether it's a long-term relationship or a marriage, if my partner, if she said, Andrew, I want Polar Bear. Well, now you know my name. I want you to go have the test. I would have no problem. It's just like with an employer, random drug testing. There should be random STD testing and anything else that needs to be done to. There's trust, but verify. That's what I believe. About random. And I don't take any personal offense if a woman said, hey, I want you to go take the test. Now, I will do the first test because it's covered by my insurance. If she wants it done within that same given year, she pays for it. And likewise, if I asked it of her, if it was beyond the very first test, then she pays for it. Excuse me. If I request it of her, I pay. If she requests it of me, she pays. So whoever's doing the requesting pays after the first initial one. So I think paternity tests should be done. I don't know if they'll ever be covered by law, but they should be done. And if I had to pay for it out of pocket, I have no problem whatsoever. I'd rather pay, whatever the cost is versus up to 18 years, potentially paying for a child that doesn't even carry my DNA. Okay. I know my daughter's mine because I had it done, So, I made sure because I wasn't about to pay for anything that was not mine. And if for some reason she had not been mine, that's the severance, period, right there. Because I am not going to be embezzled by a woman nor the court. I can tell you that much. Okay. And this goes beyond just what the mother wants and what her feelings are and what the alleged father wants and what his feelings are. This gets down to the child. The child deserves to know exactly who the mother is, biologically, who the father is biologically, because that father, whoever he is, deserves to know. Okay. Also, it gets into medical circumstances. That child, as it's growing up, whether it's as an infant or as an adult, they need to know their medical history on both sides of the family. And any deceit of that is jeopardizing that person's life, whether they're a child or an adult later on. So that's very wicked for anyone to deny that child not having that knowledge. Okay. And I can speak personally. Twice, this is after I was divorced and everything, and I was, living single life again. Twice, after I've had my snip, and I knew I wasn't, firing live ammo. Twice, I've had women say oh, we need to talk, or the guess what discussions, and they came around saying, oh, I'm pregnant, blah blah blah. The first time it caught me off guard because I didn't expect a woman to do that. But obviously she was with somebody else besides me. I was probably the high inner. He was probably the Mr. Go to the gym all the time. And you know what? She figured when they came for money and who was going to be responsible, she thought she was going to tag me. Didn't work. Second time, I played the damn bee, just let her run out and let her, do all her spiel. And, at the end of a 20-minute discussion, I let her know I've already been snipped, and she just showed what a slug she was. So I damn well will ask for verification on any woman I'm with. Matter of fact, I make sure I got verification of their STD status even before I plug into them. So that's it. I went to 11:11. Sorry, I went over.
It's fine. It's fine.
Polar
Thank
Bear,
you
you was
for
just
that.
freestyling.
Yeah, thank you. To go, what's up? What's up? You've been waiting patiently. Thank you.
How's it going?
Good.
Can you hear
How are
me?
you? Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to talk a little bit about that Russell Wilson thing. Me personally, I've never used the word simp, never said it before out of my mouth. I know what it means because it's all around now, but I personally never said it. But I think I understand what men are talking about when they're calling him that. Just like Willie was trying to explain a little bit of his story. Him being married first, to a Caucasian woman, and it was rumors that that one of his teammates, his wide receiver, slept with her. They were friends. Both of the guys, I think his name was Golden Tate. They both were, married to white women, and they were close friends. And it was rumored that his wife cheated with that player. So that was a big rumor going around right before they got divorced. And that was one reason right there. People were like, okay, your own friend, mess with your woman, you must be weak, little stuff like that. But also, him being a Christian and talking about that adamantly, like how much of a Christian he is, and then to marry a woman and allow her to do certain things online, like one of the other callers said something about her being on TikTok and twerking and doing little stuff with his shirt off, pretty much don't got nothing on. And any man that they call himself a Christian that would allow his wife to do that is him kind of being simpish. You know what I mean? Why would you allow your woman to do those things if you say you're a Christian and that's clearly not something a modest woman would do? That's a Christian. You know what I mean? So I know some people said, all the women are doing it nowadays. That's right. But anybody that believe in Christianity know that, the Bible will say that you got to separate yourself from the world. You can't be just like everybody else. So if she's still wanting to do those things and married to a man that claims he's a Christian and he's allowing it and not saying it to where she's continuing to do all these things, that's kind of simpish. And that was just my 2 cents I wanted to say.
To go real quick before we get to Gaddafi.
Okay.
You brought up the situation, like the Christianity thing. I mean, Sierra has been out dancing, shaking, doing all things since I've been in high school.
Exactly.
Right.
So he's been seeing her this whole time. He's seen the videos. He's seen all of this. So wouldn't be more so on him as a man if that's his philosophy. Now, I'm not saying I know his
Yes.
philosophy or his Christian, whatever. I don't know. But
Okay.
your point you're speaking of, wouldn't the onus be on him to not pick a
Yes.
woman if that's not the type of woman that he
Of course.
feels is righteous or whatever?
Of course.
So then how
Yeah,
does that
I agree.
How does that have to do with her like still doing? She's been literally since I've been in high school.
I know. So when she was doing that when she was younger, being with all the guys that everybody was mentioning, other than Bow Wow, see, I guess the other two that they mentioned, I guess them street guys, right? It seemed like she might have had a type, and her dancing and doing them things was probably stuff she liked to do. What I've noticed a lot of.
She's an entertainer.
Right, she's an entertainer. She loves to dance, and there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Exactly.
So let's say that he saw her dancing and he enjoyed the way she danced. That's something that could be done in private with just them. If she want to dance with her shirt off and do all that stuff. No, I'm saying if she wants to dance, because I didn't say there's nothing wrong with dancing. If she wants to twerk with her shirt off, do that behind closed doors with her man. That's
so
I
is
didn't.
that the thing you have the most issue with?
Yeah. If like in my mind, her dancing is not the issue. I don't have a problem with a person dancing. Some people like to dance. There's nothing wrong with that. But if she's doing more seductive, provocative, with no shirt on and all this type of stuff, that is not something. And not only doing that, but she's doing it in front of people where the whole country, the whole world, everybody can see. That's something that should be done behind closed doors for her man.
Can I say something to
and if he allows that, if that mean that says a lot about him to me. If he allows that,
that's him. Maybe he's taken from the words of. Okay, maybe not. Who's saying that? Who?
That's me over here
calling. Carlo, we got to get to Gaddafi. He's been waiting so patiently.
That was all I had though. That was it. I don't want to keep y'all guys.
Oh no! Thank you so much for your.
I wanted to ask
thank
him,
you for
like,
calling in for sure.
No problem.
I did too.
I wanted to ask him something. I wanted
Okay, hold on, Zoe. We know you're gonna be here for hours to come. Let's get to Gaddafi first.
Honestly, first of all, I would say that thank you to the panel. And greetings to the panel. Bill and Zoe, you can go ahead. I'll go right after you.
all right, why do you care if you said you don't care. You said you don't care or there's nothing wrong with her being a dancer. Isn't that technically something wrong with her being a dancer, since that's exactly what it is that we're addressing?
Exactly.
I'm not on social media like that, so I don't see whatever it is that everybody else see. Like, I just found out from what I think someone else said she did some shit that I thought was that made him look like a simp. But I'm saying, if he, like, it seems like if he had a real religious leader, that'd be the conversation that he might have with her. But for me to look up at Russell Wilson and be like, this is what you're doing, and your girl's out on the front, it's like, I don't care. I don't watch Sierra like that. And it doesn't matter to me, but how could you say it doesn't matter to you though?
When it's a point that's brought up, like, how could she do this type of thing?
Like me, I know me personally, when I'm not on, Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff. I'm on YouTube. That's the only thing I come on. When I'm scrolling and, some type of feed or suggestion come up, every once in a while, I'll take a look and be like, that's interesting. You know what I mean?
Share a video of her dancing.
I saw it on the news feed. Like, I got this thing called Smart News. Sometimes little feeds come up, getting news, and it was actually on there. And how
many seconds?
When I seen it, it was kind of shocking because, like, I've seen her dance with her daughter. I don't have an issue with that. You dancing with your daughter and y'all doing a dance, so be it. You're a dancer. I get that. When I see you twerking though, and then your shirt is off, and you have a husband, like, why would you do that? Why would you put that out there where everybody can see?
When you see her dance in all types of ways, do you feel the
same? To me, look, the issue. No, this is my issue with it. My issue is not really the dancing, because if Beyonce, for instance, if she wants to dance and her husband allows that, and he's not saying he's a Christian, and like, he might be okay with that. You know what I mean? If it's not against whatever, like Jay-Z, for instance, he say, do what thy will. That's his philosophy. You know what I mean? His philosophy is do what thy will. that Aleister Crowley thing. That's his philosophy. Let him do that, right? Somebody like Russell Wilson that proclaims to be a Christian, that's talked about being modest and different things like that. I don't have an issue because it's not my wife. All I'm saying is it does look a little simpish if he allows it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You're more so worried about the religious aspect.
Yeah. Like if that's what he say he believes in, then mention it to his wife. Say, hey, that's inappropriate. That's it. But if he's not, if he's somebody that loves that, because some people love showing their wife off. Some people don't love their wife to do that. You know what I mean? Like to be the one that all the men want. But if you don't want that, if you want your women to be modest because you consider yourself a Christian, there's certain things that Christians are supposed to do. You know what I mean?
I feel that.
Christians aren't a monolith.
But can I say something? I'm like, everybody's like, all right.
Okay, Carlo, you said, look, I don't care what you got to say, Kay, moderating. I'm coming in. We were supposed to go to Gaddafi next.
Okay, I appreciate you, Kay, but I do have a point to state.
Carlo, just wait.
Just give me a minute. Just can I say what I have to say, and then you got it.
Right. Well, Gaddafi, if you're okay with that, are you? Okay, go ahead.
All right, Kay. Right. Okay. At the end of the day, right?
Carlo, I respect it. You're hilarious. Go ahead.
Okay. I appreciate that. Okay. Okay, so let's start the subject. Okay. Sierra, I don't have no problem with you being a dancer, right? But after you committed a year of celibacy, right, to be with a certain man, to be at a certain caliber, right, of status, I expect you to act differently. Right or wrong, I do expect you to act differently. Okay? Yes, you a dancer. You can dance all you want. But at the end of the day, you represent this family that you just joined. Hold on, right? You just joined this family. You sacrificed a year, right, to the world to sacrifice to come to join my family, right? And now that you in my family, how are you representing this family?
But Carlo, that's you. You're not her husband, so she doesn't care what you think about her representation of the family. Russell is the one who she has to worry about, and clearly he doesn't mind. So I'm just trying to see why. There's been several occasions tonight where people have been saying, well, this is what no one cares. Like, Russell Wilson is her husband. You're not. So you might say what you just said to your wife. But if Russell's not saying that to Sierra, who are you to say? Like, she's not here to please you.
I'm here to say that Russell Wilson is soft. That is some soft shit.
Who do you think will win in a fight for him?
Period. As a man, I don't care what you say as a woman, but as a man, I'm going to tell you what he's doing is soft.
Soft how?
Ain't no way, hold on, Kate. Ain't no way I'm going to make a woman.
Show. I'm asking you, what do you think?
Won't let me talk. But you won't let me talk, right?
But what do
it's
you
soft
think
religiously, apparently. That's the only thing that they said.
What do you think is soft, Carlo? Because that's what I'm starting to get from it too. It's a religion.
Okay. It's soft, right? It's soft that I make a woman sacrifice a year of not sleeping with me, right? And then turn around the next year, show her ass off to the fucking world. That is soft of me.
That since I've been in high
school. You won't let me speak.
The world has already seen her ass. We've already seen it. It's not new.
That's not the point. The point is that I was trying to show. Listen. The point was that I was, as a man, was trying to show the world that I can have her submit to a man like me and be humble. Do you see any humbleness out of her? If you was my wife and I speak the way I speak, right? Do you see any humbleness out of her? Not him, but her.
Why?
I got a question.
Who cares? It's what Russell Wilson is cool with it. She's cool with it. You getting mad at home?
I'm not mad.
It's of no consequence. No one cares, Carlo. You're real worked up. You're fired up. I can see it. You're fired up. But at the end of the day, It
See,
really doesn't matter what you think because her and her husband.
Okay, you know what?
are
It does matter because as men, we know what matters. Not what you
Why
think matters. We
no,
know
hold on, Kay.
what matters.
Hold on. Now we're
Okay.
saying that you matter to this $100 million man. Stop with the cap. You
I
do not
promise you I
matter
do.
to him.
I
You do
promise
not
you I
matter
do.
to him.
When I step to
You
that
don't
man's face, I promise
You
you I
do
do.
not matter
You met him
I
before.
promise you I do.
You
I
do not
promise you I
matter,
do.
Russell.
Because you don't know how much I'm
matter.
worth. You
will
don't
never
know how
matter.
much I'm worth. All
Do
you
you
do
know
is
Russell?
guess.
Have
You
Russell call in
assume
next week.
you don't know how much I'm worth. Okay?
Phone. Has Russell called your phone? Will he ever know who
You
you
know
are?
my name. My name is Carla Rubin. Look it up. I don't
I
lie.
don't know you.
Look it
If
up.
I don't know you,
Look
if I don't
it
know
up.
you, I know damn well
I
Russell
don't
knows.
lie.
Carlo,
Look
I have
it
no
up,
doubt that
nigga.
you.
I don't
Carlo,
lie. I be the number one
Carlo?
person. I ain't gonna lie to you on social media.
Carlo,
Carlo.
I'm sure that you are somebody. I know. I'm sure you're somebody.
Carlo, would you say you would
So-
ever be a stepfather?
Go ahead, Zoe, and
I
after
have
Zoe
been.
Gaddafi,
Actually,
coming
you
to
know what?
next, we'll
Good
be ready.
questions, though. I just left a 18-year relationship, right, off and on, right, and I raised a child from 0 to 17, off and on, till now. So yeah, I do know how it feels to be a stepfather, and I do know how it feels to put all that energy into someone else's child, and then you don't get what you deserve in return. I do know that.
Could that be fueling
I
some
respect that.
feelings right now?
Say that again.
No.
Could that experience that you had be fueling some of these feelings that you're having right now?
Compared to what? Compared to who?
No,
I'm asking. I'm saying
hold on, Zoe. I got this one. Zoe, I got this one. Compared to who?
No, I'm not
Compared to who?
comparing anyone. I'm asking just
No,
based
I want you to compare to me these stars that's having like 10,
I'm
12
not-
baby mamas, right? Compared to what? I have zero. I have zero baby mamas.
You know what, Carlo? That's great. That's not what I was saying.
No. Because I know you was gonna say Future, right? Future
No,
has
I
how many
wasn't.
baby mamas? No, hold on.
No,
We was just
Carlo.
talking
No,
about
I wouldn't.
Future.
No, I'm not gonna let you tell me. Hold on.
I didn't say UK. I said we were just talking about Future.
Okay, but Carlo, the question that I just asked you is, do you think that the situation that you just kind of explained to us a little bit, like your experience where you raised a child, right, in the past,
two
children, do you think that experience could be fueling some of the emotions that you're having right now as it relates to this topic?
No, okay, because at the end of the day, I wish I would have poured this energy into my own child. So that's what I want you to understand. So if I pour this energy into other people's children, I want to have the benefit of the doubt to pour it into my own child, to my own legacy. So when we say that we're fighting to do better, we are fighting to do better.
Do you think stepfathers are simps?
I hear a lot of ladies out here saying that, oh, you know, black broke men, we ain't doing shit, we ain't about shit. But at the end of the day, you don't know what we doing out here. You don't.
I don't think anyone here said that, but if you just want this time to let that off your chest.
No, not UK. Not UK. I'm not saying UK. I'm not.
You said it.
Okay. I'm not trying to
You're
attack
just saying
you.
in general, some other people.
In general, like all women, okay, let's say most women, right? Most women say men ain't shit. Black men ain't shit.
Maybe you could say most women that you've encountered.
No, most women on your show. Prove me wrong.
Most women on this show. So between Amira, Island, me, Courtney, Kayla.
That's 3-4 women. Don't do that.
Which women are you talking about?
I said most women on your show, which means the commentaries, the people that be in your quotes, the daytime shows.
We never say that on this show. So let's clarify that. We have never said that. None of the women say that on this show.
On the Lapeef Network, I don't think ever any woman that has ever been on that I've seen since I've been on since April.
You just had her like 12 hours ago. What was that half black Hispanic whatever she was that was talking about men ain't shit a couple of hours ago?
Talking about On this show?
She was talking to Sherelle.
Oh, well.
She was having that debate with Sherelle, right? You can't say that it wasn't on your network, right?
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Plausible deniability. That's fine.
I don't. Was it on? If it wasn't on this show or Thursday, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay. But at the end of the day, right?
Like you're saying, so you're using one woman that might have called in.
Okay, but Kayla, but what I want to state at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, I want to state for all Kayla, Kay, I'm sorry, Kay, but Kayla was online too. That's why I say Kayla. So Kay, let me state this. At the end of the day, right? I want all men to know that we are here. We will back them up 100%. Yes, we know you're doing better. Yes, we know we're doing great. And we're not going to let no one or no female of any race or gender define who we are. Because at the end of the day, I know what my boys are doing. I have a list of my boys that I know are doing good. All right. So with all this black men ain't doing shit, black men ain't no good, black daddies are this, black daddies are that, or all these good stuff, right? I have 10 times as much proof to show you that we are doing good.
You know what? Thank you for your contribution.
I know. Okay, but you got it.
No, seriously. Thank you for because you said you've been raising, kids and stuff. Thank you for that. And thank you for sharing your story with us. We're going to go to Gaddafi next.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So to address the question, this video is talking about the idea of a man being able to be simp and happily married and stuff like that. First, to tie in the whole idea with the Russell Simpson and Sierra fiasco, I find it kind of funny how people like to pull in celebrities whenever it's kind of, convenient for them to mention it to, support their claim, when in all reality, these celebrities, they live a life that is not really seen. Oh, what the heck? Hold on now. He want to sleep.
Oh man, come on.
JR Jr.
Out of there.
JR, what's
that's JR Jr. over there.
JR is
yeah.
Jay. Everyone excuse Jay. It's late. People get tired. Go ahead, Gaddafi.
Oh yeah, okay. So I was just basically saying how it's kind of funny how people be bringing up celebrities to like support their notions and stuff when it's convenient, when in all reality, the personification of these celebrities' lives is at best a facade. We're not really seeing their real life, so you really can't. Facade, it's a word. I may pronounce it wrong.
Facade.
No, it's a word with a D-E, but fair enough. Facade. Like, I'm sorry, fair enough.
No,
facade.
you're fine. It's fine.
Yeah. So basically, we don't really know Russ Wilson. These people are on a whole different tax bracket. These people are different. They're very different. We really can't use these people as an example. But biologically speaking, I think we can all agree that, well, at least the men can. A man who's called a simp by a group of men, it means that he has a diminished level of masculinity or he has a pronounced level of femininity. I think most of the men will probably agree with that notion. So biologically speaking, the corpus callosum in the brain, the size of it actually does tie in with masculinity and femininity. The larger the corpus callosum is, the more indicative of feminine characteristics a man may endeavor in. The smaller the corpus callosum.
You know what the corpus callosum is?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
At best, it's a region of the brain that helps determine sexuality. Well, the amygdala does that. The corpus callosum, it pretty much aids in brain functioning, and there's a lot of things that can be stated on it. But I'm trying to gear it on in the sense of masculinity and femininity. So the larger a corpus callosum is, the more feminine a person can be, the smaller the corpus callosum, the more masculine the person can be. And it's not, you can see a man that has a smaller or larger corpus callosum, and this can be formed by, yes, like corpus callosum, the size of it is not absolute with men, which is the reason being that some men exhibit more feminine characteristics. The reason why I bring this up is that if we can agree that simping is a feminine characteristic largely, at the most part, if it's not a feminine characteristic, it's a characteristic that is void of masculinity or pronounced masculinity, these people, right, who are simps, they may just be simply having a larger corpus callosum. You know, this could just be due to how they are. So to answer the question simply, can a simp be happily married? Yes, only if the woman is okay with a man who is a simp. So that would be what I would say.
I'm gonna give you some homework. Okay, never mind.
No,
all right, who are we gonna go to next? Aaron, I know you've been waiting. Go ahead.
No, I'm super patient. I think Trey Table was ahead of me though. He can definitely go first if he wants.
Okay, go ahead, Trey. Or True. Which one? True.
I don't know how to say
You
it.
got it right. You got it right, Kay. It's true.
True.
How you guys doing tonight?
Hi, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Man, I just definitely want to say I'm so proud of the fact that we're on this panel and expressing ourselves without restraint. You know, oftentimes men get a bad rap for not talking about real issues that affect us other than sports. So I just want to say I'm tremendously proud to see that, and keep it up. You know, keep it up. On that note, I do find it interesting that as we continue to convey that this whole paternity issue could potentially be an issue, is not being respected. That is constantly being pushed back, like it's a lot that's being asked for. I kind of find that very confusing because we are living in a time that we don't have honorable women, and I think that as men we don't have a lot of protection as it is. The fact that just in the practice of sex, the only real birth control we have is a condom or abstinence as a whole. And then if you're talking about honor amongst a relationship, I do not understand why it's being pushed that we should care so much about how it affects the way the woman feels. I think that if you're in an established relationship, you should be able to ask questions and say things that at times will offend her, will hurt her feelings. That is how you establish a relationship that is lasting, because at the end of the day, your feelings are not going to dictate the flow and the structure of the relationship as a whole, regardless. And the fact that there's so much, oh, well, it may affect her, how she feels, or we got to protect her feelings. Not really. I think that any woman that you've talked to over time, if she's in a healthy relationship, her feelings have been offended. And it's the reason why the relationship is sustainable. So to that point, I really wanted to add, my 2 cents on that. But yeah.
Thank you, True. Aaron, do you want to respond to him?
Yeah, that's the main reason I got on, because we kind of covered this on your show, the Amir show the other day.
Carlos, you hopped off mute. Look, just hold on. He came off camera. He put the camera on and hopped straight off mute. Just hold on, Carlo. Sorry, Aaron, go ahead.
No, it's all good. No, of course, this topic of paternity is the one that I, like I said, I champion all the time, because it's something that's important to men. And a lot of the time we want to hear about men's feelings, and men have to be stoic. We're not allowed to show our feelings. I get that. But we understand women want security, right? And so men have to do what they have to do to secure their woman. And then what women then will say, well, men want peace. But what they don't understand, peace comes with knowing the paternity of your child. That is a possibility. You can add peace to a man. And sometimes women don't acknowledge that, because men don't ask for a lot. And to think that wanting to factually know, because for me, like, I like to speak in facts as often as I possibly can, right? It burns my soul when I hear men talk about, yeah, I know them kids is mine. And I say, for sure, for a fact? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, so you got to test it? And they're like, no, but I just know. That's not something men should do. You should not be saying you know something for a fact as a man and you don't. and that's scary to me. And then the thing about it is there's a fear. So I think men should be in relationships with women that value them so much that even if he hurts her feelings, she like, I love him, so that's my man, I'm gonna be with him. See, that's the part where I think it's a simpish behavior, because men are, well, my girl might get mad at me, so you got to worry about, no, you ain't no simp. If you the man, you the man. She gonna respect it. And see, that's part of the problem when I think we're getting disingenuous sentiments out there about men being leaders. We get in our leadership question all the time, and it's ridiculous. Now, Kayla has a point, and I accept her point when she says, my man just randomly come up to me, the kid 5 years old, and ask for a child, I'm gonna be mad. Sure, you have absolutely every right to be mad, and I'm not gonna disagree with that. But the man is the man, and if you value him the way you should value him, if he feels the need for that, you should honor that, because he most likely you picked him because he honors you in a lot of ways. And so I just hate this pushback and this. Well, Kay, just to be fair, you acknowledge it and you understand the position of it. But I just, this is one of the very few things men stand strong on. We like, this is a big, the OG was just on here and he was like, y'all youngins don't know when a girl go through the baby and this and this and that. And we like, OG, we respect your perspective, but this is why we don't get along with a lot of OGs. We not trying to have the same outcome as you, OG. And $400, no disrespect, ain't nothing. If that's what it takes to know for sure that's your kid, we pay $10,000. That's what's crazy.
Did you say
to throw that out there?
Nothing?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Just nothing in general?
Yeah, it's nothing.
It is.
Okay,
It
my
is.
cash app is hashtag KA312. Please cash at me $400. It says it's just nothing.
Yeah, no.
Towards my class.
For my child.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. Okay. And see, and then men
not
feel
for you, Kay, for my child.
Probably crazy.
I thought it was just nothing at all. Okay.
No, for my child.
I'm messing with you, Aaron. Go ahead.
Shout out to no, I got you. And it's just I'm just strong in this position. I'm not bad. In the second part, I want to acknowledge I'm not doing it behind her back. That's weakness. I'm not doing it. I refuse to move off that position. And then another thing, when Kayla did say, well, I'd rather you just do it behind my back, or she acknowledged that. Well, let's say I take it a step further, right? Let's say then, since you don't mind me doing stuff behind your back, I'm gonna cheat behind your back. As long as you don't know, it seems like you cool with that. See, but when I add that parameter, you're like, whoa, now you're pushing it. That's why I'm not doing nothing behind your back.
You know what, Aaron? I like that point that you made about not doing it behind a woman's back. I think Amira brought it up first about, like, you know, if you don't want to, I know she said she didn't worry about the woman's feelings, but she kind of said, like, you know, if you are worried, then just do it behind her back. And I'm glad that you brought up, like, look, I'm a man, I'm a man that's not going to do something behind somebody's back, because what would be the fear, right?
It's not honorable. And then another thing is we have to be careful saying there are not honorable women out here. That's not true. There are a lot of honorable women out here. We don't want to push that narrative.
We never said that.
Well,
never said that.
I wasn't saying that there wasn't honorable women.
Listen,
there are honorable women. I understand
never said
there's honorable women,
okay.
but we got to take both the good with the bad. Yeah, you got to take the good with the bad.
Maybe I'm a bad listener.
Aaron,
maybe I'm a bad listener.
Aaron.
I understand percentages, but I'm just acknowledging that's not the reason for you to do a test is because they're not honorable. That's not my position of.
What percentage?
Like my whole percentage of you being a good girl, right, compared to others is low.
No, I get that, and I understand
mitigating
risk.
I want Kay to understand that. Kay need to understand that her percentage, even if it's 20%, is low.
Okay, so are you saying, Carla, that the probability that your baby just isn't yours or whatever in any given situation is high enough that, you know, men should just be worried?
I need to ask you.
Okay, I get.
Yes.
I think
because
that
you know why?
Some...
Okay, I'll break it down for you. Right,
Look,
married women.
You got like 30 seconds because we're gonna go around the. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna keep it short. Right.
Okay.
Married women cheat. Right. Single women cheat. Right. And then on top of that, in today's world, they promoting single women to date 4 to 5 men at a time. So what is the probability of you actually being the baby daddy? That's it. That's my seconds.
Wait, sir, if I may, it's also about your discernment too, because Okay, so when you, I don't know, like I'm only 23, right? But I get the gist that there are individuals who are younger than me who probably are more along than me in their understanding, and there are people who are older than me, of course, way more along in their understanding when it comes to discernment. So if you're gonna pick a woman who's like for the quote unquote streets, right? Like, what is your like how like isn't that a determination of your value system, your values and how you look at the world? Because I can look at a woman, right? I mean, and I can see. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm absolute. There's no absolutes in anything. Um, but whenever you see a woman, there's archetypes that exist, right? And for these women who are for the streets, they're going to be in a set parameter of a number of archetypes, and it's about looking at these archetypes and seeing these, seeing how they operate in the world. Like you can see how a woman spends her money, for example, and that could be possibly a determining factor is if she's fitting for you to be moving forward. But a lot of men don't even care like that. They just care about sex and coitus. When in all reality,
I
that's just
would.
nothing but
Okay,
some,
okay,
some,
hold
some
on, hold
produced
on.
I would. I would.
I really
I
want
would.
to answer this for them. I really want to
Okay.
answer this for the young blood, right? The young
All
blood,
right.
all right? I'm gonna keep it real with you, right? We were all raised, all right. The hardest lion takes down the most lambs. Okay, let's just say that, right? So you are raised to take down lambs, right? Now, when in turn you turn to the soft person, right? What's gonna happen? No, no. I'm asking you. I'm asking
Okay,
you.
yeah. May you ask that question one more? I'm so sorry. I was like trying to like say just listen. I'm sorry. You ask that one more
Okay,
time.
okay. My bad. Okay. All right. Our society is built for us to like go hunt, right? Period. Right? Now, when you turn into the sheep, what's gonna happen to you? That's my
So
point.
okay, so I get what you're saying.
If men are supposed to be the hunters
Nah, I get what
and
you're
women
saying.
are
So
supposed to be the sheep.
I totally get what you're saying. I'm gonna say a 10-second thing that'll support what you're saying. If all black women got married to every black man, there would be still a whole bunch of women who need to be married, right? And let's assume they all want to marry black men. There gonna have to be some men who are gonna have more than one wife. It's as simple as that.
True.
So like by virtue of what you're saying, I agree. But now it's not real in society, in this capitalistic society, it's not really based on power in terms of physicality. It's really based on financial power. So if you have the money to be able to like have more than one woman, then so be it. In Islam, they say that you can have more than one wife. So me personally, I don't have any outlooks of trying to have more than one wife until I have the money to. I have to have copious money. Like I have to have serious money. I can't. Yeah, and it's not the kind of money that even 10% of the population could have, right? To have two wives, in my opinion. But I agree with you're saying, in the notion that lions need to have the strongest lion, the most powerful, the most domineering lion deserves more lamb or even more women. Um, and if a man becomes a lamb, he will be eaten or he will be left to rot. That's how it is for men. So I understand what you're saying. It's just that.
See,
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead.
I only got one debate about the whole statement that you said,
All right,
right?
right after what you said, we're gonna get Chris going.
Okay. I just want to say this and I'm done.
Okay, Carlo.
Right?
Okay,
Okay,
Carlo.
I'm sorry, Kate, but
No, but your
this is
apologies
me.
aren't needed here. I'm telling you what's
Yeah,
gonna happen.
but
You're gonna say what you're gonna say, and then we're gonna go to Cliff because he
okay.
hasn't spoken yet. That's all.
Yes, ma'am.
Go
Yes, ma'am.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, as men, right? We are not allowed to be eaten. We have to be. We have to be the hunters. Because don't you see what they doing to us once we become the prey? I'm sorry for all men on this planet. I refuse to be a prey. We must all be hunters, and we must all realize who we are and do what we must do and make things happen. And at that statement, right, I will say that there are men out here that's going overboard, way overboard. You know why I know this? Because it's in my own bloodline. My brother got 7 kids. I got 0. All right. So I know it's in my own bloodline. All right. There's people that overdo it. But for y'all men out there, son, don't let no woman tell you you're not strong enough. Hell no. This whole world is built on the back of your bones, on the back of your death. Women don't die.
Wait, it's not you. It's people who actually get to work.
Women don't die for freedom. Men die for freedom. Period. Throughout history, men die for freedom. Okay? If you want to understand who I am, you understand that. Men die for freedom, not women. Women have the luxury to talk and complain. Men don't. Like they said, stop complaining. Step up to the plate and make it happen. Step up to the plate and make it happen. That's what I've been doing. I don't want to hear none of that whining bullshit. Yo, just like Anton be saying, yo, it's the men's fault. You know why? It is the men's fault. Because it's the men's fault to thinking that women think they rule the world. Hell no, you don't. To be honest with you, what the hell did you do? I'm not trying to be disrespectful to women nor men. But at the end of the day, I know, right? Like as they say, this is Sparta. We are Spartans. Okay? Die for it. What are you willing to die for? Good question, right? Yeah, you're willing to die for your child, but I'm willing to die for my freedom. Thank you. Go on. I'm done.
Remember when Jay-Z was like, we offer our lives, what do you bring to the table? While I'm watching every... Okay, y'all know Jay-Z fans? Okay, never mind. All right, Cliff,
go ahead, Kay.
Go ahead. Look, what is this? What is this? Out of 10 people,
that's a K thing.
I'm the only one. Okay, go ahead.
I know what you're talking about.
Man, you good, Kay.
You're trying to come in now.
You're right. You're right. You know why? Because I'm Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm Brooklyn, nigga. I'm Kings County. I'm Kings County to the fullest. Yeah, I told you. You know my name. You can look
what
it
do
up.
you bring to the table? And then it was like, while I'm watching every N-word, watching me closely. Okay, nothing. Look, y'all clearly look. Okay, y'all not about to make me sit up here. Go ahead, Cliff. I thought somebody.
Yeah, I have two questions.
The fact
I have
that
two questions. Two questions. Does Amira have a sister? Is she taken?
next time she's on, we will be sure to ask her for you.
Yeah. Second question. Where are all the fucking ladies, man? Like, when there's a question about DNA test and who wants to get DNA test, obviously every fucking man on the face of this earth wants to know that that kid is theirs, and you know they have concrete evidence, a piece of paper that says yes, this child is 99% your kid. I want to hear from the ladies, like, why. I mean, a guy might be barefaced enough to say it, another guy might not be, and he has to go around the corner not wanting to offend his woman. But I want to hear from the ladies, like, how they feel about it. Too many guys on this thing. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank
I
you.
love you guys. We're all brothers in some way, but we all have a similar perspective, even though it's
not brothers and sisters.
What that?
Not brothers and sisters, like.
Of course. Of course. That's what I'm saying. I wanna see some beautiful faces, man. There's too much balls on the thing. This feels like a dance hall party, like where the girls are trying to dance and the guys are pushing them out of the way to get on the dance floor. Like, you guys gotta fucking get a lady.
Where you from, family?
Come from Yard. Come from Jamaica.
All right, no doubt. No doubt. Appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, man, enough respect.
Yes. Thank you, Cliff. Okay, Aaron,
I did have a question.
Long time.
I had a question for Kayla.
Kayla.
I had a question for Kayla. She made a reference to her inheritance and the fact that and the fact that she wanted to protect that inheritance. Had her not had an inheritance, she'd be totally on board with not having a
prenup.
God forgive me. Yes, that one. Thank you. I'm curious to know how she formulated that thought, mainly because if we are set out to pick a partner that you can trust to begin with, then would there not be a certainty that if the relationship was to dissolve, that the resources wouldn't be up for grabs to begin with? Like, it wouldn't be something you would have to necessarily protect. Love to hear her perspective on that.
Kayla, are you here? She might not. She might have stepped away. But when she comes back, we will definitely, get that addressed. Bethany, Janae, what's up? Finally, some ladies.
Hey, good evening.
Hi, good evening. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great, great. Let's get to you first, and then Janae, because we have been waiting for women to call and talk. So go ahead, Bethany. You go first.
First of all, great topic tonight. I'm coming from a married woman's perspective. And first of all, with the DNA testing, I don't think that's a problem. First of all, it needs to be a requirement if you're not married. Let's just get that cat out the bag and be done with it, so you know. If you are married, I think it will be an uncomfortable conversation, and I will question it. But at the end of the day, I'm be like, okay, go get the test. We're gonna laugh at this 99.99%. It's yours. So take it for what it is. Get out your feelings, and I would say take that step first, and then on the back end, you won't have any problem.
Bethany, thank you for proving you love your man more than your feelings for being hurt in a moment. Thank you for proving that.
Oh, you're welcome.
I second that, Bethany. Wise woman. Definitely wise woman.
And the second, I had to write these topics down. For marriage, I would say it takes sacrifice. So with the whole Russell Wilson, Sierra debacle, whatever, as a married woman, I was disappointed by her video, just because that's poor representation of your husband and your family unit. So when I got married, I got off of Facebook. It wasn't immediately, but after a couple months of being married, and an old coworker was like, "Oh, congratulations on your nuptials," and my husband's like, "Who the hell is this?" Nah, we cut that. I did. Now, I didn't require him to get off of Facebook, but my husband's older. He don't give a crap about social media, business or not. He doesn't care. He knows Facebook is a slippery slope to everybody in your business, everybody in your DMs. Why? It's not worth it. Your marriage should be more important than clout and showing your ass to the world. Like, who cares? You're married. Keep your home together first.
I have a question about that.
Okay,
because I appreciate that, you would voluntarily do it of your own accord. I think that that means like the world to me. Like when I think of something, a quality I would want a woman, that means a lot to me that you would voluntarily do that ahead of time. So I wouldn't even have to say nothing. But if your husband, even though he's not on social media like that or whatever, looked at you one day and said, "I don't want you on Facebook. I don't want you on social media at all," would that be a problem for you?
No, I got off Facebook. It wasn't so much voluntary, but I was like, he kind of made that not a requirement when we got married, but it was the fact that people still had access to me. And yes, I love my single life, went out, dated, whatever, but I don't need those connections resurfacing later on as a married woman.
So I was similar.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Happened.
Go ahead, True. Real quick.
No, what I wanted to say is, I'm glad you said that, Bethany. A lot of times, when I'm discussing these particular topics with women, I often say that we get misconstrued that our protection only comes from a place of physicality and resources, but that actually is a form of protection. Anytime you have a man in an equation and he has something he wants to protect, he's gonna do it along them lines: Facebook, social media, maybe even the way you dress. So I'm just thankful that we have a woman on the panel that is admitting to this, and you seem to be happy and in a wholesome relationship. So much respect. Much respect.
Well, I think people don't realize what it like I said, it's sacrifice to be in a marriage, to stay married. I changed my number. Like, I got a whole different cell phone number. Probably later on during the marriage, but I would, yeah, it's just,
So were, like, a lot of people reaching out to you on social media and on your phone?
so no. So I still had connections with people via social media at one point, but then it was, you can block people, but it was just like, you know what? I just want a fresh start. I don't need exes or whoever I dealt with in my past having access to me. Now it's funny because my husband offered, like, hey, you want me to change my number? Like, I'll do the same sacrifice with you. But I was like, no, you've been having your cell phone number for 20 years. That's money connected to that. I ain't no fool. So it's not a problem. But so he blocked certain exes or whatever. Every now and then when it comes around like his birthday, one of his exes like called, and we're literally on the highway on the way to for Thanksgiving. And he took the call, and I saw the name, and I knew who it was, and I laughed, and I just got out the car or whatever with my son. And he came and explained it. He was like, yeah, birthday call, but I already know what that's about. She's older, and, you know, she probably in her feelings, and it's the holidays, whatever, single woman. And he was like, oh, no, I can't talk to you. I'm about to take my son to the bathroom. Now, she probably like, oh, shit, you got a kid? Surprise, yeah. But at the end of the day, we handle that and we squash it. I'm not uncomfortable with it. I'm secure in my marriage, so yeah.
Thank you, Bethany. Wait, Janae dropped off. Did
Girl,
any Aaron, were you gonna respond to her?
Well, I was just going to throw another random thought out there. You know, it's funny because the women that have men, if I was to just hypothetically say some very rude and disgusting things about you, you know, you have a man next to you that probably tried to jump through this computer to destroy me. I would say that's probably worth him being able to get a DNA test when he asked for it.
You're back, like, look, the DNA test.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing so many reasons why it should not be so much pushback for this. The value of your man should be extreme.
It's a level of respect. It's a level of respect you have to go into a marriage with for your husband. I can't really explain it. It's just what it is. But I was raised to be a wife. And so I was raised in a 2-parent home. So yes, when people talk about, I don't know about the whole baby daddy, yeah, I didn't grow up with those kind of issues. And yes, you see it now in 2021, and it's like, this is insane. This is like, people live like that, and our government runs it like that? Like, really? Like, how do we get these laws changed? Because this is sad. This is very, very sad. And I'm sorry. I feel for y'all brothers. I really, really do. So
yeah, you gonna be married forever.
I plan on it.
Yes, many well wishes to your marriage.
Oh, thank you.
I remember you calling in before. Now that you're talking, I definitely remember you calling in before.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was on Thursday or I think it was on a Thursday.
It was a Thursday. Yeah, it was hella late.
Because I was like, her voice sounds familiar. Janae, let's get you in. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. I have a comment about the paternity testing because, first of all, I'm not married and I don't have kids. So, Aaron, why are you looking like that? I guess I just don't understand it. One of the callers earlier kind of had a good suggestion about if that were a requirement going into the marriage, that you would take a DNA test once you have kids. That's understandable, as well as routine STD tests, if that's something that's discussed prior to the marriage and that's something we're both agreeing on, like, this is how we want to keep up with each other. I think that's completely reasonable. But I think if you're randomly requesting it after we've been together a few years, married, I'm not talking about like boyfriend and girlfriend, I'm talking about marriage. Like, to me, while I would do it, of course, because I'm a very loyal person, I still would almost feel like my character and loyalty and just personal integrity is being insulted because, you know, we both took the same vows. If we both agreed to these vows, then we both take them very seriously. And so to be requested to take a DNA test, like I had a whole nother child outside of my husband, it just doesn't seem right. Like, yes, I would do it, but it's just how, like, and then I would feel like he's projecting, like, okay, I know I am not stepping out of the marriage, but are you? So is that why you're accusing me of having a whole nother child outside of you? You know, so that's where I'm coming from with it.
Janae, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
If you were to be married, is there any reason you would divorce your husband?
No, unless it's unless he's like abusive, but I just don't see myself marrying an abusive person.
So if he cheated on you, that's not necessarily a deal breaker for you.
One time, like if I found out about it once, it's not. But if it's something that is like an addiction, or he's just constantly stepping out of the marriage, then yeah, like I'm not for the whole exercising options thing. Even if he makes a lot of money, like that's just not, no.
Well, you know, that's another but I'm just asking you that. The reason I ask you that is because most women would have an issue with that, and that normally is enough to dissolve a marriage, right? And so because it's a possibility that this marriage may not last forever, men are under this premise. Now, there are a bunch of men that are trying to put forth that there's no way they're ever getting divorces and things like that, which I accept. Men do in their mind understand it's a possibility their woman could leave them if they make a mistake, something happened that the woman doesn't agree with. So for just preventative maintenance, I would rather know because remember, if we have a child together, if we separate, that child is still mine as well. So I have an obligation to that child as well, as my obligation for you may not be the same after you remarry and move on. So therefore, I still want to know the paternity of my child, because you're not even guaranteed you're going to be with me forever, because there are things that I could do that could cause you to leave me.
But why don't you know the paternity of your child when you married your wife? Like, why are you assuming already that your wife has stepped out of your marriage instead of saying, like, it's one thing, like I said, to say before we get married, this is what I require because this is just who I am. I want to be sure of this. But to be within the marriage, clearly you've married someone that you don't trust, and that's what I don't understand. I'm not getting married to a man that I don't trust.
So here's this thing. There's a lot of confusion in what I see with, because my girl Island Girl Q does this a lot. A lot of times women don't realize they have a difficult time seeing the world outside of a woman's lens. Men and women don't see the world the same. So when women say, well, if you have sex with me, it's because you trust me. No, men are not having sex with women because it's a trust thing. It's not the same. Y'all might require a trust or some need for that, but we don't. And you have to acknowledge we view things differently, we operate differently, and you guys do as well. So your need for certain things is different for our needs for certain things. So yes, you may look at it like, well, you don't trust me, but that's not the case. Because think about it like this. My guy Tommy, he said if his girl cheat on him, if he don't know, he don't know. So my whole thing is, it's not so much about you cheating on me, because I can't prove whether you did or not. So let's say you cheated on me and the baby's still mine. That doesn't take away the fact you cheated on me. I didn't catch you. So that's a moot point. It's not about that. I want to know the child is mine. You could have cheated and I can't catch you. It would be a moot point. It's not about that child being somebody else's because you cheated. I want to know for myself. And I have the right, because this is the one thing that women have completely over men. That's the one thing y'all have. Y'all know 100% fact. When that child come out of you, that's your child. That's not something that we're afforded. There is nothing that we withhold from you that requires you to 100% trust us. Where there's a possibility you can get the answer to something. So you might have to trust us because you don't want to get an STD or something like that. But if you could get the answer to something, there's nothing that we're withholding from you that you could get a scientific answer for something that we have power over you. It doesn't exist. That's just one thing you hold power over us. And we have a chance to get a scientific affirmative
actual proof.
Yeah. And I don't understand how a woman would not understand that. We don't have no kind of power like that over y'all.
So
And
Aaron,
we like, yeah, go ahead.
Aaron, I like I've been saying, I understand that I understand when men want to get a paternity test. I have no issue with that. While you were talking though, I just thought of a question, and I just wanted to ask you, Aaron, because you seem to, be very logical with your responses and things like that. So if a woman, like let's say you propose to a woman, right? Y'all are going to be married in however long.
Be careful, my girl.
Now, I know people are probably going to eat me up in the comments about this because it's a hypothetical, but hypothetically, if the woman that you propose to hired like a private investigator to follow you for like 3 months, would you be like, you know what, it's okay because she's just trying to make sure that everything is what I say it is?
That
would
is a
you be like,
great
you know
question.
what, I completely understand because I just want to make sure?
That's a great question. Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm going to answer it.
I want all the men to answer that. Aaron, you go first.
Yeah, I'll answer that in you know how I do, Tommy. I'm gonna answer.
I do have a question for all the ladies too, but Bethany dropped off.
I'm gonna answer that in a projecting way. There's a possibility I might be there's a possibility I might be a father of a daughter, right? Of a little girl, right? I would want my daughter to protect herself. So if I would tell her, hey, you better do your research on him. So I would be a hypocrite if somebody else's daughter did they research on me.
Okay, so you'll be a PI following you. Okay.
Listen, they can follow me. Absolutely. I don't.
Okay, so
look,
that's
I'm open, but
Aaron is cool with it. Let's go around. Let's go counterclockwise. To go, would you be cool with it?
I'm a person that I truly believe that you can never put your 100% trust in nobody. Okay, so whatever makes you feel comfortable. I don't like I'm a person that I don't like my privacy. You know what I mean? But whatever a person feel like they got to do to get whatever trust they think they need, they do it. Because that's one question I wanted to ask the ladies was kind of that same question was what can you possibly do to get this trust that everybody keeps talking about? Like, you don't trust me. You don't. What do you do throughout your vetting or throughout your relationship? But when you get married and then have a child, to say that you got 100% trust in this woman or man, you know what I mean? What possibly can a person do?
Okay, so to go, you would be cool with somebody following you for 3 to 6 months just so she can be sure. All right, so we got
if Aaron, that's what she want to do.
All right, we got Aaron is cool with it. To go is cool with it. Polar Bear, would you be cool with someone hiring a PI to follow you for 3 to 6 months before you?
I could care less as long as the money's coming out of her pocket to pay for the private.
Polar Bear, you always talking about who's paying for the service.
You're damn right.
As long as it's $400 or less, we good.
But I do want to make one point. There have been occasions in hospitals, either intentionally or unintentionally, where babies got mixed up and the women did DNA tests to make sure it was actually her child. It does occur, even though it's a rarity and it's somewhat anecdotal. But guess what? Those women were not sure the baby that was given to them was theirs. And so they had DNA tests done.
Okay, so we got Aaron, to go, and Polar Bear, all cool with being followed for 3 to 6 months. Zoe, what about you?
Regardless, well, I wouldn't want to pay for it. So if she does it on her own, that's cool. But even if she's paying for it, I still want to see that report. I think that'd be a good read.
All right. So is that a yes or a no? Would you be?
That's a yes. That's a hell yeah.
Okay. So Aaron, to go, Polar Bear, and Zoe. All right. True. What about you then, Gaddafi?
If she wants to waste her time doing such, that's fine. I do believe though, it has to be presented, because I wouldn't do it in secret for the DNA paternity test. I would come direct. So if you would have to come to me as a woman and say, I'm gonna hire a PI, I probably wouldn't pursue that relationship because I would think something's wrong with you. But if you would want to do so, go ahead.
Aaron, why did you make that face? Because we might have made for the same.
I disagree with him on that, and we mostly been agreeing all. See, my thing is this: if you have the ability to eliminate all doubt, no matter what the process is, for the most part, I think you should allow it to happen. Like I think it's like, go ahead, bro.
I think it was the way she framed the question. Like I said, if you want to waste your time doing so, that's fine. But I would think that that's just exaggerated effort. I don't think that you can draw that parallel. I think they belong in two different realms.
Why they're both
and
not
as you say, well, trust to me is just a choice. Honestly, I don't think that you can say, like, to your point, Aaron, that you want to eliminate all doubt. There's no real way to eliminate all doubt. There are certain things in life.
I agree to that, but I'm saying in her mind, if that's what's going to eliminate all doubt for her, I understand, like, factually you can't eliminate all that. In her mind, just that would works for her. And here's another caveat: I don't care if she tells me or not. She could do it secretly.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why. That
I agree with
I'm
Aaron.
gonna tell you why. To me,
I'm different.
I'm gonna tell you why. To
that's
me,
crazy.
I'm gonna tell you why. To me, that's dangerous, and that's crazy because I had a conversation similar to this a couple months ago with a married couple. I think that you got to be very, very careful on what you allow to be the foundation of how you establish trust.
That's a
because
good
I don't
point.
believe that when you when you establish trust, it never stops at that practice. It always has to be leveled up past that practice.
Is it the same
So if
for
you
the
say,
DNA
okay, say
That's
that
a
again.
good
Kay.
point. He
Is it the
makes a good
same for
point.
a DNA test? Should the woman say, and keep in mind, I said I understand that people want DNA tests and I don't see the issue for me, but I'm just saying, just, to kind of expand the conversation a little bit. If you're saying, and I get what you're saying, like, you don't want to set that precedent where it's just like, you know what, I let you do it this time. Now I'm going to be asking you this and this and this. Should a woman have that same point of view if she knows, like, let's say she knows she hasn't been with anybody else in the past 5 years and she knows this. Let's say you don't know, but she knows. Should she then say the same thing you just said and be like, you know what, I don't want to set this, I don't want this to be the foundation, because now it's a slippery slope. Where does the line get drawn? Which I get your point of view saying that about the whole following thing. Should a woman also be able to say that same thing?
I believe she can say what she likes, but I think that anytime someone asks anything of their partner, they have to have a fair argument. They got to be able to convey it in a way that it makes sense. I like what Aaron said, that it's not so much about the feelings. It's not even so much about the trust. It's about the paternity of the child. To Polar Bear's point, it's about the DNA of that potential child. If that child is not connected to me, the future situations they may have. It's bigger than just how you may feel about it. So, yeah, she can say whatever she wants. The reason why I stand firm on the establishing of trust is that, see, people often want to say, oh, I just need proof to trust. I think that's BS. I think that it will never stop at the end.
I agree with that, actually.
That's true, though. If a woman, I'm a childless woman, right?
Okay.
If I'm going to get married and then give a man, my first child, we're going to have a child together. Shouldn't I'm not saying that this is something that I'm just hypothetically, shouldn't I be able to say, you know what, I'm about to give, this man, we're about to have a child together. And if this is hypothetically what I need to know that is the right choice, that I can trust you, would you? Because it's just as important, right, for the woman or the man in terms of a baby. So, like,
yeah.
In the past, normally your father would have did that for you. He would have vetted them.
Okay, but
I think
that's like saying, okay, you should have vetted the woman, so why do you need a paternity test? I mean, we can do this all day.
I agree, Kay. That's a bad point.
I think okay, to your point,
like, now that we're talking about tests of trust or whatever, because you can't just say, well, somebody should have vetted. No, you should have vetted your woman, and you wouldn't need a paternity test if that's what we're doing. But let's not do that, because that's not what we're doing. If a man can ask a woman to get a paternity test, shouldn't
I wasn't saying it like that, Kay. I was saying it in the context of just somebody that, like, if the man needed to be checked out, he needed to be checked out. If it's not no trust there, in the past, the father would have been to check them out.
Does it mean there's no trust just because
sometimes it don't have to have anything to do with trust, like the other guy was saying.
Okay,
it's just to know what's going on, to keep me out of what could happen in the future.
So if the woman just wants to know what's going on, Bethany, were you about to come in, or Janae?
Well, why can't? Oh, go ahead. Okay.
No,
why
go ahead,
can't
Janae.
that same logic be applied to asking for the DNA test? Right? Like, it is to do with trust, because you don't trust that.
Aaron, you were just agreeing.
The child is yours,
with
right?
your
Like,
point,
that's the only
this goes to
reason
my
why.
question.
No, I
And
agree with
for the
your point,
record,
though,
I'm
Kay. That's true.
only speaking within a marriage. Like, I'm not speaking
Mm-hmm.
about
But I
other
think,
relationships. I'm only speaking within a marriage.
but even to your point,
So,
Janae, even within, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead,
Let her
Kayla.
finish.
Sorry.
oh, I was just gonna say, so I was just gonna repeat myself.
Well,
No.
I like how you drew this up, Kay. It's valid. I'll say it's valid, and I stand on the same point that I made. If you're going to practice that, if you're going to introduce that as a practice and a pillar to your relationship, a foundation of your relationship, and it's going to be honored, then let that be honored. But I do believe you have to be careful, and trust is just as simple as a choice. To Janae's point, it's not solely based on trust. I mean, if you got married at 21 and you fast forward into the depth of a relationship, and maybe Bethany could chime in and give some validity to what I'm saying, how you establish your relationship at 21 and may be different at 31 because kids come into play, your career comes into play. There was scene in Tyler Perry's movie, I think, Why Did I Get Married 2, where he had to question potentially the paternity of the woman because of the fact that they weren't having sex like that. And from what I understand, in most married relationships, sex becomes secondary when, the trials of life happen. So if you know that you haven't had sex with your wife for 9 months, and then all of a sudden she's pregnant off of maybe one time, would a paternity test be completely bonkers to request from her?
No, but
That's a
the true.
specific, scenario. Like, obviously,
Yeah.
if you haven't had sex with your spouse and 9 months she turns up pregnant, then
that's like an extenuating circumstance. That's not just
right.
Yeah.
Can I ask Janae a question?
Hold on, real quick. So I want to retort that real quick because I want to debunk the differences between vetting someone and the paternity test. There's a slight X factor that we're leaving out. Part of the point of the paternity test is the X factor is the child. So there's a third party involved that requires a responsibility. So in the other instance where we're talking about vetting, that's just my trust and her trust. That's two people. I have an obligation to the child as well. So that's a different dynamic. So that's why I want to say that's not exactly aligned.
It's not exactly aligned. I agree with that. It's not exactly the same, but just the overarching, the umbrella of trust.
But I think the value of that child will supersede that.
Okay, Aaron, when you speak on, like, okay, that's one of my primary things that says I'm willing to even lie about it. And that's kind of where my question is going to go next.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I like if it's going to be that, then I'm going to need to know because I'm going to have to make a decision. And if I didn't vet her properly before, then I'm not going to sacrifice her feelings for me to make sure if I'm wrong. I'll live with that secret for the rest of my life. If she finds, and that's the kind of the question is, Janae, if you feel like, and Bethany, you can answer after. I feel like I kind of know what you're going to say already, though, from what you said before. But Janae, I did want to ask you if you feel like a man, your husband lied to you and said, and well, not lied to you. He just went and got the paternity test without even asking you. And you never found out. Would that bother you? And then if you did find out, would that bother you? Like how'd that make you feel? Because I feel like it would make you probably feel twice as bad that he didn't trust you and he went and did it.
Don't ask the question and then answer.
Okay, go ahead. My bad. I can't do that. You're right.
No, actually, that would be the best bet in my opinion. Because then to me, it's like if he had to do it in secret, that means he at least is aware of the fact that he'd be questioning my integrity and my character at that point, and he'd be questioning my loyalty toward the marriage. So at least he's aware that that would be hurtful for me. So if my husband hypothetically needs to do that, that would be what I would rather him do.
Okay.
I would feel like a lot better to be like, okay, he had to do this for him. Cool. Like I'd still feel sort of a way, but not as much as he was like, all right, I think we need, if we had the conversation. But that's just me.
Right. Well, hold on, I have to retort that because when you say loyalty, it's kind of like I know I'm something crazy. I know. But when you say loyalty, you kind of speak in the sense of like it's kind of like an allegiance and the support for your man, right? Because that's what loyalty is, right? It's an allegiance and stuff. So you supporting the fact that I want to know it's my child. That's part of your loyalty to me. If you look up just a staunch definition of loyalty, that's exactly what it is.
Hey, listen, like that could mean that, but also it means that before you ask for the test. Like I'm loyal to you, which means I'm not sleeping with anyone else. So there would be no reason for you to need a test. Like, that's just in my head. Like, because I know I'm like that as a person. I understand that everyone's not like that. And there have been women who have had children that don't belong to the fathers even when they're married. But I'm just speaking from my perspective. Like, to me, that would be very hurtful.
No,
If
I
I
agree.
can.
I agree. It's gonna hurt.
Oh, my bad.
Let Bethany go.
If I can.
Go ahead.
It's just like somebody saying, I didn't tell you I cheated because I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
Let Bethany go.
Hold on. Hold on 1 second to go. Bethany, go ahead.
To a certain extent, I understand
I'm
that.
hearing.
Like,
Hold on, polar bear.
oh, sorry. Okay, my fault. I'll chill.
Go ahead, Bethany.
No, it's fine. With I hear everybody's comments and I'm listening to everybody, but I think in the grand scheme of things, all this trust issues and questioning and not saying anything, are these people not communicating with each other? Like, are they not talking?
Thank you.
I'm like, first of all, if my husband has a problem or feels some type of way about something, he's gonna talk to me about it. As a married couple, we have our, I'm not even gonna call it pillow talk. It's just our little session where it's like, how are you feeling? You know, are we good? Are we working things out? Do you feel like we're communicating? I'm like, yeah. Are you sure? Because like my husband travels for work sometimes. I'm at home with the kids, Am I overwhelmed? Are we having sex enough? Are we, that's real conversations that married people have.
Right.
And
I
you
have a
work
question.
through that.
I have a question for you, Bethany.
What the hell? People not talking to each other?
I have a question for you,
if I
Bethany.
can,
You think communication is the same on all? Oh, my bad.
If I can, I give quick insight on my outlook on it. It kind of more or less kind of aligns with Janae a little bit. So my outlook, I don't really see when I think of marriage and stuff. I don't really come from the perspective that my woman is going to be doing anything other than following the deen, following Islam first and foremost. She's not going to be dealing with these sort of, she's not going to be having these problems and worried about PI and stuff like that. This is not even an Eastern problem. This is largely a Western problem. Not only that, it's largely a Western male problem. So if I were to entertain that a woman is getting a PI on me, right? Like, so this woman's so the majority of people who get a PI is men, vast majority. So the women who actually do get a PI, that kind of speaks to their character and their outlook as a woman to even decide to get a PI in the first place. As stated previously, yes, PIs and stuff like that is probably largely a Western term. I mean, a Western methodology. But like me personally, not only am I not getting a DNA test in my life, I'm not going to be getting a PI in my life because I'm not going to marry the kind of woman who even indicative of being put in that situation, like how movies describe it. Like I'm not gonna get into a cookie cutter kind of woman like that. Who's gonna well, we need to get a PI for or get a prenup for or get DNA test. Those kind of things. Come on, can't do that.
Young man.
So you wouldn't get a DNA test or do any of these things because you feel like you would pick
because he's 23.
True, I'm with you.
Hold on, y'all.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on.
I want to ask a question.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on what he just said completely, and then you can go ahead, Drew, and ask your question, and then we got to get to Polar Bear to go to. So Gaddafi, are you saying that you feel like you would have such discernment when picking your mate that you wouldn't even worry about any of this, like DNA tests, prenups, anything like that would, I guess, be a part of your security? I guess as a man, like, are you saying you wouldn't worry about that?
No, ma'am. So exactly, you're totally right. So I wouldn't get a DNA test. I wouldn't get a prenup. I wouldn't do any of these things because literally, like, if any of those things like were to be an issue, right, it'll be my fault, really, in my eyes, because why did I pick that woman who would even do that? See, the kind of woman who I'm going to marry is not going to even have it on her mind. Like, all she's going to be about is my family, me, and you know what I mean? This is. I'm not gonna marry a woman who's gonna worry about that. I guess it is about discernment. Maybe I'll be naive to some people, but in all reality, I just want to marry a woman who's like that.
So
Not all women think like that.
before we
You know?
get to True, I just want to, do another lyric. A wise man once said, "A thug changes, and love changes, and best friends become strangers." Word up. Okay, go ahead, True. Y'all know where
My
that
wife won't be my best friend.
You dropping bars, Jay.
Y'all know where that came from? No, no. Okay, y'all not gonna
Bethany.
do this with the Jay-Z earlier and now the Nas that no one know. You know what? Go ahead, True. I'm not gonna keep doing this with y'all all night. With the
Okay, Bethany.
Go ahead.
My question is, what did you do? Because see, my sister, I think you're brilliant. You need to write a book. Go ahead and do that ASAP. What did you do to establish the safe atmosphere for your man to feel so comfortable to come to you on issues, concerns, thoughts? Because I think that a lot of what's missing, and just even in my experience, lived experience, is that it's very hard to establish those safe realms of flow and communication, because the society teaches you as a man, you're supposed to safeguard the way a woman feels, how she receives it. I personally don't subscribe to that particular practice. I speak my mind. We'll deal with your feelings later. But what did you do to establish that type of foundation in your particular marriage?
You're on mute. Come on, Bethany, get off mute. Okay, there you go.
No, I didn't mute myself. I was like, okay. Thank you, True. I really appreciate that. First of all, God, yeah, I'm not giving backstory, but for my marriage, my husband's older than me. I always go with that so people kind of get the dynamic of it. And I was young, single, kind of, dating different people at the time. Anyway, fast forward, he was like, "You dating different people? I'm out of here." I'm like, "Hell no." So I made the sacrifice and started cutting people off. So that was I think that was my first kind of hint to him, like, okay, she trying to be loyal, she wants to change, whatever. She cutting other dudes off and trying to date me exclusively, whatever. And for me, other things kind of happened, but I went to therapy. I went and got, I got pregnant. Me and my husband got pregnant first, but I went to therapy, and that was another sign, like, okay, you willing to pay for therapy, figure out what's going on, why you do what you do, cool. And for him, because he didn't pay for it, I paid for it. So he was like, hey, you do what you got to do to better yourself. Also for me, I kind of still submitted to him, even though he wasn't my husband yet. But in the grand scheme of things of how our relationship worked, where at the time he was my boyfriend, I picked him up from the airport late at night. And I remember one of my good girlfriends, like I went by her house. There was like a halfway point to the airport. I'm in Houston, by the way, so everything's far. And knowing I had to pick him up late, and knowing he didn't have food cooked at his house, he wasn't trying to eat in the car or get fast food. So I left her house in a timely manner to pick him up like a hot meal. And certain restaurants were closed. It was like 10:30, 11 o'clock. So yes, I ended up having to go like to Denny's or something, but he wanted fish and vegetables, whatever. Very minor. But I remember one of my girlfriends was like, "Oh, hell no, I wouldn't do that. You better than me." And I'm like, and that has always stuck with me. Like, well, why wouldn't you do that? Like, that's a small, very minimal gesture of appreciation or love you have for your man. That's not a big deal. So anyway, so I don't know. I just feel like though I've had little minor things that I've done to show I was loyal to him and show, he was like, okay, I hate to use the term ride or die, but she down for me, whatever. I did the work. Let me just say that. I did the work. I sacrificed some of things that I used to do to be married, to get married. Go ahead.
Maybe I should. Okay. No, great. Thank you. Okay. I guess
I don't know if that's your question or not.
No. You definitely did. Thank you. I guess to condense it down, what type of mindset did you carry prior to being married and then currently even holding now? Because I think when I hear you talk, as soon as you started talking, I'm like, yeah, she's a woman. She's a married woman. And there's a vast difference in the way that you are, as Aaron said, not offended by what we're talking about. You're almost laughing like, wait, are they not conversing? Are they? How is it that you have a relationship and these things are something that is a shock value? It shouldn't be a shock value. So what mindset do you have that, and how did you develop that in order for you to carry your relationship as you are doing so?
I grew up in a 2-parent home where my dad was the head of our household. And I saw my mom submit to my dad, and my dad had the final say. And as the only girl, I have 3 brothers, but I knew the act of service, us as wives, and just as a daughter, I still had to portray and do in a house, even as a child. So I took that mindset into my marriage. Then I did grow up in a Christian household, so I have morals and values. I don't think in today's world people don't have morals and values and don't see the value of a marriage, don't see the value of a man. So I knew the value that my husband had prior to him proposing and all that. Like I said, I still treated him, even when we were dating, he still had the final say in certain things. Now, we never lived together, didn't pay my bills, but I still took what he said as like, okay, I can respect that. He doesn't appreciate this or doesn't appreciate that. You know, he may not like when I do this or that. Okay, let me take that into consideration to know what he likes or doesn't like. And then I think he's a man. I look at him as my protector. And now that I'm married, yes, he's protector and provider.
You've said that twice, and I appreciate that. The fact that you said, you know, you seem to have a reverence of men. I commend that. I think that's what's missing.
Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, today's world, you know, fathers are not in the home. You could debunk that and why, and that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's just. I hope I answered your question.
No, you did. Thank you.
I love being married. I think marriage is a wonderful thing. When it's done right, I think there's blessings in that.
Thank you.
Not just material blessings, but you know.
I mean, there's fathers in the home. What we should say is we need to have more fathers in the home.
Correct.
I just want to put that out there.
No, definitely. Look, yeah.
Oh, my girl, Just Jay. Ooh, I'm in trouble now.
Hi,
she be going off on me. She be going off on me.
Hi,
Jessica. I love you, Aaron. How y'all doing today?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I was debating whether or not to call in.
We're glad you did.
I had to put my hater to bed. Y'all know my little one gives me trouble. Concerning the topic, right? Okay, so I don't know all the fancy words. I don't know statistics. Y'all already know my spiel. Okay, I don't know all of that. All I can say is, at the end of the day, for me, okay, I'm a single mother. For all you haters out there, I'm being petty, but no, I'm a single mother of 2 boys. I never had an issue, right, with a man requesting paternity. I think it's the energy behind it, right? If you're already in a dysfunctional situation and y'all being weird anyway, and he's coming at you like, oh, I know you've been horning around, whatever, whatever, of course it's going to be weird. You know what I'm saying? Of course she's going to be hurt. And more times than not, I can imagine most women in general feelings would be hurt because it's coming from a place of, oh, you don't trust me. My personal thought is, I know it's my baby, the baby in my body, like it's my baby. So as a man, I've never like thinking like how a man would think. I've never seen the issue because it's like he don't know it's his baby. I know it's my baby. Whether I'm cheating or not, you know what I'm saying? Whether I'm in the house or not, you know. And so to me, it's just reassuring your partner. You know, I like it's. I don't know. I honestly like some of y'all get on my nerves because some of y'all just whine too much. you know, and you just need to take charge. And if you want, if you want the DNA test, get it done and be done with it. Like I don't understand all this back and forth. Like, oh, you know, F your feelings. I'm the man of the house. Like, you know, I'm going to tell you that, you know, I got a heavy voice, so maybe that's why I sound underwater. But anyway, all the back
Don't
and
even worry
forth,
about them comments.
I talk my trash too. Y'all know I be going crazy. But at the end of the day, all the back and forth is unnecessary. Like a lot of times, most times, women want y'all to take charge anyway. Like I ain't trying to fuss y'all. I'm not trying to fuss, but women get sick of y'all talking about, oh, I'm just do it. Just do it. If you need that test, do it and be done with it. Like I don't get it. Like it's not about F her feelings. It's about values as well, right? Because we've heard people that have different values and beliefs that is gonna line up with XYZ. Y'all said that, oh Lord, Kevin ready to dive on my single mother head. But anyway, um Aaron said something about the guy being 23, you know, so maybe that's why he didn't think about it that way. But some people, if they come from a religious background, may feel like, you know, I should trust. Oh shit, I dropped off. Shit, no, I didn't.
You good? You good?
It just,
So yeah, like
it
some
got
people
reconfigured a
feel
little.
like, you know, oh, my religious background is this, so this is why I believe that we shouldn't get these tests, X, Y, Z, whatever. So I think it's about understanding and honoring your partner's feelings. You know, that's what matters. It's not about F your feelings, F that, you know, honor your partner's feelings and be able to be transparent and talk about stuff. Doing all this behind the back shit. Ooh, let me swab the baby. Hey, come here, girl. You want to what is this?
That's what Aaron kind of spoke to earlier, which I said I respect. Like, you know what?
But
Just say, this is
Zoe
what I
spoke
need and just
on
do
that
it.
earlier, right?
Yeah, Zoe said he lied. I didn't like that.
But you have some men who would rather. I'm not saying that either way is right or wrong, but you have some men who would rather sneak behind her back instead of hurting her feelings. You know, so it's like we just gotta honor folks. I'ma step down, listen, because I ain't trying to fight with the Godfather. I already got enough pit
You
bull.
better get up out of here before you get on.
No, but I don't mind sitting up stage unless y'all got somebody else to come up. But yeah, ultimately kids are involved. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just too much at risk to be in your feelings. Feelings matter, but you have to think beyond yourself. Think about the child who 7 years down the road and got close to this man and finds out that's not their child. You know, so it's a lot of stuff involved, y'all. Like we have to be able to get over emotions. Yes, emotions matter, but we have to get over them in order to build. Y'all can't be building on poop with buttercream on the top. So anyway, I'm just
It
saying,
should
y'all.
really just be part. It should really just be part of the typical, you know, thing that happens.
And also,
I
Kay.
did have a question, Aaron.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, go ahead so we can get
As
to Kevin.
far,
What up,
okay,
Kevin?
so as far as the whole Simp thing and Sierra and her husband, help me understand why does it matter so much
Let
to
me. I wanted to go quickly on that because what I had to say had something. Do you mind, Kevin, if I go quickly before?
It's not my show. I was talking to Aaron.
Look, even Kevin recognized it's not his show. Why are you asking him?
No, I'm just asking because you were saying Kevin is next. I'm just asking.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to emasculate nobody. I'm just saying.
Right.
I just want to know what the issue is with worrying about other people's relationships. And you know, I'm new to this space, so y'all help me understand that because if whatever that man name is okay with Sierra, you know what I'm saying, popping and locking or whatever she does, like why does it matter to other men? So if y'all can answer that for me.
I can answer it.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. We want to, you know, let Kevin talk about the. I know you want to, Kevin. You want to talk about the DNA thing.
Okay.
I know you do.
Well,
Let's get him to talk about that first.
Well, but because she did ask about the Sierra thing, and because I've spoken about this, why it matters to men in general, black men in particular, the symbolism. the symbolism. Whether you agree with what a lot of black men are saying, you need to listen to them, because black men's media representation, until we have decided to start taking control of it, has been contrived for us in the media. So we have to. So every depiction of us matters, and you have arguably a man who would be considered an alpha male, went to Stanford, as 2 Super Bowl winning quarterback, and he's married to a woman who's a Christian woman twerking, and she's the baby mama of a man who has like 13 children. Where do you see that in outside the black community? Tom Brady. I mean, it's just not a good depiction. And even if I can talk about them in an isolated event, I will say the optics looks bad. Your wife is supposed to be for you, not for this. And the fact that, especially in the black community, a community that is for the most part been pretty damn socially conservative, that we're even questioning why people got an issue, it's kind of troubling. I don't see Tom Brady's wife twerking nowhere.
So Kevin, would you say that it is mainly the like you used the word optics? I was just about to say that if you didn't. Do you think it's mainly the optics, like overall the image that's being portrayed in terms of black people, more so than like this individual?
It's in terms of black men. It's in terms of black men. Black men have taken too many L's. We're just tired of losing in the media. And every time black men are hypersensitive, and for good reason, about our image. For the longest, it was outside of our control. So now when we start to actively say something, and the pushback, see, it'll be one thing if black men said one thing about Sierra and Russell Wilson, and there was no pushback from women. It's the pushback from women. It's almost like, well, how dare you say something? And I trust me, I've sided on the side of saying I understand why Russell Wilson is doing what he does, but I also have to take a step back and say it's bigger than Russell and Sierra. You are representative of us because we are all one big black community in the way the world looks at it. So we have to get to a point in our community where the voice of men matters without question. Because it's like every time a black man brings something to the forefront, it's always questioned to the nth degree. Why? And eventually it's because, goddamn, we're men. We're the only group of men who have to validate ourselves in front of other men, and then in front of our women, in front of everybody.
You know what, Kevin? You're the first one, I think, tonight that I've heard come at it from that angle in terms of the black community and just the optics of it and the representation and things like that. I don't think I heard anyone else say that. So in your opinion, how could black men more effectively, I guess, communicate these things? Because I think some of the disconnect is because earlier when people were talking, I'm like, okay, that's what you would do. That's what you would do. It was coming from a very personal and emotional kind of standpoint, like personally for whoever was talking. So like, how could it be more effectively communicated so that it's seen in a way that is conducive for like our community being seen, I guess, more positively in the media?
How can it be communicated more effectively?
Right. Well, versus getting emotional and saying, well, if it was my wife, outside of that, like, what advice would you give?
This may not be popular, but you have to. It's kind of like this guy who's in the news for getting 110 years for this for the accident that killed all those people. There are people who are just saying he killed 4 people. You've seen extremes on both ends, but the people who are really extreme tend to have somebody who's died in a car accident who's a truck driver, and you can understand why people have hyper emotion. I get the fact why so many brothers feel this way, and I would just say if people start feeling a little bit more empathy for why normally logical men are going straight to the emotion, because it surpasses so much, because our image has been so contrived for us. I do this for a living. I've been doing this for a long time, and my expectations of most men aren't the same as I have for myself, which is why brothers feel some kind of way when they see one of us on the stage who've achieved so much. He's like, man, you know what it's like out here for us. And you should also say, well, twerk all you want to, but Sierra, why you got to do like that? I mean, I don't, it's not even something we really want to have to talk about, honestly. But it is where I'll put it up on us as men. Black men have to get black male media by black men for black men to where we start controlling our own image to where we don't have to have athletes, entertainers, and musicians be the forefront where the business class and the politicians and the political and the power structure should be for us. That's our struggle because we don't have black male media. So no other group has that issue. That's why I hammer that so much. But we were talking about this paternity thing.
Yes.
And what I don't understand is why so many women would be offended because men want to know. Because you carry the child. I mean, back in the monarchy, the lineage was determined through the queen. It was said what they were saying, mama's baby, daddy's maybe. Parental discrepancy has been something with us forever until we had DNA testing. And when we start having DNA testing, we start finding out about a whole lot of stuff that wasn't right. There have been plenty of women who have been offended up one side and down another. And then when Maury come back, you are not the father. All of a sudden it becomes something else. So I don't understand why wanting to know is so offensive to women knowing what men have to risk. That's what I don't get. It's like women are offended, and it's like as though the man is just doing something to be vindictive, spiteful. In other words, it ain't about you. It's about his peace of mind. And this is one of the problems so many black men have. Even when I was sitting down and talking in Miami last week, I was like, I often ask women, what do men do that's good that has nothing to do with you? And I hear nothing, because sadly, we've gotten to a point in the world, and especially in our community, that all of our actions are viewed through the lens of the woman instead of the lens of us. And other groups of men having to protect their paternity, their resources, their this, their that. I mean, we've seen the numbers. We've seen people who signed birth certificates, who got a DNA test later, found out they wasn't even his kid and still on child support. We got thousands of stories like this. But it always seems to be, it's offensive to women when, if you can understand that you don't have the doubt, men do. That's the only thing I never understood. So that's kind of why I wanted to kind of chime in. And then one of the men earlier said that I wouldn't do it. It was almost like he was virtue signaling. It's like, oh, I wouldn't do it because I should have to pick a woman this way and that way, and I wouldn't want to make her feel this way and that way. And I'm like,
oh, about the paternity test and the prenup and all that.
Right. And it's something to say until you really have something on the line. I mean, and no offense, but the numbers get bigger and the more risk out there. There's a reason this thing exists, and it's not to be a punitive measure. So I think the better solution would be, honestly, because we don't run our own image. If it's really, you need to know, get the child tested in secret if it's going to cause issues. But if you know things like this matter, it's up to us as men to learn how to communicate effectively our standards and our expectations of the kind of women we deal with, and not get ourselves in a position to where you're going to have these kind of issues with women. That's why I can kind of see where the women were coming from, where we talk about the communication. But if you're already married and y'all find out. But here's the real question. What do women say when it comes back that it's not the man's child? Because it's anywhere from 2 to 30%. We don't talk about that. We talk about the guys who want to take the test and we want to interrogate that. We never get to the other side. So that's why I was listening to the conversation. So I'm going to leave that right there and kind of let it for the rest of the panel. I'm going to fall back and kind of listen and chime in though.
You know what, Kevin?
Huh?
I'm not sure how long you've been watching, but you know, I don't think there's any issue with a man wanting a DNA test. It should just be the thing that I think it should just be protocol. In terms of what would happen if the baby ends up not being the alleged father's child, I think that woman would have a lot of explaining to do, and the man, you know, of course he can choose to do whatever he wants. Like, I wouldn't be mad if somebody left if they found out that that's not their
You
child.
can't, okay? You can't if your name's on that birth certificate.
Oh, you're saying
still,
like after the fact if they
you're still legally responsible for you. You're still legally responsible.
So Kevin,
Even outside the marriage.
Kevin, maybe you know more about this and you can explain a little bit more. So if a couple, let's say they're not married, and the man gets his name on the birth certificate and he thinks he's the father, and let's say 6 months later they take a paternity test, he's not the father, what happens and what are the legal ramifications of that situation?
6 months you may be able to get 6 months you may be able to, depending upon when the sooner the better. 6 months it's a possibility, but 2 or 3 years you're paying child support. There's case law in Michigan, Illinois, Texas, throughout this country where men have proven, because they didn't want to test while they were in a relationship, but they tested after, shows that all the kids, and they're still responsible. You got men in jail because they fell behind paying child support for kids that aren't theirs, and they've been trying to get their name off, and the court said, well, you assume the responsibility and the child looks at you as a father, so it's in the best interest of the child. This is why I challenge everybody to go sit in family court for at least 2 or 3 Tuesdays and just listen to some of this stuff, because once you start hearing these stories, it becomes more real. Once a man signs, I'll give you an example. When I was married, we got divorced. My ex-wife got pregnant. She had a child, and you know, she had chosen to just kind of keep it away from me, or kind of keep it on the low, or whatever. And I kind of acted like I didn't see. I mean, like you see somebody growing out here. Anyway, I'm at my daughter's birthday party, and everybody's congratulating me, and so I'm like, congratulate my mother. I'm like, that ain't mine. Anyway, I'm leaving with my daughter, and I get a phone call. She's like, hey, by the way, I think you know I have a son by now. I'm like, yeah, I've heard. Well, your name's on his birth certificate, and you need to deny it, or you're going to be responsible for child support. And I said, who wasn't aware now? Yeah. See, what happens if a woman goes to have a child at the hospital, they ask you if you're single, married, or divorced. And if you say divorced, they're going to ask you when the divorce was final. If the divorce has been final for 11 months or less, the husband's name goes on the birth certificate automatically. And it is the husband's responsibility, the ex-husband's responsibility, to deny it in writing within 30 days, or you become the legal father of that child.
Okay, so it's automatic unless you deny it.
You heard that right. So I'm there on a Saturday, and I had to prolong my trip because I have 5 days left, or else I would have been responsible for another man's kid. Because that's a law that's in every 50 states. Because women, what they were trying to prevent is women getting pregnant in the marriage, going across the world, and not having a paper trail for the father. But like many other laws, they end up tangling men up to where she can go off and just say she was divorced, and she had no choice. When she said divorce, a series of events happened. I verified this with an attorney. It ain't like she tried to do that on purpose. Because I wanted to believe she did it on purpose. I was like, no, that's just what has to happen. So I had to deny, had to get it in writing and everything else, because I would have been legally responsible. See, this is why it is so important for men, and this, like you said, Kate, it should be a mandatory DNA testing when a child is born to determine. But you need to understand the hundreds of millions of dollars the family court system is to this country. That's why it's not mandatory, because what you're talking about would take millions of dollars out of state budgets. The family court is a cash cow for states.
So, Kevin, do they ask for like a marriage license? Like, how do they know? Like, when you have a baby, do they say, hey, let me get your marriage license so I can see who, like, how do they verify who
They
the
don't
husband was?
see
Or when was the last
a
when-
woman in some states. A woman can just claim a man as the father, and his name goes on there.
In terms of what you said though about the husband, after I think you said 11 months or
The
something
husband,
like that.
so when you're divorced, if it's less than 11 months, they assume that the child was born. They assume that she got pregnant as a result of the marriage.
Right, but
Because
like
what they're trying to do they're trying to protect the husband's rights. They don't assume that the woman was having an extramarital affair or seeing anybody else. So they wanted the child to be able to find their parent. That assumes the best case. So that's why as soon as she said divorce, my name went on there.
How did they determine though? Like, what if she just said whoever? Like, how do you
Well, she
determine?
couldn't. As soon as she said divorce, they said when was the divorce final? And
they
once
just
she
take
said
your
it's been final for 5 months, automatically it was me, because all you gotta do is go back to the state filing. I'm there.
That's what I'm saying. Do they just verify like marriage licenses and whatnot?
Yep. Because once you say single, married, or divorced, divorce sets into motion an automatic slew. They start looking for divorce records, divorce filings, boom. Because what they're trying to prevent is us getting divorced and I had a kid out there and I have no ties to the kid. They always want to have somebody to pay. So they had to have me. I actually had to go find, I know the guy's name, and I had to go get all this stuff to make sure he was responsible. But that's an easier case because that was, I don't forgot the law, but it's in every 50 states. And it's like 11 months or less. The ex-husband's name has to go in there and he has to deny, which is crazy because you're talking about two people who just got a divorce and they have to try to work this out. What's worse is a woman can just put somebody's name on there. She can just say, oh, it was a Wealth Engineering's child. And okay, well, what is got his name? His address, phone number? Don't have it. So you know what they do? What state is he in? What city is he in? Oh, he's in Dallas? Okay, we're going to put a listing in the Dallas classifieds or personal ads. Hey, Wealth Engineering, you got a baby. And they assume that is service. Instead of serving you papers, saying you got you've been served in a local paper. So you look up and 2 years later, your name's on the birth certificate. And yeah, but here's the thing: as long as it doesn't really become a problem until a woman is collecting state benefits or anything like that, that's when it really gets to be out of control. So the family court system is the issue that most men want to stay out of. It's the one thing that it's such a cash cow for states. They're incented to get people into it. I mean, have you guys ever heard of anything? What is it called? Civil forfeitures, where you can just be driving down the street and the cops pull you over and you got too much cash in the car, and they say, "Well, you can even have bank receipts," and they're like, "Well, you mind if we look in your car?" And okay, we're gonna bring the DEA out and the drug sniffing dog. 67 to 100% of all U.S. bills have traces of drugs on it. $334 million was seized from American citizens last year in civil forfeitures, and 90% of it is still tied up. The police department reporting gets anywhere from 70 to 80% of the money, and it skips your Fourth Amendment and goes directly into the federal system, and you have to fight to get back. What I'm saying is ultimately there's systems in place to take money from citizens that average people can't fight. And family court is one of the most insidious ones. That's why men would do well. That's why your thing won't work, Kay, because they want people to get tied up in this system. Because it should be easy to avoid.
So that's why they won't do the just protocol.
Right, well, because if wealth engineering is the father, if you say wealth engineering is the father and he's making 2 or 3 times what the other guy's making, he's responsible. You know, he's not getting any benefits. But if you say this guy's the father and you getting state benefits, they'd rather have him on the line because they ain't got to pay WIC and all the other kind of stuff. You got to look at the money. And here's another thing: family court judges tend to get a percentage of what they collect.
That's what TLA was saying once. I didn't know that.
This is why I'm saying that's why I want women to understand. It's not why a lot of women feel offended. Here's one thing I hope that we start having more for. I hope we start having more empathy for what men go through. Women have more empathy for men. But before that happens, men have to be humanized. Because we're supposed to feel empathy for women automatically. This is what this conversation, you're supposed to feel empathy for a woman being offended. I'm like, well, can you understand that if you're one of that 2 to 30% of men who is that parental discrepancy, where's the empathy for what he ends up in? Because the least problematic thing is he would have is he just found out the child wasn't his. If it's in family court or some shit like that, you got much bigger problems. So I hope that helped, folks. I'm gonna fall back. I know there's some other people that want to get on here.
I think Just Jay had a question for you.
Oh, you do? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just Jay.
Do you have a question?
Mr. Samuels.
Hey.
I have to say first that what you said about humanizing a person does matter, because I have to admit, I never cared for you, but I never took time to look into your content, right? So I knew that was an opportunity for me to learn something about myself, right? So with that being said, I would like your perspective on the community when you were speaking about the image of Black males. Me being a single mother, there was a live last night that went on for hours. At any rate, there was the issue about stepfathers. And just a lot of hurt in general, right? So a lot of things I heard that I took in was a gentleman said in the chat that single mothers are doomed and their children are doomed. So when it comes to the community as a whole, some people say there is no community, some say there is. I feel like there's a community because ultimately we're not judged as individuals, regardless if we want to be or not. So what is the approach on, I guess, building up the community and continuing to further the education about controlling fertility and all those things? I guess it's kind of the short question.
Well, that's a long answer, but the community, assuming there is a fix, the fix is going to be between how Black women are teaching each other what a man is for, how to approach a man. Number one, because most of us, if you listen to most women, they listen to each other before they listen to us. And this is why you start to see so many men feel pulling away. I'm 52 years old, and it used to be honorable to be a stepfather back those days. But is there any? But you got to ask today: is there any honor in being a stepfather?
No.
And that's not because men don't want to be honored. It all starts with what is it? A community can rise no higher than the moral position of its women. Well, what is the moral position of our women, and what is the view of our women towards our men? It's not like men don't want to deal with kids, or men don't want to deal with ungrateful women or entitled women, or feel like they're just getting something, doing something out of nothing. That's not how it's always been. We're old enough to remember when we used to have a community, but it starts at how the women look at the men. So how do you do that? One, you start with the women and the father you have. What's the relationship with the single mother and the father of the child? Is it one of being honest? And more often than not, we find that it's really not. Is the father's side ever really told? Most children find out the father's side far too late. There's going to be a lot of accountability on the mother because the mother was going to have to, because let's just say we had ready mentors. Let's say we had ready mentors for these young children, young men in particular. Would women be willing to compensate the men who were not tied to these kids?
I talked
See,
about
we
that
have
in
to
that
put some
live.
value into what we have to put some value into it. So if you're a single mother and you have boys and you want me and wealth engineering to tutor and such and so forth, because you'll often get coaching and stuff like that in sports because men like sports and they don't mind passing on. But if you want engineering and math passed on, you got to do more than pass a plate, pay. But see, then you start looking at, well, is it worth it? I think ultimately what men want is to see women revere what a man is beyond a paycheck. Because black men are according to the data, the most involved or more involved fathers than any. And because we're raised in a community where we're more accustomed to listening to our women, we're easier to get along with than a lot of guys raised in a more patriarchal world. So you have an opportunity, but you have to be able to meet the men at what the men want. You have to be willing to give the men what they're asking for. And far too often, a lot of men feel like women are saying, "All right, I'm in this situation. Understand my plight. Understand how I got here." And it's like, well, okay, then what's in it for the men? I think it would be fair for the women to try to understand what the men want and make it to the men's benefit. Because if not, you're the only group of women standing up in not I don't say standing in opposition, but standing so far apart from their men. It's not for men to make any more moves towards women. Women have to make moves towards men. Lastly, I said it last year, the gender war is over. After a war is over, there's a winner and a loser. Okay? Women lost. 26% marital rate in the black community. 8 out of 10 children, eight out of 10 kids being born out of wedlock. Women, you lost. So you have to sit down at the table first and admit defeat with your mouth. And then admit defeat with your actions, or else what other group of men are you going to build with? And if you can't humble yourselves to understand that your men are more valuable than just in the bedroom and at the bank, who's going to replace us? Because that's the core of the community, the nuclear family. And marital filings were up in every community in 2019 and 2020, except for ours, they were down.
So with that, Mr. Samuels, like I try not to focus on the chat, but I do like to see what people think, right? So even as you speak, there are men saying, "Don't be the cleanup man, XYZ." Me personally, I have never looked for a cleanup man. More than anything, I wanted positive role models for my sons because I can't teach my sons how to be men because I'm not a man. But when I come to certain spaces, and this is not for everybody, but in general, the sentiments that I see are, like you said, men who want to feel appreciated. So amongst a lot of these people, I don't see any man, or I haven't in the past few days. I haven't seen any man say, "Hey, I ain't set up to be a stepfather, but I don't mind mentoring." Because I understand everybody don't want to take on other people's kids. And so it's not even about that for me, but there are some men who want to forsake this community, get the bag, haul ass, but don't want to pour back. And it's not because they owe per se, but esoterically speaking, spiritually speaking, we are still connected people. So how do I fit in? Because I'll be in the chat and I can be like the guy says right now, not our job, just Jay. But then we talk about the community. Like, I don't know. I do have a lot of pride. I got a 20-year-old and I
Well,
got a 40-year-old. So
okay.
I admit it. I opened my
Well,
legs, I had kids. What
okay.
now?
Okay. You're listening to the men say not to clean up. I don't want to be a cleanup man. Then y'all got to fix that. Women who share your reflection. Hold on. Let me just finish. You got to understand where that comes from. Because what you're saying is you don't see men, you're seeing more men who saying don't be the cleanup man. But what you're not seeing is men set up saying, I want to be stepfathers. Well, that ain't their job. Y'all need to make it to where it's appealing to men to do anything for you other because what you're doing is basically men have seen women, like it or not, do what's in their best interest. That's where a lot of men feel. And if you want men to do anything, you have to incent them to do it, like every other group of women. Instead of saying, well, he's not doing it, and we're waiting for men to do it. No. You lost. You do it. You go start talk to your female friends, your female content creators, Madame Noir, Shade Room. Make it better for men. Make it to where men want to be the cleanup man. Make it to where men want to do something. Stop looking for men to all of a sudden do the very thing that men are saying they're not going to do because they didn't see it benefit their fathers, their stepfathers. They're not seeing it benefit anybody. It's not for the men to fix. It's for you guys to fix. Because it's ultimately because you're not going to ice skate uphill. You're not going to get a group of men to do something that's not in their best interest if they don't have to. You're going to have to incent them.
So Kevin, you know, while you're just talking, I was thinking, do you think that it's more on like the overarching, like I guess perception of Black women, or do you think it's an individual Black woman thing? Like I heard you mention the shade room.
Both.
What
Because
made you mention the shade room and like some of those other types of media outlets?
Because you have the shade room. Show me the analog to the shade room. Show me the analog to Scrub. Show me the analog to Hot Girl Summer. Show me the analog to Ain't Nothing Going On with the Rent. Show me 10 platforms where Black women are in the mainstream praising Black men. Show me 3.
Okay, so you basically have the same views about this as you do about the way that Black men see other things in the media when you were talking about there's no Black run male media.
Human beings operate, humans move on incentives. What is the incentive? Men have to be incented. They didn't just become this overnight. This is because at 52 years old, being a stepfather used to be revered, but it's not that way. So it's like what I think men continue here is you want men to move first. You want men to do something. And then it keep thrown back on where you're the leaders. You're supposed to do that. Well, no, because you don't pick the men that are over here. You pick the 16% of the men over here to have 80% of the kids. Then you want this 54% that are single and childless and this 30% that are married to mentor this 16% who's making 80%.
Did you say 60% of
16? 54% of Black men are single and childless. 30% of Black men are married. 8 out of 10 children in the Black community are born to single mothers. That math roughly breaks down to 16% of men fathering 80% of children. When
did
a woman
you
has
come up with that, or did you see that somewhere?
blackdemographics.com. These stats are pretty well fleshed out.
I love it, Kevin.
Well, okay. You look at even anecdotally. Come on, you look at when the case in Memphis. What was it? 3 men, 87 children. Future, we talked about Future and Russell Wilson earlier, didn't we? How many baby mamas Future got? How many kids Future got? Most black men don't have children. And it's not that they don't want to have children. And one of the biggest unlocks, I will say, black men want relationships to the tune of 43% of black men want to be married or in a serious relationship. The problem is finding women who want to be wives who don't already have kids. See, I was told my entire life that black men aren't willing. We've seen a big difference. Black men are willing to meet after. See, here's the thing. Black men are willing. But are black women willing to move first? And what I often hear from black women is like, well, I'll move if you move. Well, I'm sorry, whether you did it or not, for the last 50 years, the inertia has been one way. Strong, independent, don't need no man. That bill has come due. And time ain't on your side. And the odds aren't on your side, because if you don't have black men, Bradley, Ahmed, and Enrique ain't rushing in here in record numbers to wife any black woman. That's the reality.
Aaron, were you about to? I saw you earlier, kind of.
No, I know, because just Jay's kind of referencing the live that I moderated that finished this morning. We kind of had there was a woman that came in and she just started going off about how black men have abandoned their communities and they're the sole reason why the black community is destroyed, and we're going to be no more in two generations. And she was basically saying you can't blame women, it's all on the man, it's all on the man. And I was like, and I said, okay, that's fine. But so Jonathan was there, me and JB was talking, and they were going back and forth. And JB was saying, me and Aaron don't have no kids. We ain't leaving kids in the hood. We not making these kids. So why are you saying the responsibilities on us to move back to the hood to go and then take on somebody else's kids to build up the community? Why is that responsibility on us? So I pushed back and I said, because this disingenuous statement that I keep talking about, the sentiments that, man, you're the leader, so fix it. Y'all don't really want us to be the leaders. So what I said was this. I told her, I said, let's break it down like this. Let's say there's 10 men, 10 black men, phenomenal men, as perfect as they can be. They control everything. We remove all rights of women. If we say you can't be with this man, you cannot be with this man. Then there would be no children born to these Pookies and Ray Rays running around, because the men have the control. But the issue lies with women have freedom and that we can't restrict them. And so once I brought that point, it was like, there's nothing we can do to stop it. And she basically wanted us to kill all the Pookies and Ray Rays and get them out the hood and risk our lives to do these things.
Let me say one thing, Aaron. Aaron, let me say this before I run. Would it have not been a different conversation if, when that woman came in saying all that stuff, if the women in the chat room in one voice would have shouted her down and said, no, sister, we got to do something different. And if the women would have, instead of having the conversation is always upon men to do something when you cannot restrict freedom. You're free. So women are free to actually come back too. They're free to actually get themselves in order too. And that's the only way this is going to actually work. Free women choosing to get themselves in order with the men they are with. Or, like you said, y'all don't have kids. You can't make it work without women deciding to. See, the consent of the governed. That's the beautiful thing about any free nation. You can be president, but you can be leader, but you have to have the consent of the people you're leading. I got a question for you, black women. You keep saying black men are the leaders, but what black men are you following? Thank you. Have a good night, folks.
Very quickly, I shared the stats from
the black men that, I mean, I just, thanks, Kevin, for coming. But the black men, I mean, to follow would be your mate, your father, your brother.
I was gonna say my father, but Aaron, honestly, like, I feel like the girl, if you're referring to A, I honestly feel like she made good points. Like,
She did.
yeah,
I acknowledge that.
everything wasn't like, 100%, but there's something to be said about the state of our community and the role that both Black men and Black women play. And I just feel like Black women get blamed when it's like, yeah, you guys are the leaders. Like, at
No,
least that's
but
how
see,
I
that's
see it. Like,
disingenuous. That's disingenuous,
how
Janae.
is that disingenuous?
Because this is a brand new narrative of y'all wanting us to be the leaders. Let's not act like this is a common thing and this has always been the
You
case.
have
This is
something on in the back, Aaron. Everybody, if you're not talking, just mute.
That's not me.
There's like
But so I respect what you're saying, Janae, and I acknowledged her points as well. I didn't censor her. I acknowledged she had a lot of great points. But unfortunately, when I stated that women have free will, she said, I don't care about their free will. I don't care. Men have to make things right because y'all the leaders. Now, that sounds good, but there's not any application where we can actually impute that. She didn't actually say what she wanted us to do. She said, y'all the leaders, y'all need to fix it.
I think that she did.
I just wanted
but
to
I
bring the
don't wanna
conversation
go,
back
like,
to the
into a
topic
deep
because
dive of it because I don't remember exactly what she was saying, but I listened
I
to
do.
it
I was there.
hours ago.
Me and Aaron was the only two on camera with her.
I heard what she said. She said we
I
should
was
hold
there
the
too.
Pookies accountable. We need to protect the neighborhood. We need to there should be no more Pookies and Ray Rays because y'all should be getting rid of it. Look, I listened very well. I remember everything that she said,
Aaron,
and
what's
she
your
had a
topic
lot
real
of great
quick?
points. Yeah, so we did a live there like Saturday night, and that goes for like 9, 10, 11 hours. And there was a woman that came on. I don't know who she is. She didn't come up, and she basically, her whole point, which she had a lot of good points, was that she wants to save the Black community because she feels strongly with the data that she knows and that we're going to be extinct in the next 2 generations. And she's saying Black men are the weakest men.
Last night.
They're the ones that abandon their community. They don't protect their women. They don't protect the children, and they need to fix their community. They need to stop leaving their communities because me and JB said, well, I mean, we moving out the hood. And she like, no, you can't leave the hood. You need to move back to the hood, bring your resources back to the hood, marry women or marry and take care of women that have children that are not yours and fix the problem. Now, she had a lot of, she did say that. She did say that.
I think we're simplifying what she said, but in the interest of, I don't think, I mean, at least for me, just being honest, I can't recall exactly the words she was saying, so I don't want to misrepresent, but I do think this is like a very big oversimplification of what she was saying, and it's making it seem like you guys were, I don't know, like what she was saying was more so of an attack rather than an acknowledgement.
She
So
was
I
taking
don't want to
leadership.
like frame it
Hold
for
on,
the
Zoe.
people who weren't there in like an inaccurate way. Does that make sense? So I mean, if that's how you recall it, that's fine.
I
You just
rewatched it.
recall it
I rewatched it.
differently.
No,
I
that's
wanted-
fine. But what I found, hold on, Zoe. What I found,
Okay.
because this is a big topic. What I found was women don't want any responsibility at all. And so whenever a woman comes on and says everything's on a man, I notice women cheer for that. They like, absolutely.
I disagree. I feel like women, we are constantly, I mean, the whole manosphere exists by telling women what our problem is in this whole
That's
entire
not
situation.
true.
But you don't
Ho- ho-
acknowledge
ho-
it.
ho-
That is not true.
I just
But
don't think that
She can't help but feel that way.
Well,
No,
I feel
that's
like I'm a very
inaccurate
logical
because that's
person.
not
true.
that is not why the manosphere exists. The manosphere, as I understand it, and let's be clear, because there's red pill and then there's black manosphere, right? The black manosphere is actually telling Black men, "Okay, where you go? Don't go nowhere. Okay, get your tail up here." The Black manosphere is actually telling Black men, "Get your sugar honey iced tea together." You
Upliftment.
can't demand nothing of a woman that you are not willing to exemplify yourself. That's
Yep.
by and large a lot of the message. And I understand for women that when you hear men saying their grievances, you hear them airing out their grievances. I know that's triggering to a lot of y'all. Because for a lot of y'all, and I salute the sisters that actually can sift through and hear to understand rather than hear to respond, right? The sisters, I see you, Just Jay.
Pause 1 second. I'm sure Kay gonna moderate and get to you. I promise. I know you got the church finger up. That's why I was saying that. But I thought it was interesting that when Kevin Samuels left off with that last statement and he dipped out, I heard everybody say, well, you should be following your father and your brother and your uncle and your husband. So now are y'all saying that those are not the leaders? Because he said, listen, he specifically said, if y'all are saying black men, we need y'all to lead, then who are you following? And y'all came back and said what I heard women say. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I heard women say, well, you should be following, and y'all named off in succession, father, husband, da 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 da. So are y'all saying these are not the leaders of the community?
I don't know if I'm not understanding your question, but with Kevin Samuels, when he asked that question, my immediate thought was, okay, I mean, is it a general question, like, or are you talking specifically?
Ladies,
Because in my
when
life,
y'all
I
say,
have an
okay,
older
so
brother,
so
have
let
a
me
dad.
I got you, Janae. And Janae, thank you for coming up. I know it was a lot of pressure. I was putting pressure on you in the comments. Thank you for coming up. Just Jay, thank you for coming up, sis. It's good to see your face. I see you over there, mean mugging. Stop that.
I'm annoyed.
It's cool. I'm only here for 2
Don't be
seconds.
annoyed. Just
And
I'm
it's not
only
because
go
of
ahead.
what he particularly said, right? So I know I'm supposed to ignore the chat, and I could be petty, right? I don't care.
No. That's
I
gonna
don't
derail
care.
us.
I
Jay.
need men to find their balls, whether or not I have.
Jay, that's gonna
Listen,
derail us.
whether or not
Listen.
I have a man, right? I respect my elders. I already told y'all I don't listen to KS content. I still sat and I listened. Ultimately, I still don't understand how I fit in this situation.
Okay, cool. So listen.
So they saying,
Jay.
oh, it's simple math.
No. I got you. That's
So,
fair.
can
I
I
got you.
finish
I got
right
you. So
quick?
can I
You
generalize
might
it?
have me. I don't trust that. That's why I might be
Listen,
over talking you.
I know.
So can I finish? So, like I was saying, I don't understand how I fit in this situation. I can tell women all day, be accountable, close your motherfucking legs, clamp that cat, whatever, right? Yeah, you heard me, Kate. So, but for the people who are here, they keep saying, "Oh, don't have babies with Pookie and Ray Ray." I did it already. So what now? Do I sit in the corner? Do I cry in the car? What do I do? I'm trying to get clarity. Yes, and I do have masculine energy, and some of y'all don't understand these levels. I am a parent of two boys, and I have a ton full of balls in the chat saying, them your babies. Okay, so it is what it is. I don't have a problem being masculine. I don't have a problem filling up the clip if I need to. It's like,
cool.
I
So
don't like
Jay,
being petty like
Please
that.
don't read the chat,
But listen,
please.
Jay, no.
well, whatever.
Since we
I
finna
don't know.
match,
I got time.
wait,
I got
since we
time.
finna match masculine energy, then. So since we finna match, let me
I'm
ask
not
you
trying
this.
to match you. I'm
No,
saying there are
I'm rocking
levels
with you.
to my energy.
No.
All
I'm rocking
beings
with you.
inhabit feminine and masculine.
I'm rocking with you. What I'm actually about to ask you is this. So are we seeking a
She has
solution
to
for
also be masculine. She probably raised you by herself. Bye.
so are we
I
wait.
got time.
I
Y'all
got
create pit bulls, then y'all cry in the corner talking about,
cool.
oh, I should have got a test 10 years later. I don't feel sorry for y'all.
So are we seeking
I'm
a
sorry,
solution?
that was a tangent. I'm out of the chat now.
Okay, cool.
Oh, you were respond. I was like, he didn't even say.
No. I didn't take it that way. I know what she's saying. So
I'm
listen,
sorry. Okay.
are we listen? This is my question to you
I
specifically.
shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shut the fuck up. Y'all
I got you. So because I want to jump back on what
need
Kevin
to
Samuels
grow
was
up.
saying before
Y'all
I
need to
jump
talk to
off.
them because I can't tell them how to be a man, unfortunately, even though I got
I
more
got you.
testosterone than them.
Jay. So are we seeking a solution for you specifically, or are we talking about our community? No, you on mute. You on mute. Jay, you on mute.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah.
Okay. Me personally, I am concerned with the community.
Okay.
Last night, I literally cried because it is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Right, right. Like they can say what they want, but my heart is in this shit.
Yep.
I care about my people. You know what I'm saying? I like this is a butterfly effect.
Yep.
I don't have a problem exposing my emotions. It's not. I don't need you to feel sorry for me, bitch. I don't ask for a handout. I raised my
Jay.
20-year-old by myself.
Don't say
You
baby.
will find his daddy before I find the motherfucker.
Jay.
Where's your baby dad anyway?
I don't have a problem being single. We could call my ex-husband right now and he could tell you I'm that chick. I know how to hold a house down, but the nigga was too young. So
That's
anyway,
fair.
at the end of the day, I care about my people in general, even the nasty people in the chat, because they hurting too. You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out where I fit in. There
Right.
are
So
children
here's
out here hurting. They crying about Pookie and Ray Ray, and they wishing Pookie and Ray Ray on my sons. But it's a part of me that say, okay, so whenever my sons run up on your ass in your house when you get
wait,
your
wait,
daddy to go
wait,
to your
wait,
house,
wait,
don't
Jay.
climb the car. There
Jay,
is a
wait.
butterfly effect. We are all connected,
Correct.
whether we want to be or not.
Jay, I'm
Yes,
with
sir.
you. I'm with you. And thank you for saying that, because I often say on this platform, I get it. For some of y'all in the chat, this is entertainment. This is troll hour for y'all. Some of y'all are trucking, some of y'all working the third shift at UPS
You
or
ain't gonna
FedEx or
believe
wherever.
whether or not I care about my people, bitch.
Wait, hold on, Jay. Hold on, because I promise
Grab
you,
your balls. Find your
Jay,
manhood. Don't worry
Jay,
about me.
wait,
I got
Jay.
enough manhood for both of y'all. So I can be reckless. Y'all create pit bulls, then you cry in the fucking corner. I don't feel sorry for
I
you
can see
niggas.
why she's single.
I
Wait,
don't
who is that?
care.
Who's
Hey,
talking?
no, that's Chief. Hey, Chief, you gotta calm down,
Okay,
bro.
that's an elder. I'm gonna leave him be. At the end of the day, he don't know me. Yes, sir.
Jay, please.
I apologize, really, because I'm being
Nah,
over
listen,
talking
you
you.
know,
Go
I
ahead.
listen. It ain't got nothing to do with over talking me.
Your mama embarrassing.
I'm used to it on Thursday.
Y'all
So
think y'all
you know,
crying ass niggas is ain't embarrassing?
Jay.
Jay, stop
YouTube
responding
all
to the
day.
comments on if you because
Y'all bring the
Jay,
bottom
a really good strategy.
Jay,
Rilla has a
listen.
strategy where he
Wait,
goes.
hold on.
Let me close the chat because I'm
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Let me tell y'all this. Wait. I get you. Listen. Let me tell y'all something. For most of y'all that's up on this platform or that's on another platform for 12 hours, it don't operate the same over here. It's not a good viewing experience over here when we over talking each other and when we responding to people and people don't have context of what you responding to. It's not helpful. And we were starting down a road where we were actually getting to solutions. Chief, I'm gonna ask you to relax right now. Kay, I am not taking over your show.
No, you're not. You're
I'm
fine.
up here for 2 seconds because I know the chat will say that. I know some females in the chat.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I know some females in the chat then said I come up here and I call in every Monday and take over y'all show. That's
No,
not what it is.
who actually give a
fine.
Listen, so listen, let me say this. I want to go back to what Kevin Samuel said because that was the mic drop. Every time we say something about leadership, and I agree with the sisters, especially in the Facebook group, anybody that's here from the Facebook group know that I say I can go get my John Maxwell leadership, 21 irrefutable laws of leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership. All these conversations come back to the men are the leaders, the men are the leaders, the men are the leaders. Then he asks, ladies, if the men are the leaders, who are you following? And when he said that and dipped off with the mic drop, everybody began to chime in and said, well, you should be following your mother, your father, your husband,
figures in your life,
your brother.
I just wish you would have expounded on that more because I
Wait, hold on. Pause. Just really quick. That's an asinine thought to think that you wouldn't meet me in real life and I approach you and think that you wouldn't be subject to my leadership. As
How
not
did you
only
get that
listen, sister, because other people, we say this all the time, right? Like we get offended when people from other communities come up here and they espouse their views, but they talk about their community, which means that person can step out in their community and they understand when somebody is older than them is speaking. So they might not be directly they might not be directly related to them, but they understand because they're from one community, one ethnicity, that they're subject to at least respecting that elder's wisdom. You know what we say? It's like in our community, it's digital underground. Do what you like. Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. We're going to have this free for all, and you ain't got to listen to nobody because you're not directly connected to them. I literally just heard, and I wish Kayla was still up here. I literally just heard her say a couple hours ago that if a person is not directly connected to her, she has no obligation to listen to them whatsoever. I vehemently disagree. Kay is like my little sis, right? She like little sis. I know y'all think like Kay be doing all this down the third, whoopty whoop, blah, blah, blah. Me and Kay have conversations behind the scenes. We have real conversations, and it's an even exchange. I learn from her. She learned from me. I approach her as big bro. She knows she little sis. And we have yet to connect in real time, in real life. So the fact that people would say, like, I make it a point when I see a sister, I try and put her at ease. Hey, sis, I grab the door for her. I acknowledge her presence. I let her know I'm not a threat to you. So the fact that we saying in our community, I gotta go above and beyond to qualify myself as somebody for you to be able to, like, this is insane to me.
You know what,
Chicago? What we're saying?
What the F? Wait, listen. Y'all want men to lead when it's suitable and comfortable for y'all. But when the men get together and say, this is how we're going to arrange things. Again, it goes back to, respectfully, Kay, it goes back to the conversation around Sierra twerking. And they had that whole conversation on Sunday. If men are getting together and saying, this is what we do not deem acceptable as wives for us as a collective, then that's what we're going to talk about. Gat dog it. And it don't matter what you think. See, you don't think it impacts you till it gets to your classroom and impacts you, till it gets to your doorstep and impacts you. Then you wondering why you got all these unruly badass kids running around. Not you, Kay. Not you. These badass kids running around in our communities. But you ain't worried about what's impressing them on the TV screen or on the YouTube screens, because you know what? It's a free for all.
You know what, Chicago?
Tag and do whatever we want.
Chicago, two things.
Who's it hurting? Who's it hurting, Kay?
Two things, Chicago. First thing,
don't y'all
you brought up something about Kayla mentioned, you said something about what Kayla mentioned about like not listening to certain men. And it's funny because like I've seen, not funny, haha, but funny, peculiar, you know, interesting, whatever. Because I've seen a couple of posts in the group and just on my regular timeline about you know, what if a man said, I'm only going to be masculine for certain women or something like that? Kind of trying to poke fun at like the fact that some women say the opposite, right?
Conditional masculinity and conditional femininity. Go ahead.
Right. So with that, like I saw those posts and I'm just like, well, a lot of men do say that with their actions. I know that you all may have heard men say, I'm not jumping in if that's not my woman, my sister, my daughter, my whatever. You've said, I'm not going to risk my safety to protect some random woman, right? Have people heard that?
Is that their masculinity?
No, I'm saying if protection is a stereotypically, you know, a trait, like a thing that's seen as stereotypically masculine, and there are men that say, you know what, I'm not going to do that except for certain women. Isn't that kind of the same thing?
Yo, you know what's funny? When you say that, Kay, shout out to the Ingram Experience. I don't think he's watching. He might be asleep. He was on Kosher Clinician Joint, and you know what he said? What? He said men protect things. He said men protect what they deem valuable.
And then can a woman say women do this for the men they deem?
Well, I think the argument
kind of go both ways. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying what's right or wrong.
I think
it's very clear that it goes both ways.
No. I think what the argument has been, and what I would agree with you on, is that this whole conversation around submission, that's one thing. But femininity and masculinity, I think, is unconditional.
Well, I was
I
talking about
don't
the
think a
point about what
man.
you said about
Wait, I don't think a man's protection is. Well, anyway, I don't want to deep dive into that, but I don't want to move away from what Kevin Samuel said, because if he said, because I don't want to move off that, and I want the women and maybe the men to answer. Chief, I appreciate you being patient and being reserved in this discussion. Thank you for being honorable in this moment. But when he said, women, y'all are saying y'all want men to be leaders, then who are y'all following? The answer is either nobody, or it's the men that y'all started to name. So then the question becomes, if the men you're starting to name, are you saying those men are not leaders in the community?
I think when women are saying be leaders, they're specifically addressing the men online that they're speaking to. You know, like it's not about, I wouldn't tell my dad be a leader. You know, it's my dad. I wouldn't tell that to my brother. But I mean, it's like we kind of get mixed up with like general statements and being like, Black men should be the leaders of the community. Okay, well then who are you following? I don't know how that, I don't know, maybe I'm just not getting it. I don't know if Kay, you have an answer to, or like you kind of see what I'm saying, or can you explain?
I see what you're saying. It's almost like two different
things.
Two different things, yeah.
How? Help me understand that. Janae, can I ask again, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, cool. I asked that for a reason, Kay. You look confused because Janae's been up on the panels multiple times, so I just forgot how old she was. So that's why.
Chicago, I cannot with this explanation. Okay, it's
I know,
cool, Chicago.
but the reason why I'm asking is because it can't. We already know the problems that plague our community. We're talking in general, right?
Well, in general, though, Chicago, I don't think, and this goes.
Well, in general, the woman would listen to who? Her husband, her father, her brother, or her uncle.
In general.
In general.
I think that as a community, we aren't yet to the place where a woman, and even just not even just Black people, but just in general, I don't think we're at a place where women can just walk outside and be like, I can safely submit and trust these men around me. I don't think that that's the case. So I think that that's where the disconnect comes in. I'm trying to answer your question, Chicago. I think that that's where the disconnect comes in. You can explain it further, and I saw True about to knock his table over, but you can explain it further, because I'm just saying, like,
that's fair.
If someone said,
I think
we're not going to listen to everybody, the same way a man might say, I'm not going to put my life on the line for everybody. Understandable. I'm talking about things that are stereotypically
I think it
masculine
has.
or feminine.
We talking about basic stuff, man. Like,
okay, so Chicago, you have daughters.
Because you keep going back to submission, and I'm not even talking about submission.
What are you talking about?
Talking about basic, like
listening?
basic. Okay, listen. Because most of and I'm not saying listen like I'm sunning you. I'm not trying to sun you.
Right. Be more okay. Tell me what you're talking about. I think I don't understand.
So listen. We talked about something that's basic. Remember the whole diatribe that we went on where we were saying something as simple as a smile, right? And then even on this platform, we broke that down to where women don't feel safe in inner cities, right? Like a woman walking to work, in New York, maybe downtown Chicago, don't feel as safe. Does that woman feel the same way? No disrespect, Polo Bear, but does that woman feel the same way when she walked past a white man and the white man say, "Good morning," and gives her the
Can I
yes or no? That's a yes or no. Janae, before you answer, that's a yes or no. Does a woman feel threatened walking past a white man and he says, "Good morning"?
Why you keep on making that?
Hey,
everyone knows exactly.
We got Polar Bear here demonstrating it.
Does a
Ma'am?
woman? I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, yes, in a general sense, it's the same thing. But what I will say is, I lived in New York for 3 years. I lived right in the city of Manhattan, and I walked to and from school
Janae.
and work every day, at night, during the day too. And if I didn't respond to certain people, I got yelled at, screamed at, walking down the block,
I agree.
followed. So it's like,
Yep.
to say that a woman should, I mean, you made 2 points. You made the point about a black guy versus a white guy, and you made a point about a woman should feel safe, like walking in an
Yo,
inner
Chief.
city. It's just,
Chief, what you doing
it
over there?
varies.
I'm sorry, Janae. I just need to know what Chief, what are you doing,
Look,
man?
we don't want to know. All right, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I'm just sitting there listening. My bad.
Well, there was
I
a
ain't doing
question.
nothing. I'm just sitting there listening. My
Oh,
bad.
okay.
Hey,
I'm
man, you
thinking
sound
something.
like Darth Vader, Chief.
I
Nope,
think
I'm not doing anything. Just sitting there listening.
It was just
Okay,
a lot
boss.
of
Thank you,
breathing, but
man.
you know what?
Mm.
You. Go
Okay,
ahead.
wait, Janae. So you said you feel this. You said you feel the same level of maybe anxiety, threat, danger when you walk past a white man and he says "Good morning," as opposed to a black man, "Sup,
Oh
boo."
boy.
You feel the
Sup,
same.
boo versus good morning. I mean, it's all about approach. It's all about energy. It's not
I
about
asked you a
race.
specific question, Janae.
Please, Janae, answer it so I can answer it, because I'm ready to answer this question.
Okay, can you just re-ask it again? I'm sorry, because I want to make
Sure.
sure what you're
Listen.
saying is what you're saying.
Listen. This is what I'm saying. Do you feel the same level of threat when you walk past a white person, a white man, and he goes, "Good morning," versus a black man that said, "Sup, girl"? You feel the same level of anxiety and threat between
No.
both. Okay.
You feel different?
Kay, you feel the same level of threat?
I don't feel same level of threat. I don't feel a threat when anyone says when everyone greets me as I'm walking by. I mean, I don't care what race you are, if you say hi or what's up or whatever, I'm just gonna be like, hey, what's up? And give a smile and keep it moving. Like, I don't feel any level of threat by someone saying hi.
You can wait
Now,
to get that out, Kay. Did you okay? So listen, so do you understand when brothers are saying, when Kevin Samuels made the point about how hard it is for us to get a hi or a smile or
Okay,
hello?
You know
that's
what?
Wait, I
different.
get
You
it. I
didn't
get
say,
it.
do
I
we
get it.
respond back? Because I always
Okay, go ahead,
respond.
Janae.
I think in
So
situations, especially like what I learned, especially in New York, is you just better respond. You better be nice. Like, that's just is what it is. Like, you know, like you don't know who's gonna get offended. You don't know who's gonna like curse you out. I made that mistake before, but as far as responding, I respond to everybody. You know, I live in California. Like, we're always greeting each other. It's not a big deal to me. But if you're asking about anxiety, like my internal feelings, yeah, it's different. But if it comes to respect, of course.
Thank you for that honest answer, Janae. Go ahead, Kay.
I mean, for me, now maybe it's because I just, but I just don't feel any, just saying hi, hey, what's up? How you doing? Good morning. Personally, me, I don't feel any kind of way, no matter who says it. Now, if somebody is like getting way into my personal space or being disrespectful, that's different. But I have no issue saying Chicago.
That's
You
you,
could,
okay? That's what I'm
you
saying.
asked us individually, right? You didn't say
No, I'm asking you. I said also, do you understand when brothers are saying? Because I said what Kevin Samuels was talking about.
the
He was
difficulty of getting
generalizing.
a high or a smile or
Yeah,
whatever.
he was saying that. I was asking you, do you understand when brothers sitting up here saying, like, man, it's like pulling teeth to get a smile.
You know what?
And listen, I get it. I don't minimize y'all's because let me be clear on this, man. I'm not minimizing y'all's experience. I know there's some oofy, goofy, gully, scum bucket, slut monkey dudes out there that say like the most egregious things to y'all. And I don't co-sign that, and I don't travel in those circles. And judging by this panel, except for Polo Bear, I'm just messing. I don't think anybody else co-signs that. I'm messing with Polo there. Okay? It's a joke. I wish Just Jay would come back on camera, but I don't think any other brother on this panel co-signs that. And so this is the thing that bugs me out. We have these conversations, and it should be a moment where we're all building, because I think we all have a lot more in common, but we find ourselves in these positions where we're doing a lot more jousting and sparring over minutia, over like
that's what we're doing right now. Like, why do we want to put so much? I get that some men might be like, you know what? Why aren't these women smiling at me when I smile at them? I get that some might have a big issue with that. But at the end of the day, a woman that you don't know walking down the street, you're really going home thinking about, man, she didn't smile.
Yes.
Why? Why?
Because, Kay, come on now. Me and you talk about this stuff. I'll tell you why. See, you want to compartmentalize when it's convenient for you in your immediate sphere.
No, I want to ask you why.
No, listen, I'm telling you why.
Think about the woman on the green line who didn't smile at you.
Got you. You ready?
Ready.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Because brothers, when we out and about, man, we're still thinking community. At the end of the day, we do want to be with y'all. Right? It's the same as the therapist lady who was struggling. The therapist lady on Kevin, she was struggling. You do belong to us. You do. We belong to you, black man. Like, no, we won't listen.
Okay.
Listen, Kay. We want you, black woman. Like, yeah, dog. Not all of us are Pookies and Ray Rays. Not all of us have.
I know black men want black women.
Wait, listen, Kay. Listen. Because you asking why it's important. At the same time, you saying, I don't understand why you going home at night thinking why you can't get a smile.
And you know what? This is the thing about that.
Hey,
you are
out of my way. Wait.
All right, go ahead, and I'll come in after you. Go ahead.
And I apologize. I don't want to do this, because I know the ladies. Because I know the ladies eat me up in the comments. Like, really didn't come up here and talk about their show.
Nah, Rilla, stand 10 toes down.
Nah,
that same energy, brother.
Don't be the hype man in the back talking about.
I'm gonna give him the hype because he's doing his thing. Go ahead.
This vagina monologue right now, man. This big coochie energy.
Chicago.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Chicago. But listen, just one thing. Chicago. Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead, sis. This your show.
This is the thing. All right. You know, people might want people to be, you know, polite. Got it. Or you might talk about rebuilding the community, reviving these connections that people may have, whether it be through smiling or building in any kind of way, whatever. The small things. The thing that I'm saying is, though, like, all right, if we know what it is, and we know that some women don't feel safe, or we know that some women feel like if they do smile or say hi or do certain things, that may invite an unwanted situation to themselves. We know that this is the case. So, like, why, Chicago, like you specifically, as a man who does know these things, why would you just not write it off to, oh, well, you know what? She was probably just trying to, go home and mind her business. Like, why would you take it personally when we know that many women do face unsafe situations based on interactions with people that
You know why, Kay? Because, again, most men are going to internalize that, because most of the men on this panel are saying your fear is not me. I go out of my listen.
But how will anyone know? These are strangers.
Listen, Kay. Okay. So then, let me ask you this. Because I don't want to do a circular argument, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. No. Because this is what happens. This is what we do. I present one angle, and then you say, "Oh, no. How do you know?" Cool. So my question becomes, "Dang, did Aaron drop off?" I hate that. My question becomes, Kay, because I want to get to solutions. So let me tell you, my solution is I go out of my way. Kay, don't go off camera. What are you doing? Don't do the P-Ray.
Why do you keep saying?
You're doing a P-Ray.
Okay, go ahead.
I need you up here, because what I'm saying is, Beth, thank you for coming back, Beth. What I'm saying is I go out of my way, and I would imagine, judging from the brothers on these panels, and Chief, I haven't had interaction with you, but Wealth Engineer, I know you. True, I know you. Zoe, I know you. Polo Bear Drew, that's your new name. I know you. So
you go out of your way to do what?
I go out of my way to make women feel like, okay, I see somebody that's same hue as me, same skin tone as me, right? I go out of my way to put them at ease. Whether that's me opening the door, whether that's me greeting them, whether that's me making light of a situation if we standing in line or whatever. Like I go out of my way to do those things, and I don't take it any further than that, right? And I'm not the only brother that does that. That's the
You're
point.
not.
So
There are tons.
so then wait. So then there are gentlemen operating as gentlemen, right? Who get punished for the violations of a minority. And because the violations of the minority, okay.
Wait a minute. Now we're being inconsistent.
We all do.
Oh my God.
Now
Women
this is
get punished
inconsistent.
for the same thing.
I was just about to say.
Say what?
We all do. That's life.
Now it's inconsistent. Because if you're
you know what?
You see
I
all the
kind of
brothers shaking
agree.
their head. You ask, why do men take it personal, right? I'm not making a judgment call on whether it's right or wrong or who should be doing what. What we're trying to do is get to solutions. So listen, if y'all want to sit up here and we just gonna joust and we gonna go back and forth and we just gonna sit up there and say, well, men do this and women
so
do
what's
this,
the
that's
solution,
just the way of the
Chicago? What's
world.
the solution?
I just told you.
Say it one more time.
Smile.
Listen,
okay,
Chicago,
so,
I literally
Jay, stop. I can't stand you. Drop back down, Jay.
Janae, go ahead, because I got something to say to Chicago.
What's up, Jenny? You have something to say?
I totally agree with what you're saying when you say going out of your way. Like, yeah, I live in an area where it's not too many Black people, but anytime I see a Black man specifically, especially at the gym, like, I'm always nice. I'm always respectful. Like, I treat them just like I would treat anyone else because I know that there's this stigma. And even if it's uncomfortable, a lot of times I've noticed that Black men are looking at me, waiting for me to smile at them to see if I smile. Like, they've already rejected me before I even have a chance to like look them in the face. Like, that is the energy that I feel.
What do you mean rejected you?
Well, rejecting me in a way like they just don't expect me to smile because there's this stigma that
of course,
women are they're just
so
you know, that's
like
just the
angry
energy I
Black
feel like.
type of thing.
It's like a not as inviting as maybe like, you know, I would expect, but I'm always very nice. And like you said, like, you go out of your way for Black women. I go out of my way for Black men. So especially Black men, because I know that there's a stigma. But I mean, at the same time, it is what it is. A lot of people are disrespectful, and a lot of women have felt disrespect, especially if we're wearing certain things, or, you know, our bodies are a little bit curvier. We'll get comments and things like that, and that's uncomfortable. And so people have the defense mechanism up. So I think both sides should be a little bit more empathetic to each other's feelings about the situation.
I
So
do agree
Black
with
men who are visually, like, we're visual, right? And we love y'all curves. So we should ignore it. We should.
It's not
Is
what
that
I'm
what we
saying.
should do? I'm asking because we gonna look. I'm with my girl, and I'm gonna look. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna eyeball you to that degree, but I'm gonna appreciate the art, and I'm gonna keep it moving. Right? I do understand there are brothers out there that need to have a cigarette after they look at some of y'all. I get that. I'm not advocating for that. Right? So I do understand what you're saying. But can you also understand? So say for me, I always go back to like where I work, which is like the community predominantly doesn't look like me, right? Do you know, like, if I walk past, like, I go, and again, in this community, when I see another person that looks like me, I go out of my way to speak to them. But if I'm in a city, I carry that same courtesy. But do you also understand that, let's say the gym that you go to, if those brothers see women that don't look like you, because you say you're the minority in your community, do you understand that the other women who don't look like you are eagerly looking at those brothers and going, hey?
Yeah. And I watch that. I watch that behavior, and I see how they interact, and I totally get where you guys are coming from on that end. I just feel like, at least for me too, like, I'm pretty outgoing, but it's like, especially at the gym, I just feel like.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that non-Black women are more welcoming and less scared of Black
I'll
men
say
than
they're
Black
more
women?
more outgoing.
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
Hey, why are you acting like this
Absolutely.
surprises you?
Okay.
Wait. Hold on. Okay. Why are you acting like this surprises you? Like this is news to you?
I was just asking. So
No,
y'all think non-Black women?
No, what we're saying is, listen, what we're saying is our experience, and most people,
I was
even
just
look at the chat, to the observable eye, people that, for men who do, when we encounter women who do not look like us, if we encounter them, they're gonna smile, they're gonna give us the.
Oh, so is that why you asked Janae, would she treat a white man versus a Black man differently or whatever earlier? Because you look at white women versus Black women differently?
No, that had nothing. No, I was asking her about her experience, but I love how you do that, Kay.
No, but that's like
you really on your Barbara Walters tonight.
I'm just saying.
Well, before I'm gonna just say this one thing. I just want to make one point before I like stop talking because I've been talking for a little bit. But
no,
I will
you're
say
great. Please don't stop talking.
This is not a dig to anybody. I'm just being very, very honest. But in my humble opinion, and I don't want anyone to get offended, this is just the truth that I've noticed. But I don't.
Oh, I thought you were frozen. I was like,
I'm like getting nervous to say it. But
No, just say it. Just say it how you feel it, sister.
You're fine.
Other races of men tend to smile first. Like it's not like this stare off before we smile. So there's not like this weird energy. A lot of times they're just like, hey, as opposed to like Black men don't tend to be as openly friendly at first. Now that doesn't change my behavior because I'm just like a smiley person, but maybe that is some of the response that you get. Like maybe that's some of what you're seeing. You know what I mean? Like there's just a more friendlier aura coming from other people that maybe I don't always necessarily feel from Black men, but that's just me. I could be just speak.
See, you and Chicago are kind of saying the same thing from different points of view. She's saying she gets, and every other Black man on the panel that was, she's saying the same thing y'all are saying. For me, though, I love to walk past. I have never had an issue interacting with Black men out in public. I find Black men to be very friendly and helpful. In fact, anytime I'm in need out in the world, the first person to run up is a Black man.
Why you don't preach that, Kay?
If I'm in the store trying to reach something on my tippy toes because I'm not that tall, the first person coming over there, like, let me get that for you, is a Black man. If I'm at a gas station pumping gas, but if I'm there and a Black man
can't reach the gas pump, Kay.
He's there. I will never say that Black men are. I'm not. This is not to invalidate anyone's experience. I'm just trying to come at it from a perspective so that y'all understand where I'm coming from, because I don't want it to seem like I'm just making stuff up. In my day-to-day experience, I am friendly with Black men. Black men are friendly with me. I feel the safest around Black men. Hopefully those Black men feel the safest around me. Like I don't walk and be like, oh, white men are here, so I just feel safe. No, Black men are the people that I feel the most safe around, the most all that. I'm saying though, like in terms of the whole thing we were talking about earlier, I understand that just being a woman of any race, I get that people, are cautious. I can get that. And that's why I was saying Chicago, like, why don't you just write it off as that instead of taking it personally? That was my point of view about that.
Can I say one thing quick?
Well, I'm not talking.
I appreciate you taking that personally.
Okay.
Wait, and I'm gonna drop off in a second, guys, because I know y'all gonna
drop Chicago.
I am, and I'll come back up. Hey, look, I'm gonna come back up in 3 hours because y'all still gonna be on.
Oh
Listen.
my goodness, come
Wait,
on!
wait.
I'm gonna hand you the baton, and I'm gonna dip out.
No, because you ain't finna dip out no time soon. But listen, this is what I would say, Kay. I'm not taking it for me personally. I know what I do. I know when I see sisters, I know my interaction with sisters. What I keep trying to tell y'all on this platform and in the Facebook group is what I keep trying to tell ladies is that what y'all hear these brothers talking about is real. It's real. Like I'm rocking with the ladies. I understand what y'all saying too. But I'm telling you, what these brothers are saying is real. And if y'all want them to be leaders, and they want to be leaders, which is why when you hear men starting to speak up against something like a Russell Wilson, and that's not the image of what we deem a husband to be, so on and so forth, you know what should really be the response from women? That's how they moving. Okay. Either you vibe with that tribe or you don't. Like real spill. There should be no pushback from women when you hear men speaking on another man. It should not be this whole conversation around, well, what does that matter to y'all? And that's he's happy. That's that's trash. Wait, listen. Because y'all brought up a couple things. Y'all sat up there and talked about, well, I ain't hear nobody talking about Beyonce. Man, there was plenty brothers talking about. I have had a debate for years between who's the bigger pimp between Matthew Knowles and Jay-Z when it comes to Beyonce. Now I've talked about that on plenty platforms, right? It's plenty of brothers that have been talking about Beyonce and the fact that she out here shaking and showing this, that, and third, whoopty woo. But you also know for a time, until it's time for her to come out with new music, Jay's put her in the tuck until it's time to put her back on the blade again.
Oh my goodness! Here you go with this language.
I know, Kay. I know. Ultimately, this is what I'm saying. Kay, this is what we got to get to. We got to at some point get to solutions. And if y'all women are saying y'all want men to lead, then y'all got to start following. So when you see men talking about Russell Wilson, I've said this before. I don't think Russell Wilson is a simp. I don't agree with brothers who overuse simp. But I got a doctorate in pimpology, right? So I come from a different school of thought, right? So hey, wait, let me cook.
I was just doing. I'm trying to throw as many rap references as possible.
Anyway, my point being is that when y'all sisters see men, especially in these spaces, I know it's hard to hear. I know it's tough to hear. But when y'all hear men coming together and they all agreeing and they're saying this is how we moving, you know what the mission needs to be from women? If y'all say y'all want men to lead, either that's a program you can get with or you can't. And if you can't get with it, what y'all always say, if it don't apply, let it fly. So if you can't get with the program of how men are moving in this space right now, then cool. Maybe these men are not for you, and that's fine. But for the brothers, I'm listening to these brothers and I'm like, dang, okay, fam, I ain't see it like that before. I hear you. I understand what you're saying, bro. Now, I may not agree with it. It may not be for me and how I run mines, but I understand what these brothers are saying. And if they saying they think Russell Wilson is a simp, what they really talking about is his leadership skills and how he's directing his household. And it's crazy to me that anybody would say, well, what does that mean? That doesn't impact you. And like, you bugging. We look at all these celebrities and we leverage them and all these public figures, not even celebrities, all these public figures, and we leverage them as talking points because we can see their thought processes, because now it's not like Michael Jackson and Prince where you ain't know what was going on inside. They put everything on display. Everything is on display. So you can see a man that's willing to share his wife. My grandma said if she willing to show, she willing to share. Sierra been Sierra since Riverdale in Georgia, Riverdale, Georgia. Same Sierra been Sierra. So if men are saying that's not acceptable, that a man would show his wife off like that, whether it's Jay-Z or whether it's Russell Wilson, they may have a different opinion about a Jay-Z because his leadership may show in other spots and they may be able to reconcile that. Cool. When it comes to Russell Wilson, what I'm saying is instead of defending that, women should be trying to get insight as to why men feel so strongly about that, as opposed to pushing back so hard. So, Kay, this is my challenge to you. In the time that you up, Just Jay, I'm about to jump off so you can cook. I promise.
Chicago, you've been saying you about to jump off for the past.
Listen, listen.
I got a question for you, Rilla.
Go ahead, Chicago.
That X button is right there. My challenge to
you know I'm not about to kick you out.
No, I'm saying I'm finna leave. No,
Oh,
I'm about to leave.
okay.
My challenge to you, since you giving out homework, is
I
you
didn't
need
give
to.
him homework.
You did. You gave somebody else homework.
No, I said I was going to, then I
The
didn't.
dude that was talking about cornucopias.
That is not Corpus Colossal.
Christopher Columbus, the dude that was talking about. He was talking about Christopher Columbus. My homework to you, Kay, one solution out of this panel tonight. We need one solution that we can apply to impact the community that we can start right here heading into 2022. That's your homework tonight.
Yeah, I would like to add on that, but I know Chief Cook wanted to cook, so I'll let him cook first, and then I'll go after.
No, I'll answer your question in the comment, bro. I'll answer your question in the YouTube.
I know you just
okay. I'm going to end up speaking about it up here too.
I'm leaving.
I'll get to the
I
comments.
love you, Kay. Bye, Kay. Bye, sis.
You're not gonna be there at all. Okay. All right. Chief Cook, are you still there?
I'm still here.
All right, go ahead. I know you were ready for a long time.
Yeah. Well, I was agreeing with what Chicago said, but one thing that we don't, y'all don't do, is say the word "thank you," and that's the biggest of all. Thank you. We go out to dinner. Thank you. We open the door. Thank you. We don't hear that no more.
So just general, respect.
General smile and thank you. We don't get that anymore. I have a great dinner with you. Thank you. I want to see you again. Thank you. We don't hear that. We open the door. I had a woman open the door and they passed right by me, and thank you. I changed the tire a couple days ago. A chick, and I didn't even get a thank you.
General manners are a must.
Absolutely.
In terms of day-to-day interactions, I think.
Yeah.
But I get why, but yeah.
Yeah, and another thing, you was talking about leaders. Back in the day, we had Million Man March a couple of years ago. And what was the purpose of Million Man March? Million was to empower man, strengthen man, help raise our sons, be there for our sons and everything. And who complained to the whole doggone thing? Women. You didn't invite us. It's not supposed to be. It was for
You're talking about during the Million March, like back in the 90s?
Yeah, back in the 90s, and I remember that because I'm going back in time. But when it came out back in the 90s, the only person who complained with anybody else was black women. It was just trying to stop the killing. Yeah, back in the day, they complained. You didn't invite us. You didn't involve us. Anything like that. It was the idea was to help black men, to empower black men, to educate black men, help black men get out of jail, help fathers, have their sons, and everything. And all we hear was black women complain. We didn't do this. You didn't do that like that. We was planning to do all that. And black women complain about the whole doggone thing. But when y'all have these women march and everything, y'all come fight us? No. We don't want never do a man, never do anything, or we want to listen to man, never at all. And when we try to lead, nobody want to listen. So that was something, I wish Kevin had said something about that, but also Chicago. But basically one thing he said is just a common courtesy of thanks. And we don't get black men don't get any respect if they do the nicest thing on God's green earth. And it's sad.
None though. Like
It is
so
sad.
Cook, when you walk around, black women just never. You said they don't get you, so you never get respected by black women. I'm just trying to see your.
I'm talking black men. Black men don't get any respect. Black women get so much respect.
No, I'm asking you as a black man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get respect from black women ever? I mean, just any.
Well, when I was in uniform back in the day, it was. Now it's just like a look or anything like that. It's changed now.
So they don't ever say thank you when you hold a door?
Can I touch on this real quick, Kay?
Go ahead.
Of course, JB. What's up?
What's up, Kay? How you doing?
Hi, little bro.
What's up, big sis? So first of all, I want to say shout out to Bethany. Because Bethany, like women like Bethany, they kind of renew.
She came back. She's
no, for real. They kind of renew my faith. Like they kind of renew my faith in, in black women sometimes. To be honest with you. So when I hear women talk like her, because this topic I think is actually very important, right? There's, it doesn't have to be a pointing fingers thing, but there are some concrete things we have to look at realistically, right? So when the brothers talk, this is why I'm glad that there's these men on this panel right now, and then even in the chat when when you ask that question, you notice that most of the men basically started shaking their head. In fact, all the men on the panel started shaking their head, and then a lot of the men in the chat were agreeing, right? And I think it goes beyond just a smile. It's to the point where there's like this animosity, right? And I shared this on Anton, I think on Anton's live the other day, where so for example, here in Atlanta, there's a spot in the West End called Healthful Essence, right? And it's owned by this guy named Charles. So y'all could actually go there and verify this story, okay? And I'm a regular over there. It's a vegan spot, right? And so one of the things I love doing, like I'm a very generous dude. One of the things I love doing is if I'm in line for food, like I'll basically pay for food for the people behind me, right? I love doing that, right? And one of the things that would disappoint me over and over is that the number one group of people that I get the most negative reactions from when I'm just trying to be generous, literally I'm just saying I'm going to pay for your food, that's it, right? Are Black women. It
What
blows
they
my mind.
say, JB?
Like, I don't need you to pay for my food. I got my own damn food. Like those kind of answers.
What?
Yes. And to the point where I had a conversation with Charles, the owner, about this, because he witnessed it happen the last time. And I had a conversation with him about it like just last week. And I'm like, man, why it gotta always be our women, right? And he was in agreement because he saw it happen himself, right? So we can't just act like when the men are saying this that we're lying. And another example is there's a Starbucks on Ponce de Leon. I go there a lot. And I remember like one day I went there in the morning, and basically there's a Black woman behind me, right? And I offered to pay for her drink, right? She told me I can pay for my own damn drink. Same thing, right? And I was like, damn, like why should like who pissed in your cereal this morning, right? So anyway, I went on about my day, right? In the evening, I went back to that same Starbucks. It actually blew my mind how this happened, right? Went back to the same Starbucks that evening, and there was a white woman, okay? And I offered the same damn thing. She was on her phone the entire time. Like she was playing with her phone. She didn't say thank you. So I was like, damn, like that, how rude. And I went back to my car. This woman ran back towards my car. She was running. She was running towards my car just to say, I'm sorry, I was busy on my phone. I didn't say thank you, just to say thank you to me, right? And this is the difference that we're talking about, is that it's not just about pointing fingers. It's about the fact that like if we don't even address that you can't even get along with a Black woman because there's such animosity. Like I can't even be like what is a bad I can understand if you think a man is approaching you trying to holler at you. Tell me what is one bad thing of a man saying, hey, I'm just gonna pay for your food. That's it. Literally, there's no negative here. There's no lose situation there, right? For you to react in that manner, right? And so we can't just pretend like this is a false narrative or whatnot. It's a legitimate narrative that a lot of Black men are experiencing. And so if we don't even address that, how do we expect for Black people to couple, right? If I can't even have like a good, decent approach with you, how do we expect that, for Black people to be able to couple with each other, and like it's to the point where if I'm being completely real, it's to the point where like half the time these days I don't even want to like deal with Black women, like in terms of just general. I'm not talking about like dating. I'm talking about just like general, like roaming around the world. Like I don't even I just try to, just because so much negative energy all the damn time. Just the attitudes, like always respond a certain type of way. I'm just like I don't got time for it, right?
I want to add.
I don't think
we
that's
have to.
productive. I don't think that's productive. I don't think it's a good thing because that's not how I want it to be, right? But my reality has caused me to come to this point where I'm just like I don't want to deal with this. I don't got time for this.
Yeah, I want to add a little bit on that.
Yeah, well, thank you, JB, for sharing your experience about that. I definitely want to have some of the men weigh in about your experience and just their thoughts. So, well, first, and then True, then Zoe.
Okay, yeah, I was waiting for a while. I have many points to mention considering what Kevin Samuel was talking about, also the topic of the day. But I guess a lot of them can be related to that point that JB brought up. Shout out to everyone here on the panel again. Shout out to you, JB.
What up?
But yes, me too. I was one of these examples too, where now I still to this day, I guess I would say Black women have to earn twice as much to earn my trust, based on my experience, right? I think I approached it 23 women, 23 Black women romantically in my life. I only dated one of them. 22 of them, I guess some of them were in Haiti, some of them were in North America, but I would say in both countries, I was rejected the most ruthless way possible, right? And even then, even at a time where I stopped talking to women in general, I was still being destroyed by black women. They would purposely look for me and humiliate me publicly. So for me, that was my reality, right? And even then, I still find it in me to forgive as much as I could, but never forget, right? I'll never forget this. And part of that results into, well, you know what? I understand exactly what you meant, Janae, when you're saying that as black men, it's kind of like we're not even expecting that smile. Well, I've never had that smile. Whereas
well,
every other race, all right, every other race has shown me kindness, respect, and even as I approached them romantically and they were not interested, they still did it respectfully. Every other race.
why do you think that is, Wealth?
I
Should I call you
have
Wealth? Is that like what you
absolutely
call?
sorry.
Do you want to be called Wealth
I don't care. I don't care.
or
It's probably
engineering?
gonna bring me good luck, so why not?
Okay, Wealth. Why do you think that is?
You know what? At first, I tried to rationalize it in my mind, saying that in Haiti, at least people were poor. So so women had to rely on their beauties to secure the highest or richest men possible. So although like it was brutal and it was very emotional for me, I had to kind of like put all my emotion aside and think of it that way. So I kind of understood it and forgive it. But what really bothers me is when I moved into North America, it was the same experience, it's just in different way. Oh, you're just a
As in the
newcomer to the
DR, you
country.
said?
Sorry,
Did you say in Dominican Republic?
I grew up in Haiti.
Oh, you said
Um,
Haiti. Okay.
yeah, and then I moved into Montreal, Canada. But the experience is the same regardless of where I go.
You know, that's interesting because a lot of people think that women from other places don't do these types of things.
Well, like I said, black women. If we're talking about black women, the epidemic is everywhere. But if we're talking about other races, I have a problem with the modern women. The modern women has its own problem that I part of that. That's part of the point I wanted to bring today. But if we wanted to stay specific to these experience black men are having, where even a smile, like you were mentioning, Janae, is something that we don't even expect anymore. Well, in my life, honestly, when someone smile at me, I'm actually worried. I'm like, what does she want? Like, is she trying to rob me? Is she trying to scam me? Like, I don't even assume like it's going to be a good thing. This is how bad it has been for many years in my life. So
Wait,
I
That's
wait,
your
bro.
fault.
understand,
Can I ask you a
Jonathan,
question,
what you
bro?
mentioned.
That's your
Bro,
fault.
can I ask you a question,
Yeah,
bro?
JB.
Are you saying that? Because I don't know if I agree with you on that point. Like, so I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding you. Are you saying that? Well, actually, maybe your experience. So I can't say I disagree with you. But are you saying that basically that you believe that this is not like this is a black female issue in particular, and it's not just a black female issue in America, it's a black female issue across the world? Is that what you're essentially saying here?
Again, I haven't visited across the world, so that's too strong of a statements to make. But I would say this: if in Haiti, I grew up in Haiti for 50, I spent 15 years there. I spent more than 15 years in Montreal. I spent a couple years, 8 years in Toronto. Black women everywhere, right? Out of 22 people that 23 people that are approached, only one of them I was able to date for 3 months. That's it. That's
Wait,
it.
are you so you're judging this? Oh, hold up. So you're judging this again? I just want to make sure I understand. You're judging this based on women you're able to date, or
Like I said, not just dating, just having a respectful interaction where where I'm coming from perspective of man, where I have relationship intent, right? I'm approaching you because I have a relationship intent. I want to date you for something, right? And then I would say 17 of them were actually like that. The rest, at some point, I didn't even approach them. It was either at work, either at school, whereas I wouldn't even talk to anyone and was still being shut down, still being destroyed.
So
And
so
that to
so
me
so
was the
the thing
worst.
is, I don't know if oh my bad, Kay. Go ahead.
No, because JB, I think I kind of, I'm liking your questions because I'm just trying to get more clarity too. Like, are you saying that like 17 out of the 23 were like cool or no?
I would say only one of them was cool.
Okay, so 1 out of 23 like kind of respected you and whatnot and didn't do anything to harm you
Yeah,
Like
no, I was actually able to date.
verbally or
I was
mentally.
actually able to. I was actually able to date that person, but 22 of them were actually bad interaction.
See,
So
here's the thing. So here's the thing,
go
Wolf,
ahead,
right?
baby.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
don't think I'll be honest with you. I do not think that women you're able to date is a good way to think about this, right? Because if we just go by women we're able to date, then it's like, there's so many variables in why a woman may.
That's
So
a fair point.
And
so
That's a
especially
fair
when
point.
you're
I'm just
pushing
saying.
the
I
women.
was just sharing it from again. That's all I have to go.
Because the perspective that I think most of us are coming from here is just general interactions, right? Like I'm not even talking about like women. I'm just trying like these women. These women I'm talking about where they're reacting a certain way because I'm trying to pay for their food. Like I'm not interested in dating them, right? I
I
don't
can
even.
give you an
So it's
example.
just.
I can
Go
give
ahead.
you one example of a general interaction from one of these examples, right? And this is to me the one of the biggest. Two of them are like I will never forget that, but one of them
Are
is
they part of the 23?
yeah. So
Okay.
one of them was right. I was talking to a classmate of mine, right? Her friend showed up, right? I said hi out of politeness. She literally told me, don't talk to me. You're too poor and too ugly to even looking at me. Come back to me when you have money." That's literally what she told me. I'll never forget.
Oh, in Haiti, right?
That one happened in Haiti, one happened in Montreal, right? At work in Montreal, right? She said, "Hey, you just came out, you have an accent, right? You're too poor. Come back to me when you have money."
If you don't mind me asking, where were you? Because I find this interesting, the Haiti perspective, right? Because we both have the Haiti perspective. So I find what you're saying interesting. So where exactly were you in Haiti? What part of Haiti?
I grew up in Port-au-Prince, which is the capital. That happened to me in two schools. The first school, I guess, is where the middle class goes, and then the other school that happened to me is where the 1% of Haiti goes to. So it's not even about like
Okay. So it's a
money.
class. It's a class issue.
You could say
You have
that,
to
but
admit. You have to admit it was
both
a
of the
class issue.
classes were looking at money. So
You said what?
that's why I was saying I rationalize it as okay. The country is poor. People wants to get the highest man. But in Montreal, right, where everyone is pretty much have a good way of living, at that point they're still looking with the bag. They're still focusing only on that and rejecting someone based on what they see, not even knowing them, right? And at work, I wasn't trying to even approach them romantically. It was just like being cordial, like being high, right? Don't talk to me, shut it down. And I'm telling you, and that never happens to me with any other race, whether I'm just interacting, classmates, coworkers, or approaching them romantically. So to me,
Well, and again, I'm not just trying to press you, right? But here's the thing, right? I feel where you come from, all right? I feel where you come from. I think first of all, I think the Haiti part, there is a big class thing there, and you and I both know this, like especially when it comes to the schools, the kids who go to certain schools and whatnot, like they come from certain families with certain names, and then if you don't come, you know what I'm saying, if you don't have the same background, so we both understand this, right? So I think that there's a class issue there that's beyond just like just black women or whatever, right? What I will say is that like I think that experience is terrible, but I don't know if if it falls in line with the same kind of thing that we were talking about here, is what I'm saying. So
no, I get it.
Yeah.
I get
JB,
it.
are you saying because it's a difference between women that you were trying to pursue romantically versus women that you just meet out in everyday interaction?
Yeah, because in general, just as a man, you gotta accept rejection, right? Like in general, like I accept that rejection is a part of life, right?
JB, I think you
So when
missed
it
the
comes to
point.
women I'm trying to date, like I'm not gonna judge them, black women or
No,
anything
and
based
you
on
missed the point, JB.
No,
Sorry.
I'm responding to Kay's point. I'm not responding to what you said. I'm
No,
just
but
responding
that comment right there, I think you missed the point.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, what is the point?
The point that I'm trying to make is, regardless of the race, if it's not a black woman, whether it's rejection romantically or whether it's just being cordial with conversations, I never had a bad experience with them. But when we're talking about whether we're having a regular conversation or romantically, it's the most brutal way so that you emasculate the man. So like you show them like he's worth nothing. There is nothing about that that's kind of like, hey, being nice and be like, okay, I'm not, just nicely say you're not interested to the person. I understand as a man, I'm supposed to be accepting rejection. That's no problem with that. I have no problem with that.
You're
But
talking about the way that
there
people
is a way it can be done.
I got
And
you.
just like you had people who obviously like rejecting your saying that, hey, I don't want you to pay for me, all these attitudes that
Right.
was constant in all of these rejections. And that's what I'm saying. I've never
I
seen
got you,
that
I
in
got you.
any other race. And that's the point I was trying to make.
So
Okay, I got you.
Are you open to dating women that aren't Black?
His wife is. Well, you know what? I'm gonna let him talk. I'm
Let
gonna
me
let him
put it
talk
this
for
way. Let me
himself.
put it this way. Right now, we are, you know, marriage goes, right? You know how marriage goes. It could be 50-50, and honestly, I'm good either way, right? But let's say I would
Wait,
meet.
you're married? Because I didn't know. I was just.
I'm married, and guess what? It was a woman that I actually did not like at first. I did not like her. She was here. There was a time in my life I did not want to speak with any women. Right. That's when I met her. She actually changed my views about women in general. She was able to nurture me, about having going through my all the healing that I had to go through with all the pains I have to go through in my past. And yeah, I actually married this woman, and I have a 12-month son with this woman.
Oh,
So,
1 year.
but yeah, guess what?
Congratulations.
And she when she approached me, I was dirt poor, right? She for a year and a half, she actually proposed to pay for my for our dates, which to me as a man destroyed me, but she made me feel comfortable about that. Now, and she gradually allowed me to lead in the relationship. Now, I'm not saying that relation doesn't have problems, because again, it's a modern woman, and although she has unicorn qualities, there are problems with modern women. We can get into that. But when it comes to interactions, whether any race I was able to date before I marry her, it's like it was all positive. I never had some oblique like rejection saying that you're less of a man, like don't even talk to me. Versus when black women, they're very aggressive in a rejection, a little bit more.
If you don't mind, and of course you don't have to answer this, is your wife like what is her race?
Hey, look, she's white as snow. She's Irish, half Irish, but she's pretty much Irish and French.
Okay, so if you're you know what? Much positivity and positive vibes to your union and your child that's 1 year old, right? Why then are you so, I guess, about the whole 23 women thing? Like, is this why this is why I thought you weren't married? Because
No, I think he's just sharing. Well, I think he's just sharing the experience, Kay. Like, I don't think he's like stuck on it. I think he's just sharing.
Me honestly, what I want to talk about is like a happily married man is a simp, because I'm actually a married man, and I guess I kind of like I have to debate am I a simp or not? But that is also a subject that I strongly I strongly resonate with, because I had to deal with this interaction with black women my entire life. Even after the interaction, there's still something that I have to basically talk to someone about and try to heal from, right? And when I hear men like JB or any other men on the chat saying that they have problems, it's not just me. I'm not crazy. It's not because of my face, right?
So you're just kind of trying to make that connection with the other experience that we're
exactly. It's something bigger. It's something cultural, right? It's something that is deeply rooted in probably the slavery times, right? There is so much to question that we need to have, and we both need to heal from that. So yes, I understand, Jenny, where you're coming from, and honestly, maybe if I wasn't married, or it could have been differently. But I'm honestly, I'm something that I'm careful about, because you never know.
I think
Was that you like low key throwing your shot if you weren't married? Was that what just went on there?
I'm being polite, man. I'm Canadian.
Yeah, leave that man alone, y'all.
Go ahead,
I want to chime in on this because I don't think that it's been said, so I'm gonna do my best to convey the thoughts. I believe that the sentiment is that men, specifically black men, just want to be treated with kindness, just want to be treated with a certain type of energy. I can speak on my own experiences. I've been to 19 countries or so, and the global perspective that I have gotten in those interactions has been just that. I've walked around with the same hue, the same skin my entire life. The interactions I've had have been vastly different, depending on where I was. I carry the same energy. I carry the same type of perspective and temperament, demeanor. If I'm amongst my community, primarily what I've noticed is that our women by large will interact with you if they're attracted to you one way, and then they'll interact with you differently if they're not attracted to you another way. Why that seems
that with
to be
everybody though?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
So as a man, and look, before, I know somebody might say something, but I have been a cute, attractive woman for my whole life. I know that men interact with me differently than, like, if they're attracted to me than if they're not attracted to somebody else. That's just a thing for people.
Okay, he's talking about a different type of extreme, though. Okay, he's talking about like when they, when they treat you differently when they're not attracted to you. That's when we get.
Are you saying like blatant disrespect or?
I'm saying blatant disregard. It's a blatant. It's an energy, and it's hard. And it's hard sometimes to convey. I'm gonna do my best because I talk about this regularly. That sometimes the experience being a man is one thing, but then the experience being a black man is a whole nother thing. You're not dealing with it from just the fact that you're interacting with women. You're dealing with it collectively. You walking around as a black man, specifically in this country, you're going to be treated completely different in certain spaces. It's just what it is. The one thing I will say is that, and this is recent years, when a man hears pleasantry, when he hears a certain type of response, specifically from a woman, it's like music. It's literally illuminating, because you don't get that energy quite often unless you earn it. If it's from your woman, it's different, but when it's from strangers, it's completely different. And I to speak to your point, Janae, because you said something about maybe on the opposing side, men from other nationalities are bringing the energy of being nice. I can speak to that. I would agree with you. But I also will say that most of the time, those men have been welcomed into most spaces collectively. So there's a confidence about them that's different. There's an expectation.
Was it Janae?
Janae said that. Yes.
Okay.
Janae said that. And I have friends from all different walks of life, all different nationalities. And I will say that they have an understanding that they can flow in and out of certain spaces with an expectation. It's not so much status. It's not so much stature. It's not so much even poise. A lot of them actually don't have the charm that most brothers have on average. But because their culture embraces them, they're allowed to flow a certain way. They move a certain way. It's not like that being a brother. It's not like that being a black man. It's way different. So I guess, without being long-winded, there is a certain energy that most men, specifically black men, are referring to. And just by being nice, being pleasant, regardless of the fact that it's, you're attracted, not attracted. He wants to hook up with you, not hook up with you. You're not feeling the energy. There's a way to handle things with class and decorum. And I think that that's heavily lacking in our community.
Yeah, I think that your explanation and your observations and whatnot are completely valid. While you were speaking, True, I was like, in my head, I'm like, oh my goodness. I think it's so strange how there's such a disconnect. I know why, but there's such a disconnect between black men and black women when I think we both have so many of the same experiences, right? Like, I think a lot of black men feel undervalued by black women, right? Like, oh, they're not as nice to us, and this and that, which is a valid experience for anyone to share. I'm never going to say like, no. But I also think that a lot of black women have that same thing where they're like, we feel undervalued by black men. And that's why, like, my talking point a lot of the time is that we are each other's biggest allies. Like, black men are there for black women more than anybody else is. Black women are there for black men more than anybody else is. Like, even in terms of just the being nice thing, like when I said that I'm a cute woman and people approach me differently versus somebody they're not attracted to, I see all these comments like, ew, Kay, you're ugly. Who thinks you're attractive? But like,
don't worry about the comments, big sis.
You're actually attractive.
I'm saying that to say that
you're actually attractive when you don't talk.
Okay, if you want us to just tell you you're cute, if you want us to tell you you're pretty, you could just ask. You know what I'm saying?
No,
you don't have to go all around about the way about it. Okay.
I'm just saying that to say
Hey, Kay, you're pretty,
on
Kay.
both ends.
Hey,
Like,
Kay, you're pretty.
for no reason do a
Kay,
bunch of nonsense.
You're very pretty, Kay.
I'll
I have a point to that, Kay.
Oh, go ahead, Bethany. Go ahead.
Let Bethany go.
And I appreciate you saying See, this is why look, I'm not going to do a low blow. Nothing.
See right there. You see that right there, that look? That's what I'm saying. Like right
Yeah,
there,
you
to me,
just
that's
said I'm
very attractive.
attractive when I don't talk. Don't
But no,
victimize
not
yourself.
what I meant to say.
You
What I
did
meant to
that to
say is
yourself well.
that look right there when you look at and you smile and you
Well,
don't talk, it's just perfect. But
well,
as soon as you talk a lot, you know.
well, I just listened to your whole story about your 23 women. We sat here and we listened. Don't come at me like this, Well. Look.
Sorry about that.
No, but true. I think you brought up like everything you said was valid. You know, I'm never going to invalidate anything that you or any Black man goes through. Like, you know, of course there can be discussions, but like,
Well,
I'm
if I can
validate it.
let me jump in there real quick, JB.
Go ahead,
before
go ahead.
I
you
need
get
to ask
going.
Polar Bear a
Thank you.
question before you guys go.
To add to that, though, Kate, I think you're right. There is a disconnect, but I think that a lot of the disconnect is coming, and correct me if I'm wrong. In my experience, I've heard a lot of Black women formulate their experiences based on others' experiences and not direct lived experiences. Or if those experiences are lived, they're one dimensional. Whereas in most cases, like Wealth, added, we as men are living in these experiences. We're not just hearing them from what others are saying. We're actually experiencing this on a regular basis. The frequency is a lot higher. I've had conversations with women of my community where they have formulated just a whole opinion off of one bad choice or one bad relationship or what they see their auntie across town that they actually have never met experience. I think that is the vast difference. And I think it has a lot to do with the community, that is the sisterhood and the protection. Hey girl, let me tell you what it may be before you get caught up, so on and so forth.
Man, true. Oh, everything you say, I'm just like, oh, that happens on this side too. Like, I think a lot in my experience and my observation, just like what you just said, which I'm not doubting. I think that, I'm not, it's valid. It's valid is what I'm saying. But like the same thing on my end, like, I'll be like, all right, did this really happen? Like, in fact, me and Kayla actually talked about it on a show. Like, there's a lot of these scenarios that people see online and they kind of run with them, but it's not like anything that's ever happened to them in their actual life. So I think that's kind of just, and I'm not saying it's good. I don't think it's good at all, but I think that women do that and men do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
I had a quick question
So,
for
so
Polar
okay,
Bear.
real quick. Well, so okay. Here's the thing, right? I think. Never mind. I'm not even gonna say it. Go ahead.
All right, Polar Bear.
I'm not gonna go.
I'm not gonna
Just a
say
quick
it. Like, I'm
question
not
for
gonna
you.
say it because I don't know.
I'm not gonna go.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just a quick question,
Maybe
Polar
you
Bear.
cannot do this to us.
Because he's been pretty quiet. But I had a question for you, Polar Bear. How about you
Can
in your
can you speak up
community?
just a tad, Mr. Wealth? I'm on my phone and the volume doesn't go quite that high.
All right. Yeah, no worries. So I just wanted to hear from your perspective. Like, I don't know if you're married or if you are, but let's say you're single. What is the interaction in your community between men and women? Are there rejection as brutal as you heard so far on the panel? Like, or maybe you or anyone that you know?
I guess it's variable. So I am twice divorced, just so you know, which for people that have seen me on the show before, kind of familiar with. Generally speaking, when it comes to what you call general interactions, first of all, I kind of treat everyone with just what I call common courtesy, due respect. And I actually try to go a little bit more out of my way for people that are like work at drive-throughs or grocery stores, those that you have a face to the public, that like grocery store workers or whatever, because they run into a lot of people that are just going to be nasty to them, just cause whatever. And so they had to take the brunt of other people and still have a smiley face because, customers, right. So I try to go the little extra mile to be nice to them, just to hopefully lessen the amount of negativity they might be facing during the day. But otherwise, I'm just kind of generic. When it comes to general interactions, I haven't had a whole lot. I won't say it doesn't occur to me, but from what I'm hearing, I have not had it on that same level, individually speaking. On romance, I've dated women from different ethnicities. Okay, white, black, Asian, whatever. And my longer lasting relationships have been with non-white women. Have I purposely made it that way? No, it did pan out that way though. You know. So I don't know if that helps or whatever.
Polar Bear,
you like chocolate, right? Polar Bear, you like chocolate, right?
I like all flavors, as long as it's not smoked. I don't date smoking women or the others that just have, obviously bad character or they're out of shape or whatever. I want an attractive woman, and one of my absolutes is if they smoke, I'm not interested. I don't care how good they look.
So JB, as the only white man here, would you say?
You said JB.
I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to say JB. JB, you were just
hey, they've already been calling me a coon and all types of stuff.
JB is not a white man at all.
I'm beige.
I meant Polar Bear. Oops, sorry, y'all. Polar Bear, as the only white man on this panel. Would you say, and you can be honest, this is a safe space.
I'm always.
Would you say that you experience a different level of common courtesy from one race of women over another? And I know that maybe your perspective is different, so I just want to hear that from you. Do you think white women are nicer to you, or black women, or Asian women? Like, do you think there's a certain,
I have not noticed a difference. I will say probably those as they get older in age are more respectful. The ones that are like, let's say 20 to 25, and that probably has to do with, not like I'm trying to hit on them, I got more attention when I was younger. Obviously, I'm getting older, so I'm hitting my own wall, the man wall, so to speak.
The man wall.
whatever that could be. But I generally see that as the older a person gets, at least speaking of the women I've encountered, they have a little bit more courtesy.
So you think it's more of an age thing versus a race thing?
At least that's what I've been
in your experience.
I
was just wondering.
So.
Yeah, I don't think it's an age thing personally. I've experienced it from all ages.
Yeah, but remember, Kevin Samuel was mentioning that he's 52, right? And us we're like in our 30s to late 20s. So that 20 years, 30 and 25 year gap, a lot changed, man.
I think what it is black women have a certain level of, especially in America, because it is like a matriarchy where white black women basically run things. There's a certain level of like I think black men are too comfortable. Let me put it like that. They're too comfortable to get to talk to black men a certain way, to approach black men a certain way. And that's my understanding of it, because quite frankly, I don't get it a lot of times. And if I can make a confession here, right? Like sometimes one of the things that's interesting to me is like if I have a really good experience, with a black woman, like sometimes that shit will make my day. That's how rare a lot of times it is, right? That's if we're being honest, right? If I'm being completely honest, like I'll have a positive interaction with a black woman and it will make my day. Like I'll go throughout the entire day, like damn, that made my day, right?
Johnny smiled at me today. That's going to make my day today.
Like even when I was listening to Bethany, right? Like I was sitting there, like she made me feel something inside just listening to her as a married black woman, the way she was talking about black men, right? The way she was talking about man, period, right? And it's like that's the disconnect that I think people don't understand, is that like it's, to me at least, it's that bad of an interaction that like when it does go well, it's like damn, this made my day. Whereas it's kind of funny that I don't have the same experience with other races of women. I just don't. Like I don't have that experience with other races of women. They're generally kind to me. They generally treat me well. And in fact, it's like I said this before. I said this on my show, and I got crap for it. But I'm gonna be again. I have to. It's honest. It's the honest truth. Like the people I'm told are supposed to be my oppressors. I generally like the white woman. She's supposed to be and we do have Karens and whatnot. But generally speaking, like I don't have those experiences with them. I just don't. Like generally speaking, they treat me with kindness. Like they smile. Like I never have those experiences. So I just wonder, why is this? Why is this? It's the same Jonathan. There's no different. It's the same Jonathan walking around. It's the same attitude. Like it's like So what's the difference?
Still
You know what?
broken
I can-
dusty, right?
Oh, okay.
Let's let Bethany go. She's been trying to jump in for a minute.
Y'all got me up late, y'all. So it's funny you said that, JB, because I remember in college, I had black chicks like telling me, "Oh, you're so flirty. Why do you flirt with everybody?" I'm like, "No, I'm just being nice." And so I would say black women don't think smiling at a man, any man, but especially our own, that's not you getting at him. That's not you flirting and being promiscuous. That's just being nice. It's just a niceness, a little glow. That's all. Show some teeth if you got good teeth and keep it smiling. I mean, I don't think that hurts anything. Because I remember
Can I?
even my local, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. When you're done, Bethany, just Jay, your facial expressions. I can't. I want to hear your perspective so bad.
Go ahead.
And so even in my local grocery store, like I'll shop there, whatever. And I remember a guy, one of the workers complimented me. And I'm like, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Take the compliment, ladies. Be happy about a compliment. Because if men walk around here not telling you look good, you feel some type of way.
I love compliments.
Hell yeah, who doesn't want a compliment? I done had 2 kids. You damn right I look good. Thank you. Now where's the butter? Something, I mean. And he was like, whatever you need, let me know. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Young little whippersnapper, but still, I was like, I'm happily married. And he was like, I know your husband happy. I'm like, he sure is. And that's how you keep a conversation going. Nobody's in their feelings. Nobody's offended and mugging. And oh, y'all, you know, it takes more muscles to frown. I just need y'all to know that. Like, yeah. Anyway.
You're beautiful, Bethany. I'm sure you get lots of compliments.
Thank you.
Well, who was about to respond to Bethany? I think True tried to jump in real quick.
Zoe, you had
I
something
was
to say?
just, I was just saying, just Jay. You know, she's been quiet, but I'm looking at her facial expressions, and I'm like,
Are you in the
ooh, I want to
comments?
hear her perspective. No, not. I don't know. Maybe it could be the
No, I'm saying
comments.
it's just Jay in the comments.
I'm not
Probably,
sure.
you know, she's been in these comments for the past 2 hours.
Zoe, go ahead.
But I think.
Sorry.
Oh,
I think.
I mean, I didn't say anything. I was going to say my experience has been pretty much like Jonathan's, but it's been a bit more broad. Like I know when I don't like look like something, and when I do look like something, I get different reactions from women. I get reactions from women when I'm dressed up in a suit or in uniform, like military uniform. I know black women, all women alike, do respond to me well. If I'm in sweatpants and I'm like thirst trapping, yeah, I still get attention. I feel like
we don't need to talk about your thirst trap in your sweatpants.
I didn't mean to bring it up, but it's like I'm trying to it's like there are certain situations I know that for me it's on me to like if I want a woman's attention, or if I just break past the barrier of if she's too aggressive or not, or whatever people say is like women are masculine. I look at it as more as they might be masculine, they might be feminine, but I look at it as they might have a certain degree of sensitivity. So, or even men, actually, I'll say the same thing for men. Like if a man is like quick to be aggressive, quick to be a certain type of way, I just look at them as they're being sensitive, and I treat them as such. So I go through certain experiences around the country, Vegas, Florida, LA, Philly. If I'm driving in a luxury car and I hop out the car and I see a black woman, I get an immediate attitude, and it just makes it more of a barrier for me to deal through. But whereas if a woman finds out if I'm in a luxury car after the fact, it makes it a lot easier after she like gets to know me. So it's like, to me, I think for like when it comes to what happened.
Why do you think that is? Like, because I've heard this common theme among several men, and we'll start with you, but like, I kind of want to dig into that. Like, I'm not going to say that this is not y'all's experience. So like, based on your experiences, I know Zoe, you said it, True said it, Wealth said it, JB said it. I don't know if Chief said it.
I do think it's
y'all all have kind of mentioned that non-Black women are nicer to you. Why do you think that this is the case? I want to get like kind of to the bottom of that.
I do think it's image. I do think it's like it was the last time it happened to me was in Vegas, and kind of the Polar Bears point was an older black woman by the bank that literally was like, she stopped me and like one of my associates and was just like, oh, just because y'all driving this car, you're doing what she was like, giving us credit and being happy for us. But every black woman we came across was not impressed. Whereas without the car, it was a lot easier for me to like get attention or get or for me to not have that barrier to build with. So it's like it makes a difference. It makes a difference everywhere I've been across the country. What it is that a woman sees initially when she look at me. It's just when it comes to other cultures, they all like want to applaud me for, you know, success versus black women who see me successful and then kind of see me as a I'm not even a threat. It's just like it's just a barrier, bigger barrier, more negative energy to deal with. And I go through it just because I date differently in different areas and I just adjust myself to whatever the situation is. But to say that me wanting a black woman is affected by it, yeah, I feel like it does make me want black women less or just look at them as more of a hassle to deal with for that reason. It's just like when you see me dressed this way, except for being in uniform or being in like a suit. If I'm in a suit, black women look at me immediately and are friendly. If I'm in my military uniform, they look at me and they're immediately friendly. So I want to give that credit to say that there are times where it's universal across the board for all women, for me in my experience.
Okay, so you know, just for clarity, are you like, do you, I don't want to say feel some kind of way. There's definitely a better word, but it's like what, 2 a.m. almost? It's 2 a.m. So like, do you, for lack of a better word, feel some kind of way when black women are not impressed by your car or your...
It doesn't matter about the car for me. It's more the why is it, what's the difference? Like I'm still the same person with in both situations. If I'm just coming from the gym and then I hold the door open for you and I feel like I still get a good reaction that way. But as soon as like they see the car, then it boosts up and it's just like I don't fault women for that. I really don't. I think like, you know, if I'm like for whatever it is.
More respect from black women when they see your car or whatever?
It just depends on if they see it first. If they see me in the car initially, it's an issue. So like, I'll end up having the same exact conversation. Yeah, it's always an issue. And if and initial like in the conversation that happens after that with me and whoever's around, whoever even sees or deals with the interaction, it'll be just like JB and his friend in Atlanta. It'll be the same exact thing where you're like, yo, I wish more black, like we would literally all say, I wish more black women just didn't look at me that way or didn't walk right past us. It was a time in Palm Beach where I was like, we're going to brunch and then it's like I ain't gonna lie, it doesn't make me feel a type of way. I'll say that if that's actually
and the thing is, so like the thing is this, it's like even for myself, right? Even on the dating level, I used to like be very very race loyal, right? In terms of like I'm only gonna date, like if you ask anybody who knows me, like I was probably the most race loyal man they knew. Like I'm only gonna date black women and whatnot. But then when you get to the point when you realize like, you know, like you walk into a government office and the moment I see that it's a black woman at the counter, I already have this gut feeling that it's about to be a poor experience, right? Or just like all these general interactions, right? That are just like, just this constant negative feedback loop,
feedback, that must be a
right?
rental, like.
And so because as a result of that, I'm just like, what's the point of being race loyal when like I don't have to be, right? I don't have to. So now even in my dating life, right? Because I'm not talking about people I'm trying to date when I'm saying this. I'm just saying like general interactions. But then it gets to the point where I'm just like, I don't have to be race loyal. So what's the point? And so that's actually a big part of why I stopped being race loyal. Why I stopped saying, okay, it has to be like, it has to be just black women. And I'm just like, I don't care at this point. I'm not gonna like if these women are the ones that are constantly showing me this type of like disrespect or these attitudes, these nasty attitudes, especially when I'm coming at you with no type of disrespect, no type, like I don't catcall women, I don't do any of this shit, right? And so it's like, I'm not coming at you with any of these attitudes or any of this, and then you still deal with me this way. And then whereas I can deal with other women, that's actually a big part of why I decided to no longer be race loyal. So a lot of this stuff ends up affecting us much deeper, is what I'm saying here. Is that like, you know, it ends up, yeah. Anyway,
me too. Me too.
You said what?
When did you decide that?
This was
like recently or like
a few years ago.
A few years. Okay,
yeah, couple years ago, I decided, yeah, I'm no longer race. Yeah.
So like, I just have a quick comment for JB. I just want to
hold up. Let Kate finish what she was going to say, though, bro.
Thank you, JB. So, if you decided this a couple of years ago, and your experiences in terms of the friendliness of Black women that you observed has not really been the best, but it has been better with non-Black women. Why aren't you in a relationship with a non-Black woman? Like, if there's so many that are just so suitable.
I didn't say. I mean, you're saying suitable for marriage? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, because you were talking about not being race loyal necessarily
Mm-hmm.
anymore. So
yeah,
like,
I mean, I've dated women. I mean, I recently came out of like a relationship, so yeah, I've dated women. If that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I know you. I think was it the last show or the?
But actually, but see, my ex, she's actually Black. Like in other words, when I say race low, I'm not saying I decided I'm just gonna go date out. I just said I'm no longer
You're
no longer exclusive. I'm no longer just exclusive to Black women.
Right. And like now that you're more open and you have, any woman you could date, and based on what you just said like earlier about non-Black women, you don't have certain issues with them. You said that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So like, why would a man such as yourself, who's successful, who's nice looking, who has his stuff together, why are you not like in a relationship with one of them when I know that that's what you want? You want to be married and stuff. This is not me assuming, because I know we've talked about this before.
Sure. Well, if we're talking about marriage, that goes into all the other points that I made before. Like my points are more so about the I've talked about child custody and the system and stuff like that. So that's mainly my concern when it comes to that. I mean, if that wasn't the case, I would have no problem getting married already. Like none. Literally. Like if it wasn't like the system, if my issue was not the system and the concerns I've talked about, I would have no problem. None.
Child custody.
Yeah, so I don't want to derail the topic. If you want me to get into it, I can, but I don't
Yeah,
want to
please. And then we'll go to wealth. But like, can you explain that? Because I'm not sure what.
Yeah, so what I've touched on before on other shows is that my main concern about marriage in America, right? My main concern about marriage in America is that, and I think Polar Bear has talked about this before as well, is that for me, I look at marriage purely just from I want children, and like children and legacy. Somebody has some background noise. I think it might be Janae. So I look at marriage purely for children and legacy, right?
Oh
and
yeah,
so
you
America, say what?
I said I remember you saying that before.
Yeah. So but in America, the way that the system is set up, there's really like, for example, when it comes to your resources and assets, you can protect them with a prenup or even a postnup, right? But then when it comes to children, which is again my primary reason for wanting to get married, there's no recourse. Like if the woman wakes up one day 5 years down the line and decides, I'm just going to leave and take your children, now you have a custody battle that you have to get into that literally in the overwhelming majority of cases, the men lose, right? And you end up pouring tens of thousands of dollars into the system, into the legal system to end up losing anyway. And quite frankly, the system treats it as her child and not yours, right? So for me, it's mostly an issue with the system, like when it comes to marriage, right? Otherwise, like I said, that I would not have an issue being married already. That would have been already done.
Okay, so it's just kind of something you don't want to get into.
So for me, my main concern right now is the American system. Yes.
Okay, so it's not finding a mate; it's the system.
Yes, but again, because the way you're framing the question, I want to make sure I'm answering it correctly. Like, if what you're asking is essentially if you have no problem, because I want to make sure, because you're going around about it, but I'm going to just ask it directly. What you're essentially asking is, if you say, for example, you can get white women, or you can get any these other races of women, why are you not in a relationship with them and effectively married to them, right? Like,
right, because remember, I think it was last week where you were on here, maybe the week before, I'm not sure, but talking about like, if it comes down to it, you would get your dad to help you with like a woman from Haiti.
No, that's what's happening right now. It's not if it comes down to it.
Oh, okay, so you're like off the market, kind of.
Like right now, yes. My father's actively working on that right now. That was my point. Is that like that was my point? Yeah.
Okay, and you're not worried about that system with a Haitian woman?
Not with a Haitian woman, with Haiti, right? Because that woman, I would not be bringing her back to America.
Oh, you would be going there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because I thought you would.
And that's why that's actually a big part of why we ended up getting into like the whole passport bros thing and all that, because A lot of the passport bros, they go overseas and they married a woman overseas and then they leave her there, right? Which actually is one of the things that even when I talked to Polar Bear, that's one of the things he suggested as well, right? In terms of solution. So that's the main concern here is literally just the one thing that I know I cannot, like, it's the one system that you just cannot go against and assume that you're gonna win, right? And if that's my primary reason, you have to understand, like, that's the discrepancy here, is that if that's my primary reason for getting married, that's a big elephant in the room that I can't ignore, right? I can't ignore that.
Okay. You answered fully.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very, very quickly, I wanted to add,
go
well,
ahead,
JB,
Will.
I wanted to say, hey, those interaction you were talking about with black women day to day, well, it gets so much worse if you go, if you're not race loyal, right? And let me tell you that. Prior to that, you were going to get all kinds of bad reaction, but once you decide to go race loyal, and then you actually have a successful relationship, oh man, get ready, my friend, get ready. But with
It's so sad that your experience has been what it's been, because you just, I don't know, but
I
it's
don't
really
think it's a
unfortunate.
common. This is not an experience just for me. Any
I'm
brother
not saying
dating
it's just for
outside
you.
of the
I said
race,
I'm sorry that your experience has
yeah,
been.
any brother dating outside of the race, they all know what I'm talking about.
I mean, even when you were not even talking about dating out the race, it was just your experience in
Yeah.
general
Oh yeah.
before you were
Whatever. Right?
married and all this
No,
seemed
it's okay. I'm
very,
a man. I'm supposed to handle it. Don't worry about it. But
seemed
but
very
but
negative.
I think what JB was mentioning is,
Terrible that that
sorry
was
what?
your experience.
Sorry what?
I'm saying it's terrible that that was your experience. I feel like you're very jaded in a, like, I don't know if jaded is necessarily the word I'm looking for, but it's like I feel like this has affected you, and that's not me being funny or anything. I just think that it seems like it has, and I just, yeah, I don't know. I just,
Well, let me. But just like
unfortunate.
JB was mentioning, me, when I was young, me too. I care about marriage. I actually want to be married, and also I always thought I was going to be married with a black woman. Right, for a very long time, I actually tried to make it happen, but hey, the reality sinked in. So when I hear, and I deep down, I know how to grow the community, to build the community over. Like we need unity in the community. I know that. So I understand that, but the reality is we're nowhere close to that yet, right? But I wanted to go back to that main topic. I was saying, can happily married men be a simp? Because for me, from my perspective, I'm coming at it from interracial marriage, but there is also that problem of the modern woman versus the traditional woman, right? Yeah, Kevin Samuel was alluding to that when he was on the panel, and just like what I wanted to mention about that is, I'm actually going through something very similar. Whereas, hey, I married someone, I like her a lot. Hey, we never know. We never know. It could be 50-50, and we could be divorced at some point, right? That's the way I see it, and it's not. It has nothing to do with color, but when it comes to simp, the way that I would define simp is any man that is willing to risk his dignity to acquiesce with women. Now, going back to one question that you were asking is what attracts other race to black men. I try to find this answer for like so long. I'm still looking for that answer. But at first, I thought it was because of exotic. They thought we were exotic. But I'd find out later that some of them actually admitted to me that black men have this swag and exude like this level of masculinity that they don't find in their own culture. So they like that. They like that the black man can put them into place sometimes. So that attracts a lot of women to black men. Even my own girl told me that at some point, which is to a certain degree, which that's what I found out this year. It comes with a certain degree. They like it, but as soon as it comes down and they can exude some level of power and leverage the system to get their point across, that's a different story. So, for example, in my marriage, I've been married for 7 years, never had any issues. She knows the role. I'm the leader. She follows, right? But as soon as the kid is involved, she can leverage the system now. And then the way it works in my city is, regardless of how long we've been together, if we're living in the same house, right? It's her house, right? It's her house until we're forced to sell it and and separate the profits 50-50. So it's her house. So knowing that, I think unconsciously knowing that, she always tried to push her way of how the relationship or how the decision for the kids should go. And me, the way I see it is, I don't think a happily married man can necessarily be. I don't think a simp can be in a happily married man. Versus also at the same time, I don't think like when it comes to kids, even if it's your own kids, there can be some issues there. And if it's someone else's kids, it's definitely a no. Because earlier we were talking about other people's kids as well. So my point was, if you can, even if it's your own kid and you know it's your own kid, you have done those tests. The modern woman has too much power in her hand, and her culture encourage her to exert those power, right? Versus that's where the word simps comes in, because if you were doing all that and you want to have a legacy, you're putting all your money and time to someone else's kid, then that's definitely in a modern world considered a simp. And that's where I'm coming from, that perspective. So to wrap it up, all that to say, yes, I as a married man, I'm coming in to see it as I think if you're getting married at this point, you cannot expect happiness, and I think it's dangerous for any man to actually marry based on love. I think this is useless for men to consider it that way. They have to go at it on purpose. They have to focus on the purpose and hopefully find a woman who falls in love with their purpose. I think that's the best way to approach marriage. Going back at it, that's probably how I would do what I would do differently. And I think if my marriage fails, the only time I would consider marriage if I was elected president and I needed a first lady. I think that's the only time I would consider marriage. But yeah, that's basically what I had in about this topic.
You know, you said something in the beginning. You were like, you would have preferred to marry, or, you know, you were trying to get with a Black woman. Every time someone that's not married to someone that's Black says something like that, I always wonder, like, how would your mate feel? Like, I can't imagine being a woman married to somebody and they're saying, oh, I would have preferred this woman.
Well, I have open that discussion with my wife for years about that. That's not an issue at all.
Yeah, but like,
My preference. I grew up in Haiti, right? So I would not only want to marry someone who's Black, right, but also someone who understand my culture, who can understand my inside jokes, right, who can understand a lot of reference that I can bring from my culture that I cannot do. So basically, when I made that choice to marry her, this is the sacrifice I had to make and live by. And when I was making that choice, I knew exactly that it was going to be a choice I was going to make for my life, right? Women are 80% the one who's triggering divorce. Me, on my head, it was a life decision, and I was still willing to take it. Why? Because the reality did not encourage me to do anything less than that, right? So of course, yeah, it's something. But when I hear so many people say, "Hey, you know," like men's don't want to smile at you. Well, I'm sorry. It comes both ways, right? There is another side that you guys may not consider.
Okay. Who was about to say something? No.
I
gotta drop off,
well,
but thank you for your time.
well, just
you're gone as well?
You said what?
Oh, I thought Wealth was saying he was gone.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop off. But yeah, thank you
All right,
very
brother. All right, brother. Have a good one, man.
Thanks, Wealth.
No, I was about to say, Just Jay was saying a lot, but just with her face. That's all. So
y'all know y'all love watching some facial expressions.
oh, she has the best facial expressions I've seen ever. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna just make my final point and hop off myself. But I can't pull the all nighter with you guys. I don't know how long y'all gonna stay up, but
JB,
I don't think this.
Like you don't be.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I've done these all nighters with y'all, and I'm not. You know, they're not. It's not good.
Today's not the day.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So what I just want to say is this: is that like I don't think this. You know, I would agree with some of the women who say, all this. This seems like a lot of finger pointing and this and that, right? But I think the reason why it's important for us to actually bring these things up and then actually discuss them and address, okay, how can we solve them? Which part of it means like, okay, for example, if a man's just trying to be courteous to you or generous towards you, maybe don't be an asshole back, right? Like just as an example, right? That's an actual legitimate solution. But I think if we don't address them and we just keep shoving them under the rug, or we act like the folks saying this are, you know, the men saying this are just lying or they're just making it up, then it's not going to help, because again, it gets to a point, like, you know, personally, like I said, I can speak for myself. Personally, I wish it was different. Like real talk, I wish it was different. You know, I love Black women a lot, right? And I wish it was different. A lot of times when I see these interactions or when I experience them myself, I just be like, what? Like I just have an internal what the fuck moment, because I'm just like, why did I have to just experience this right now? Like, what was the point of that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was the point of her reacting this way? What was the point of her saying this to me? You know, like, you know what I'm saying? So I wish it was different. And I think the way to address it is to not shove it under the rug, but to actually, first of all, actually listen to them, like folks actually saying this is what's happening, without gaslighting them, but actually listening to them. And then second of all, and again, like I said, this is not even just about dating, right? That's where I want to make this clear. It's not about dating. It's not about, you know, bagging women and whatnot. It's about just general interactions, like just being able to even interact with each other. How the hell do we talk about this so-called community when you can't even have a productive interaction with somebody? That makes no sense, right? So that's all I gotta say on that. It's just like, I think it would be helpful for us to first of all just hear the folks saying this, and then second of all, like maybe actually make some changes, right? I mean,
to see experiences as valid. Chicago, if you're watching, that was the homework solution. JB gave a solution, which is for us to see experiences as valid based on the person that is, you know, sharing.
Well, it's not just about validating experiences, right? Like I care less about the
well, but not to say somebody is lying or whatever, just to accept that this is what people go through, even if you might not have seen it.
Correct, but I'm saying that more connected to the fact that accepting that and then looking internally, for example, like if you're a Black woman looking internally and actually thinking, okay, have I treated another Black man like this, right? But it's like these things make people uncomfortable, so they don't want to actually think about it. Like, have I treated another Black man like this? When was the last interaction I had with a Black man? And you know, like, did I react a certain way that I shouldn't have, right? Or even if you don't want to look into the past, okay, moving forward, let me make sure that my interactions with Black men are positive. Right. I'll give you an example, like from the man-to-man side, right? Like growing up, you grow up as a Black man feeling like, you know, you have to look at the other Black man as the enemy, right? So one of the things that I do every day on a day-to-day basis, right? When I'm dealing with Black men, when I'm interacting with Black men, when I'm walking on the street, whatever, I always make sure that I don't have a mean mug on my face, that I like say what's up to any Black man I see, you know, like I'll compliment the brother if he has some nice kicks on, like things like that. Like I try to create, you know, I'm not part of the problem. I'm not, but still I'm like, okay, let me make sure that I'm doing intentional things so that this brother can at least understand, like, hey, not all, like when he comes across the next Black man, he doesn't immediately have some idea that he has to feel like he has to mean mug him. That's my point, is that doing intentional things to change the narrative, to change the image, right? But if you don't do anything, if you just, you know, act like these things are not real, if you act like, yeah, when we see another brother, we're more likely to want to like feel like, okay, I got, you know, what type of time is he on? You know, like you gotta start thinking like that. Instead, I want to change that where I don't have to think that way when I see him, and instead I just see another man like myself, right? That's my point. Is if we take that to the Black women, we apply it to the Black women, instead of just trying to find every reason to say, well, it's not us, or it's just all women, or it's this. Understand that there's an actual problem here and it's specific to Black women, and maybe y'all should actually do something to be more intentional to change the narrative, to change the image. That's the point.
I think they should too, but I feel like I approach women with, I kind of don't care if they're friendly or not. If the same thing I do with Black men, which is what you do, like, and I agree and I acknowledge Black men, I do the same thing with Black women. If they reject me, they reject me. I've been okay with rejection my whole life since I was whatever. I said I was a nerd before. I had to learn how to talk to people. I had to talk, like, Wealth Engineering gave his numbers. It was just like I had to learn how to talk to way more people than that, and I feel like I'm still socially awkward. So I still just make the effort to actually talk to Black women. I'm just saying it is harder than it is talking to other random Black men who are supposedly, you know, violent, abusive, or whatever. I don't feel that about Black men, and I don't feel like I care for Black women is like I don't know. I don't really want a friendly woman anyways, to be honest. I don't really want a woman that when I look at her, I just look at her as extra friendly. I do want her to be feminine. I do want her to be fit and like not really friendly.
What's the difference?
Friendly part. because the friendly part.
What's the difference with feminine and friendly? I don't get it because I'm just like when you said that I'm like I don't get what you're saying because like why
I'm
would you
saying,
not
okay,
want a friendly woman?
let me tell you what I don't like. I don't like when I interact with a black woman and the shit is just like negative from the jump. Like what I was saying, like the this must be a rental, or like just the negative comments that come with trying to talk to somebody initially, and it's just like the guard is not just up. I'll break a guard down, but the guard is like aggressive. It's like it's going to attack me for trying to make me feel defensive about my success. I don't like that feeling at all.
But what about the friendly? You said friendly. That's what I'm asking you about. Is you said you don't want a friendly woman. Why would you not want a friendly woman? I'm just trying to understand.
Like even Bethany as an example, and even though she's married and everything, like just if I see a girl like smiling at everybody, I don't know. Sometimes that come across the wrong way. I don't know if it's the biggest deal. I just think it does come across the wrong way sometimes.
Smile, but don't.
Do you mean friendly or do you mean flirtatious?
No has a list.
Do you mean friendly or do you mean flirtatious?
I mean, certain levels of friendly come across as flirtatious. Certain levels, and it can be. We can discuss the details of it, but that's all I was saying.
But bro, here's the thing, though.
I think that's why a lot of women don't do a lot of things, smiles and all this, because people like you and might think the wrong thing, like you just said.
Well, that's kind of what I was going to tell him. That's what I was going to say, Zoe, because like the thing is, I think sometimes like we'll say certain things, or some of us here will say certain things that'll confuse these women, bro. Because you can't say you cannot say you.
I'm not coming at Bethany.
Bro, listen.
Make it clear. I'm not coming at Bethany for it.
So just hear me out, right? You cannot say you want a feminine woman and then want to say, okay, I don't want her to be friendly. If you're saying that, like. I don't want.
I said we should discuss the certain type.
Hold up. Just hear me out, right? If you're saying that you don't want your woman to be like flirting with other men or doing things that will make other men think that she's like choosing signals, like that kind of stuff, that's different. But you can't just say friendly. Like, why would you? How can you? First of all, how can you even be feminine without being like? It's almost to me, it seems almost mandatory. Like for you to be feminine, you have to have some level of friendliness.
I think it's just about the general level of respect. Like the same way I feel about the men. I think I'm being friendly with them. I think men make it easy to be friends. So I don't think like it's as easy for women to be friends, even amongst themselves. I don't think that's like an easy thing for women. When I'm looking at maybe I'm looking at it subjectively, but that's just my personal opinion. So even in general, I would say that there does have to be a certain type of unity among women, even when it comes to this, and asking for that because of what I've seen from women who interact with each other. I know I don't like the way men are friends. We go through shit together and we're friends. So when a black man appreciates another black man saying what's up to him, because we know how hard it is to be a black man, and when someone actually is willing to speak to you, like or even when somebody smiles at you, I don't trust when certain white people smile at me. I feel like a nervous awkwardness behind it, and I don't smile at those white people. But it's not like I'm friend. Like I feel like I do have certain things. That's all. That's all the point I'm making.
Zoe, you're low key kind of talking in circles. I don't know if you realize it, right? Now, here's the thing, right? Here's what I'm saying, right? Okay, let's look at this practically, right? Instead of just because this is very theoretical right now. Let's look at this practically. What would be the practical thing that you tell a black woman to say, okay, this is what you should do. That's feminine, but this is what you should not do. That's friendly, right? How would practically speaking? Say what?
I do. Okay, let's clear some of the circles out. I do think black women should smile at black men. I do think that when I don't want to keep using Bethany as an example, but when she said that, like I said, because even when you said when a black woman makes your day, it really makes my day. Like I see black women being genuinely.
But you just said that you would like. You just said
that's where the contradiction comes.
Yeah, bro. Like you're not.
I think
want a woman to be smiling at
the smile is okay, but it's like I don't know. There are certain things.
We see that you don't know.
We're not getting into deep conversation.
Well, we're not going to get to the root of the issue if we don't discuss this, right?
No,
but I think that you have to be a little bit.
Because I'm okay with not talking to them. Like I play it by ear. That's what I'm saying. I play it by ear. If a woman rejects me too harshly, I keep it moving.
Bro, you gotta make up your mind, bro.
You're talking out both. You're saying.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Go ahead, Just Jay. And then Mr. KP, because
I have a weird thing about telling people what they can and what they can't say. He's expressing what he wants in a relationship, so it seems like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. But at the end of the day, we have duality. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm,
it does
This is
sound
not a
from
duality. This is a complete contradictory.
this is a contradiction. Yeah.
it's not. It depends. I don't know. For me, it's all
Okay.
about context.
I'm a,
I feel like he is saying that he just don't want a friendly woman. I feel like that can be cultural, not just amongst black people, but where you live. I'm originally from Miami. I know a lot of dudes that don't want they woman being friendly. But I think a lot of this goes back to, I mean, you can take this as far back as you want. I've sat here and listened to a wealthy man or whatever his name is go on and on like a single man when he married, which I find is weird anyway. But nevertheless, I never negate other people's experiences, right? He talked about his experiences with black women. I could sit here and say the same thing. I live in an area where there are very few black people. I live in the boonies. I live in the desert. Okay, when I first moved here, it's a small town, so I said, "Oh, coming from Miami, people be way more friendly, right? Because it's small." No, people are not friendly here, but it's a culture thing because I live near the reservation. That's a whole different set of people, right? But ultimately, when I go out and I see the few black men that do live here, honestly, they give attitude. I am not going to like put that on all black men because that's not my experience with all black men. It's some very respectful black men out here. But there's a group of black men that don't want to be bothered with black women, and most of them live here because they came to get their Pocahontas. But I digress. It
I
don't,
think that
they don't look like Pocahontas, but anyway, that's another story. But
I,
so when they see me in the grocery store, I'd be glad just to see another chocolate person, right? So I'd be ready to say hi, like, "Oh, chocolate people, hey!" And they'd be looking at me like, "You dirty bitch, you know." And so I don't even speak to these people. Like when I see black dudes around here, I swear I don't even make eye contact. But this is the area that you know what I'm saying. But I met one or two, but in general, so I mean, I get the sentiments. Everybody's experience is valid, but it's like, do we not think? Okay, there's an issue with trust. Like there's an issue with like what KS was talking about earlier, right? Did he explained to me why it matters, right? Because you know, before I'm like, okay, why is it anybody business what wives do what they, whatever, they marry. He explained about the whole media thing. All right, cool. So now we got this whole media image, and we already know hip hop, whatever, whatever. We already got these image of black men, like Zoe said, depending on what car he pull up in. I really truly believe him because unfortunately there are that many like shallow people in the world. You know what I'm saying? So beyond that, see, I done lost my train of thought because I've been sitting here looking crazy for
I
weeks.
mean, I
I think
understand.
that
I
the
understand my contradiction to a certain degree because it's a negotiation between my selfishness and
But I
then
get it though.
what should black women do as a community. Am I
I think
echoing?
that
As a community,
I
see, that's
think
what
that
I'm saying. We
but you're
still.
the
So go ahead.
I,
I'm sorry. Sorry for
the
interrupting.
the
Go ahead.
contra I think the contradiction came when you said a feminine woman. You know, you defined it, and feminism. One of the components of that is friendliness. Had you not said that, I don't think JB may have had the pushback. But you said, "I want a feminine woman, then I don't want to be too friendly." That's where the contradiction was drawn.
I mean, it sounds like a contradiction, but if you know, you know.
But it's what we're dealing with in reality.
Yeah,
Well,
hey, if you know, you know.
All
Like
right.
I
people
think
who understand, they know.
All
You
right.
want
Let's move
every woman
on.
to be
Other
feminine
people
to
that
you,
haven't
like
talked yet,
specifically.
though.
It's still a valid. Like I want everyone to be feminine. I don't want every woman to necessarily be super friendly. You feel me? Like
It's like
there's
y'all
something
want
there
to, but I
No,
feel
I
like
just
because
already.
we're men having this conversation, we should be able to set a standard to say what is
You can
friendly,
set
what isn't,
whatever
and
yeah,
standard
but
you
bro,
and
I
want.
think the thing
and a
is,
smile in the face. Go ahead.
so the thing is, like when we do this again, we're confusing these women, right? We're confusing them because like you can't say again, you cannot say that you want a woman to be feminine, and then say, for example, smiling is friendliness. It's not femininity, right? Somebody smiling at you is being friendly to you, right? And so you can't say, okay, I want her to smile at me, but I don't want her to be friendly. That's just, I mean, that's an example, right? My point
Right.
is like that's a contradictory statement to make. And then what we do is we then confuse these women because when you're saying, okay, I want you to be feminine, and then she does that, then you would have something else to say, well, you're too friendly, right? It's like you gotta pick one. You just have to. You have to pick one.
I think the women should pick one. They both left. I wanted to know what Bethany would have thought being friendly was in her eyes. That would be feminine as well versus was not. That make it easier for me.
Hold on. We're gonna come back because we've been here talking for a long time.
Or whoever else.
All right, we want to get Mr. KP and Mike Dub and Jimmy. They have not said a word, so we're gonna go to Mr. KP first. Thank you for your patience. Then we'll go to Jimmy. Thank you for your patience. And then after that, we'll go to Mike and Gaddafi. You were here already, but we're gonna come around to you. So go ahead, Mr. KP.
Yeah, how y'all doing tonight? We all do this. We go grocery shopping, even with the pandemic. You see strangers, right? The word I would always say is with two words: polite and personable. So friendly, being polite, or being personable. I mean, if someone sees you and they find you attractive, they might give you that little look in the eye or a smirk when they look in their cheek or something like that. But it's a case about if someone has an attraction towards you, they'll give you a sign. Me personally, I never really pursued a woman that I didn't feel desired for me to come towards her, because it's not about me worrying about rejection. It's just like the most important thing in your life is your effort, your energy, and all that, besides your time. So a lot of times when people get mad if they don't get the result of trying to get with somebody, man and woman and man, is did that person have interest in you? If they did not have interest in you, you read it wrong. I mean, it's like me wanting a certain designer jacket, but if I'm not in that price range to buy it, I mean, it's nice for me to want it, but it's out of my reach, unless I can afford it. So a lot of times I always say, if you have mutual attraction, that's when you try to meet up and have that, I like you, you like me, and then let it carry on. But the whole, I mean, like I said, when you go to the grocery store, you see somebody and they smirk at you, you smirk back, you find them attractive, vice versa, and then you take it from there in the parking lot. Who knows? But the whole idea of, oh, this person's, I don't want them to, it's kind of nuking it. You really nuke. It's like making checkers in the chess. If a person finds you somewhat, they're interested in you and they give you a signal, I wouldn't see that as a negative. I see that, okay, she's interested, okay. And if I find myself interested in her, I would reply back, simple and plain. But I mean, a lot of us are just making it more out of it what it is. I mean, 2 + 2 is 4. It's not quantum physics, in my opinion, but so. Yeah.
Okay, Mister. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Stick around. Maybe somebody's gonna reply to you.
Yeah.
Jimmy, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Y'all hear me?
Yes.
Well, I have a different opinion about it. I kind of think
about what exactly? We've talked about many things.
Like men, I don't think they should look for a woman they love. Personally, my opinion. I think a man should look for a woman to love him, because all women got the same thing, and love, we overanalyze love. It's only one love. And, you can love anybody. The man you meet today, the woman you meet today, you can love anybody. So if you've been a man and you're a leader, you don't worry about certain things. Mm-hmm. You should be more focused on a woman that's going to love you, because if that woman love you, she know her womanly position. She ain't going to have interest on another man. And like Zoe was saying, she ain't going to even have time to do certain things. You know what I mean? And, well, I can't speak on most of this because me and my wife, we've been together forever, since, 23 years, But my opinion to y'all ladies got to keep them legs closed. And y'all got to actually just be real. What you think a man feel when he got to think, is that my baby? you know,
Yep.
people don't believe me, but my wife, I'm the only man she ever had in her life, the only boyfriend she ever had, the only man she ever kissed. And I can't lie, I came from the streets and I kind of had to grow up. In my personal opinion, us men ain't gonna never grow up, you know. And y'all women got to learn to accept that a man don't grow up. A man just get older and wiser. We leaders, we make mature choices and we lead and everything, but I don't want to talk too much because I got so much to say. It's like you just got, it's basically if you want to put it on somebody, you only could put it on God because he knew all this stuff was gonna happen. And you know, I love my Father up above, but if he knew it was gonna happen, what we tripping for? You know, the ball already been rolled. It's gonna hit the pin that's gonna hit. You can't stop it, you know. So as human beings, we gotta put ourselves in better positions. We gotta put ourselves, people know right from wrong, you know. When you're young, I say when I can remember ever since 1982. And yeah, I can remember back since 1982. And it's kind of sad because, you know, to me personally, I seen HOEs, you know, the women, they turned, because I'm from the streets a little, it was HOEs having thoughts. And the thoughts had Tatianas. And it's like Big Mama, when she died, y'all looked at the pictures and stuff. That stuff they show on TV kind of true. The jokes they tell the comedians is true. The rappers are the one after the money. They don't care about you or your feelings. You know, I got a lot of raps in my head, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, as people, man, we can't complain. What's the use of complaining? That's just like a black man complaining about 400 years of racism. You know what I'm saying? We gotta, I don't like saying tighten up your bootstrap, but we just gotta do better. And you can't complain about none of individual people doing it on their own, you know. Everybody got to do it on their own, you know. That's all I really got to say.
Jimmy, before we get to Mike, are you there? Before we get to Mike, you got a SoundCloud or something you wanted to shout out? Because you said you had raps. I'm just saying, now's your time.
Oh no,
don't
He's been
hold
trying to drop bars all night.
I'm old school. My raps from I started rapping in 1992. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
I was just giving you the opportunity.
Well, I got a nephew.
Give us 16. Give us 16.
No.
Bars? You about to give us
41 years old. I'm gonna be 42 next month.
Give us a hot. No.
I can't imagine having money in my pockets with nothing to show. But I'm smoking that green, I'm riding clean, no need for hustling and no more. No more popos on my back. Still, I don't know how to act. But if you're looking for big pimpin', baby, this is where it's at. Nothing but big pimpin'. And the verse, you know, I took my goals out and everything.
Look, you didn't need your golds in. All we needed was your little few bars.
Take me as I am, like nothing but big pimpin'. And you can tell when you see me go, teeth with the diamond in the eyes of a demon, because I smoke. Little kids on the block already want to be me. I ain't rich, I ain't famous, I ain't even on the TV. And when it come to ladies, that's a whole nother story. Jagga, please, baby, just ignore me. I want to get a world, a little piece of my mind, but the world only getting one day at a time. You're looking for me, you know where to find me at. Down south, mother, where the thugs be at.
I like the little censorship. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try. You know,
I knew you had something that you wanted to do. I'm glad that you.
Like I say, I can remember since 1982.
I can tell.
I'm amazing, and I think that's why my wife see it in me. You know what I'm saying? And she motivates me the most.
So Jimmy, I'm gonna say this. Do you agree to a
certain?
Like
30 seconds, KP, because we got to get to
I'm gonna say this right quick. Do you agree a man? Women say they need admiration from a man to want to follow, right? So he has to have his life living by integrity and such, but a woman has to provide that man inspiration for him to want to lead. So do you feel as though with your wife, she provides you that inspiration to want to lead her and follow and do for her to follow you?
Well, personally, it's like a man don't worry about certain things. The real man, he gonna hold his nuts and hold his head up and do what he's supposed to do. He ain't worried about it. You know what I'm saying? That wife gonna follow if he doing what he's supposed to do. But if you got problems, you know when you ain't doing what you're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? I never in my life, well, for the 23 years, I never walked out my front door and had to worry about somebody coming in the back and stuff like that. And only thing I did was what I was supposed to do as a man, you know, maybe because I was a little older than my wife, but I've been out in the streets and did that, and I seen it. I kind of was thinking yesterday on Anton's show, I might be a Ray Ray, you know what I'm saying? But it ain't like y'all was talking on that. Y'all don't know Pookie and Ray Ray, man. We got feelings too, you know what I'm saying? And all of us ain't Pookie and Ray Ray. We change, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, as in young people, we ask y'all, is that our baby? Because we raised up looking at boys in the hood, minister society. It ain't the simple fact that we don't trust a woman. We don't know how to be a man for a woman when we coming up. We, like I say, a man never gonna stop growing up. I'm 41 years old and I'm still learning stuff. My son hooked all this stuff up. I got microphones I ain't know I had. Y'all see me the other day. I ain't even know how to. I'm on the phone, shaking, nervous and everything, running my mouth like I'm doing now. But I'm amazing as a man. You know what I'm saying?
We can tell that you're awesome. Thank you, Jimmy. Stick around. Just want to make sure we're getting to everyone. We're gonna go back and then Sherelle.
Put myself on mute.
Yeah. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yes. What's up? Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to sit there and say how Ben was talking about how women would pay attention to his car, and then he'll get kind of frustrated to that aspect. But you got to remember, we live in a materialistic world. So there's a lot of people only concerned about materialistic things, and they see, oh, you have a nice car, so that means he has money. And that's one of the big things that a lot of people are so focused on these days. Because there's a lot of people that are in a lot of effed up relationships. I don't want to curse on here, but they'll stick around for the money though, even though it's not even necessary. And then also you talk about how women approach. We also got to remember that sometimes you could be the most good-looking dude, but if she had a bad day at work, it ain't gonna happen. Because women run off emotions. Because that happened with me and my lady. Because I married a black woman. It took me a minute to sit there and get to her. So that's all I got for right now. But I just want to bring that across your attention.
Mike, I think like you addressed something Zoe said, and I wanted to ask you a question about that. So he was saying, like, you know, some of the black women that he encountered did not, you know, they weren't impressed by certain things that he had.
I don't care if they was impressed or not. They specifically had a negative reaction.
Okay, so they were like, "No, I'm not impressed with your
They don't-
car or whatever."
Right.
Okay,
They don't want them to have an ego about themselves. That's pretty much what it is. They don't like the idea of the ego that a black man, if you earn, like if you're in the service, you got a well-paying job, you've done what you've done, gone to college and such. They don't want you to have ego because they feel as though you will have a superiority over them. That's like what they say about marriage. Why in the 70s or 80s, the Hezekiah thing, we saw the single black mothers, they didn't want to fall under the role of a wife because either they didn't feel as though they could fit that duty and role, or they didn't want the control of having to be a subordinate to a man. You know, so sometimes a woman might see a guy on his P's and Q's, has a good job, makes decent income. She'll say, oh, he got an ego. He's going to think he's above me. Therefore, I'm going to reduce him by either not give him no attention, or even worse, try to stealthily insult him that's not his car, that's a rental, because they don't want you to have pride in yourself. It's subconsciously real like weird, because it tells me that you don't want a man to be of good foundation, because then it's like a reflection on you. You have a self-esteem problem. You know, if you want to follow a man, you want him to be a leader, that's the results. He benefits from being a leader. That means he has decent income, he has a decent job. But if you don't want to follow him because you're worried about him feeling superior to you, he's the leader. He's supposed to.
And I wasn't trying to focus on like making an impression or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a part of it, so I'm not going to ignore it. But it's not like I was trying to focus on that part. The part that I'm worried about is the etiquette, and that's why I brought up the point about being friendly. Is that like whatever it sounds confusing to y'all, but to me it's just like the etiquette matters. Like what besides smiling matters to say that a woman is feminine and not, you know, or and by their own standards of friendship, what not too friendly or is too friendly. Because I don't it doesn't matter to me if they're friendly or not. It really doesn't. I get what I want regardless in whatever situation I come across. You either don't waste my time or you're worth my time. So I look at it that way.
So then why did you bring it up, and why did you talk about people?
Because etiquette matters. Because etiquette matters. How you treat
Okay,
people
so you're
matters.
just generally talking about manners.
You can call it that. I think because it's a black space, we should talk about manners between black people versus manners between other cultures. Like the other cultures aren't like what they do is what the experience that everyone was talking about is just like, well, across the board, black women do not treat me with the same type of manners that I get from other races. I just don't really care about other races. I mostly deal with black women.
But you do realize that's a defense mechanism, right?
What's the defense mechanism?
That they're afraid to put themselves out there like that. A lot of people are afraid to put themselves out there like that. And so the go-to thing is insults.
I mean, I can make a girl smile for whatever. So I don't think about the smiling as such a big issue. Like if she doesn't smile, I can make her smile. But it still doesn't address like real. There's a way you smile to because you're enjoying the situation. There's a way you smile just because it's etiquette, and that's where I think the confusion is for me.
So what is the exact issue you're having, though? Because sometimes it sounds like the issue is one thing, and then sometimes it's like, oh, that's not
Okay.
it. Make a woman.
I would like to ask black women, what they sincerely feel about what they consider to be feminine at the same time as not being too friendly.
But that's subjective, though.
Yeah, subjective.
But I feel like the data is important because I feel like nobody asked that. No one really cares what black women think. Like I've never gotten a black woman to smile by telling her to smile. And you feel me? Like, does that make sense?
I mean, I think
if
you smile at someone, like, and you're friendly with them, whether you be a man or a woman, or anyone, that you can get that response back a lot of the time. I mean, sometimes no, but I think a lot of times you can, like saying, like if a man tells me to smile, which, if I'm just out looking like walking down the street and somebody says, smile, it's not that bad, or whatever they say. You just do it real quick and it's just like make somebody's day. Fine. Like it's not that hard for me. But
some people take offense to that though.
Yeah, some people do take offense. And you know what? Different people, different things. You don't know what somebody's going through. You don't know what somebody's been through. Like we cannot assume to know. So like if someone tells someone to smile, that's a risk you're taking. If you're telling someone to smile, some might smile. I'm going to smile. If somebody's like, hey, smile, I'm just going to flash them a smile. No big deal. But if someone doesn't, you have to respect that. Everybody is not here to just smile on command. And that should be fine.
But Kay, if you're having a bad day and the guy finds you attractive, he says, sweetie, you're too pretty not to be smiling. That's a compliment for one.
You old,
but here's the messed up thing.
Come on now.
But
yeah, let me see that smile. Yeah.
But here's the messed up thing about that. They won't sit here and go, hey, I'm having a bad day right now. I'm not really in the mood for this. They'll throw some type of insult at your way.
And that's because that rule that say they'll make the rules those they don't like.
Stranger really like obligated to tell you about their day? Like,
okay,
do
that's
they
a good
need
point.
to tell you, hey, I just had a bad day at work and this and this. That's a stranger. Now, if you go into a family function and you're like, hey, cousin, like, what's up, smile? Like, I can get you wanting an explanation in that situation, but from someone you don't know, walking on the train platform,
Right.
you're trying to say something to them. They don't owe you anything.
That makes sense on the individual level. It doesn't make sense on the community level. But that's why I make it about etiquette. I don't maybe that etiquette's not the right word, but that's why I probably look like I'm struggling with it because on the individual level that works. On the community level, that doesn't really work.
You and JB talked about that earlier
Right.
about like just I think, I don't know if it was you or JB, kind of just being more
Oh,
friendly
yeah.
with each other as Black people.
Oh, yeah, both of us.
Was that you, Zoe?
Community thing.
Yeah.
I completely agree with that. I think that, like, I do it all the time. Like, any gender of Black person, I mean, I'm friendly with everybody, but any gender of Black person, like, I'm definitely going out of my way to be like, what's up? Or to just spark a little conversation in the line at the grocery store, whatever the case may be. Because I feel
You're
like
right.
we need more of that amongst us, because there is so much disconnect and so much, like, I don't know,
Okay.
unneeded
But
animosity.
I feel
I
like,
think something
oh,
we
go
just
ahead. Let her
as
finish.
Black people.
yeah.
So I'm not mad at that sentiment at all. I just think sometimes when you're out just walking, you know, down the street and you tell somebody to smile, some people are going to do it and some aren't. And we all know this, and that should just kind of be like.
Can I say
But there's
something in regards to that? When what is his name, Mr. KP, like said, "Sweetie, like you need to smile" or something like that. It just,
oh man,
like, if you've ever been like walking to work and you're just like really stressed out, and like this was in New York, and like you're just really stressed out and you're like running late, you're walking all fast, it's ice on the ground, and like someone, like, you're just in your head going through stuff, and someone, a stranger, not only tells you to smile, but then like calls you sweetie. I don't know, something about it. It could just be me. It could be me like overreacting, but something about it internally, it just feels like such like an invasion. Like, if you're telling me, like, if I'm going through something in my head and a stranger's like, smile, like, only if you're going through something in my head.
So
It's
you-
not all the time, and I'm not gonna react.
But yeah,
So you
it
and
pretty
Zoe
much
got
when
the
you're going
same
through something,
mentality
it feels
then.
like a trigger.
Yeah, you and Zoe got the same
Yeah,
mentality.
like-
He doesn't want a female too friendly, and you say you wouldn't like a compliment from the guy.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying I wouldn't like a compliment. What I'm saying is sometimes, and this doesn't mean this is how you react. This is just what's going on internally. Like, for me,
Janae,
I'm
are
a
you on
pretty
a
good
mic?
actor.
Are you on like a mic outside of your computer? Like a, what are they called?
I'm on my AirPods. Can you hear me better?
It's like breaking up a lot.
Yes, very much.
Oh no. Okay. Let me just try to call back on my laptop. It's been breaking up as you guys are talking.
You can pick it back up when you get back on.
Right.
Okay.
Sherelle. Hey, Sherelle. Hey, twin.
Sherelle.
Hey.
Sherelle killed it last night.
Yes, she did.
Hi, Sherelle.
Oh, let me walk away. Hey, K twin. I love you.
Gnarling
You
up
know
in
I
the
love
house.
you, Sherelle. You know we're twins.
Yes. Okay, so I was just trying to see the disconnect. I know somebody said something about the car. But I wanted to speak on, because when I first came on, y'all was talking about the girl from last night. I think the reason why sometimes men in the manosphere get triggered is because they spend so much time in the manosphere that they don't understand what's being said about them. And to be honest, there's an entire left side from the manosphere. There's a group of women who speak just as negatively, like the worst of the worst in those spaces. The reason sometimes you may need to go listen to, what I'm saying is, like, the reason you might need to go listen to those people sometimes is because you need to desensitize yourself to the mean stuff being said about you. Because if every time somebody says something that hurts your feelings because you never heard it and it's your first time, it's new, it's crazy, you're automatically going to go have this crazy emotional reaction to it. Like, I can't believe you said this. But if you was on their page and you saw, oh, they crazy, you would be able to go crazy, rationalize it by yourself. And every time you hear it, you'll be either able to understand or debunk it quick. And it won't even affect you because people say it so much, it's like, it'll start bouncing off your shoulders. So with that being said, you don't have to know it's true. A lot of people say stuff about me that's not true. It's like, it can't affect you because it won't affect your real life. But we can't let these words have so much power over us in the first place. We know it's not true, so just leave it at that.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Because, I wanted a minute.
What up, Carlo? You back?
What up? Yeah, but Sherelle, but the other day you was talking about that black man ain't shit, right? We the bottom of the totem pole, right? And then you told me that, oh, we have all these other men out here walking all over us, right? And we ain't worth a shit. That's what you said.
Okay, in the comments, right?
Yes, that's what you said, right?
Puzzle, is this what you were talking about earlier when I was confused?
No.
This
That's
is
not,
this.
Ain't got
Let
nothing
me
to do
go
with you,
because
Kay.
let me.
Kay, stay
Okay,
out
let
of
me
this
handle
one.
it.
No,
You can handle
This
it.
is me,
Puzzle mentioned someone
Sherelle.
saying that.
Yeah, this is me,
And this
Sherelle,
is
right?
this. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
You can
I
handle
agree.
it, right?
Okay.
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 This is the whole point. This is the
Okay,
whole
but
point of anything.
hold
First of all,
on.
wait.
Let me
You
say
just
my
asked me the
point, and
thing.
then you can say your point, Sherelle.
Go.
Right? I'm gonna let you have everything. But what I wanted to say is, right, black men, right, period, has been doing better than ever before. We have been pursuing technology, construction. All right, we have been the innovators of this whole new America that you define as America, right? Everybody want to be a part of hip hop, fashion, everything that has to do with Black America, right? But then on the back of it, right, you want to turn around and say we ain't doing shit. We black men are not about nothing. That's what you said. You said that other people, other men are walking over us, right? I don't do the black, white, Hispanic, Asian thing. I'm all about American. I always tell everybody, if you want to know who I am, understand this. I understand that everyone on this page, last name is American. You could be black American. I don't know who you are, but I'm just talking about Americans. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm talking about Americans. Okay, you could be black American, you could be Asian American, you can be white American, you could be whatever color of American that you want to be. But at the end of the day, you represent one nation. Until the day you die, you represent one nation, American. All right. So that's what I be about. I be about the progression of Americans, whether it be black, Asian, white, or whatever it be. Because I know in like 2040, 2050, there'll be more mixed kids than any one race in America. So we can argue about blacks, we can argue about Asians, we can argue about whites. But in 20, 30 years, there's only going to be what? Mixed kids that overpopulates all of us, minorities. So that's my point. I don't want to argue or debate with nobody, but I'm not going to let nobody define what the hell I've been doing my whole life. So I respect all y'all black men. Continue doing what you're supposed to do. Continue pushing forward. And Sherelle, I pray to God you find you a good black man to push you forward. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Carly.
Okay, I can go now. Is it my turn?
Go ahead, Sherelle.
I'm so happy you got that off your. I'm so happy that he got that off his chest. I'm not about to go back and forth with people who troll me in the chat. Cause yes, I tell y'all anything. I also tell y'all to suck my D, even though I don't have one.
Oh, you got one.
I can buy one from the store.
But I got one. I was
Listen,
born with it.
okay, I don't want one, but I can buy one.
You can't buy one from the store.
But
That's a lie.
You know what I'm saying?
I can.
Bullshit.
I can.
What in the
world? You see, that's disrespectful. In
I don't care. You disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you. That's
How
been
did
my
I
premise.
disrespect you?
That's been my premise. You disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you.
How did I disrespect you?
I'm not about to fuss with you, sir. Are you done?
No, I said how did
I will
I
finish what you have to say.
Wow. Go ahead, Sherelle. I ain't got nothing. I'll pause. I'll mute.
But like I said, I'm not about to go back and forth with these men that troll me in the chat who get mad because they can't defeat me. Okay. First of all, the whole purpose of it was that y'all let other people of other cultures come here and disrespect y'all. It hurts when it comes out the mouth of a black woman. That's what's being said about y'all on other pages. Just as much as y'all disrespect black women, and yes, there are specific pages who just disrespect black women. If you want to play like you don't know that they exist, go ahead and go into your oblivion. There are pages like that. They are saying the things that I was saying. So because you don't follow the timeline of what I'm saying in the chat, you catch what you want to catch, and then you want to disrespect me about catching something that you didn't see start, and you go back and forth with me, and then you lose, and now you want to save all that aggression to come up here and think you're gonna get me. You're not gonna get me, sir. You don't know me in real life. You're not gonna get me. You're not gonna change me. You're not gonna be able to control me. You don't know me in real life. I don't know you in real life. Stop personalizing everything that a stranger tells you online.
Cheryl, I wanted to ask you a
That's crazy.
question.
What it? Yeah.
You
Go
heard?
ahead, though.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead, Zone.
First, I congratulate you for when you spoke up last night. I really appreciated it. I tried to talk. Nobody wanted me to talk. JB didn't want me to talk. Aaron didn't want me to talk. But then you went up there and you spoke your piece, and I really felt like you did your thing. One of the things that I wanted to come up last night was, um, she said something about everybody wanting to has to have her own mentality, and she was trying to force everyone to have the same mentality on her, and nobody addressed that. And that's the main thing I wanted to address. And I was sitting there laughing at most of the shit she was saying because some of it was true, and then some of it was just like from a place of hurt. Nobody wanted to tell her she sounded like a single mother, and she was sitting there classifying. She came at Jonathan. I didn't like that shit. She was sitting there trying to classify all black men and have a conversation, a really disingenuous conversation, but it did need to be had. And just because she can say whatever on whatever other platform that she's on, when she comes to a platform where we're on, I feel like we're supposed to be able to address her the way either kind of like Anton did, make it black and white. If you're not gonna have the conversation, then just go. Which one of the times I showed up, she had just disappeared. They paid money for me not to talk, and I was trying to say like, why? I don't know who did it, but I thought that was funny too. They paid money for me not to talk, and I was just trying to figure out why was it that everyone felt like she could say that everyone should follow her mentality, and that nobody wanted to address that. They wanted to get into the Moynihan report and everything else. I'm just like, yeah, but you're arguing that the semantics with a woman. You're not arguing with men. Men can get to the bottom of semantics. It's about principle. If a woman's gonna have a conversation with you, so say, okay, who are you? You're a single mother. Whatever people found out about her in the chat, she's a single mother who has these arguments wherever she can, but to not let them troll us, like you're saying, is the point. Like where did you think the conversation should have went in that sense? Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you, Zoe, for moving on. Thank you, because Zoe, you understand me. Now, this is what I'm saying. Like, the thing about it was because, like I was saying, some people are just in this manosphere space so long, it becomes an echo chamber for them. So when she came on there, she obviously triggered a lot of people. When I first started hearing her talk, I'm like, of course, I know what sector she belongs to because they have the same talking points. If a man says, are you fit, feminine, and friendly, I automatically know what sector of YouTube they're coming from. Like they use the same talking points. That's how you know what sector of YouTube they belong to. So I already knew what sector of YouTube she belonged to. But when she came on there, and you remember she said, can I talk to Sherelle? She didn't even come up there to talk to anybody else. Because what they call people who speak highly, and which anybody who knows me knows, I'm gonna give it to you left, right. I don't care. Like either way it go, I'm always gonna be able to see both sides. But her coming in new, she like the segment of YouTube that she comes from is like where they try to gravitate black women, because when black women speak up for black men, even if it's just like, I'm just saying my daddy is a good man, my brothers are a good man, they consider it black man worship, right?
Right.
So she's not gonna come on there to try to convince you of nothing. She just want y'all to do what they feel like y'all need to be doing, but it's really to get all black women in the collective of stopping the black male worship and seeing the way they see it. But I mean, anybody that's, what I'm saying, smart enough to be around and move around, like ain't nobody gonna brainwash me, not y'all, not them. I'm gonna always be able to be somebody in the middle, able to see both sides. So She
Okay.
just that's just the energy that she was coming with. They have the, if you're speaking highly of a black man, it's black male worship, and they have full channels that are big, like 100,000 subscriber big, talking about black men, just like they have the opposite ones where they just report all the negative stuff about black women. They have the full channels on the other side, and I can tell that that was the side she was coming from because she had the talking points. So she did trigger a lot of people, and then that's what made all the men just go like, and this is what she wants. You see what I'm saying? So when
I thought
somebody's
she was
trying to have a
funny. I was
conversation with,
ready.
But
Oh,
I
I
do
was
want
ready
to
to
ask
roast
you a
her.
question.
but she was trying to have a conversation with, like, if you can get under this man's skin, that's the whole point. The whole point is to make y'all mad. The whole point is to make y'all go crazy. The whole point is to make y'all rage. So to be honest, she kind of accomplished what she truly wanted to accomplish in the first place.
Exactly. I
But
mean, I see the chat is still triggered by it even now. Like, but honestly, I felt like you did what the right thing was supposed to be done in that situation, especially when she tried to call you out. That was kind of her purpose. That was her point. It was other certain things that could have been addressed, but it played out how it played out.
All right. So we are gonna start kind of, bringing things to a close. Uh, let's do some final thoughts. I don't even know what y'all were talking
Wait,
about.
Kay.
I don't know what y'all.
Wait, Kay, I didn't even get to say what I came up here to say.
Oh, go ahead, Sherelle, because I thought.
Oh, about the smiling, and I think it's a different culture because I'm always around and I meet a lot of people. I see a lot of people all the time. So the whole smiling for black men type of thing. Even with Bethany was on here because Bethany lives in Houston, but she's originally from New Orleans. New Orleans people are just automatically people who speak. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, what race you are. We are people that when you walk up on somebody, if you're walking up the street, I don't care how many people you see sitting outside on their porch. When you walk past somebody's porch, you say, "Hey, how you doing? Hey, how your mom and them?" Or you know what I'm saying? And how you doing? They'll reply, "How you doing?" You just walk. You don't even have to stop and say how you doing. But that's just a term that you do. Everybody smiles, everybody laughs. I understand what JB is saying. Like I said, sometimes like if I'm in a drive-through, I'll ask who's behind me, how much is whatever who ordered behind me, how much is their stuff, and I'll pay for their stuff. And I was saying in the chat, I remember a black man like jumping out the car before I could pull off to thank me. Like he was just really excited that, and it wasn't like it was much, but it was just a courtesy that somebody, you know what I'm saying, he pulled up to the window and it was like, your food is already paid for, right? So I think sometimes, you people can do it, but I think it's a culture thing because when I'm in New York or when I'm up north, everybody's rude. It's not a male or a woman thing. Like people just don't speak, you know what I'm saying? They just have that more of aggression, no matter what race or nothing. And sometimes it can benefit you, sometimes it can't. But I'm not gonna lie, like sometimes black men, like if I'm at the truck stop and I see all different kind of people that drive trucks and I speak to everybody, sometimes if I know I'm having a bad day, I'm just gonna put my head down because I know if somebody catches my face, especially a black man, it's gonna be more than what it is. So sometimes it's just chill. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I didn't have people buy me stuff or just walk up to me and just give me money to play the slot machine or something. This just happened. I was locked out my truck and this black man just was like, "Oh, you waiting on your truck?" He just gave me some money. He was like, "Play the slot machines." So, or just stop and help in general. But sometimes you do get the man that's gonna follow you around the store. You
What
have
do
a
you think?
man.
Oh,
If you have a man, can you have a friend? He ain't gotta know, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's sometimes, I'm not saying that that's always gonna happen, but I'm saying it does happen often. And especially if a woman is like a really, really good looking woman, it happens 10 times more often to where so Zoe's already coming from a place where women who don't like me don't smile at me. So automatically, if you see a woman smiling at you, you're gonna think, "Oh, she want me," right? So
nah,
now you
that's not what
smiling
we're
at
talking
now
about.
you smile.
But I understand you explaining that part, but that's not what I was addressing. It was just the kind of like what you started talking about, the common courtesy, the etiquette. That's really what it was. It wasn't about like I'll make a girl smile, but then at that point, or if I make her smile, it might turn into something like that. But I don't think about that as the initial common courtesy that I expect, where I just want to hear a black woman say something nice, and it has nothing to do with me trying to get at her.
Right. But think about it. Like, say if you was a man and every time you smiled at a woman, she was following you around like, "Yeah, give me your number. You want to get married?" You got a man, you want to have my kids? What's your number? And she's following you around the whole entire store. Or just imagine you just came home from work, you lost your job, you got fired. You come home, your wife is cheating on you. You find out your kids ain't for you. You go outside, you're mad, and then somebody walk up to you and be like, smile, ain't that bad? People are going through real life things.
That's a lot of examples. I was trying to find a solution, and that's all. I already do what I do
I think the
regardless.
solution is just like, don't take it too personally. If strangers don't smile at you, if they do,
Calling them strangers is the issue, because it's something that we're talking about at the community level that needs to be done. And if we can't set a standard, then even if you say don't smile at strangers, it's like or do what you do when it comes to strangers, there's no
I didn't say, no one
there's
said
no like reconciliation or any like solution to
no one said don't smile at strangers. I think we talked about earlier that as Black people, just kind of having those even small day-to-day interactions, I think is important. I agreed about that. Like, yeah, do the head nod, say what's up, smile, just have those interactions just to build more, I guess, rapport out in society amongst each other. I definitely think that's important. But I also think that it shouldn't be a point of contention if someone doesn't smile. It shouldn't be like, well, Black women don't, but white women do. Like, sometimes people don't smile, of any race, of whatever. Like, don't let that, like, and I'm not saying you specifically, because I'm not saying that this is
right. It's not about the emotional aspect for me at
but
all.
like, don't let it
I
throw you
react
off
like
your
a hunter.
square. Like, okay, somebody might not have smiled at you. Don't take it personally. Don't go home and think about it all night. Don't wait until Monday to call in and say a Black woman didn't smile. Like, I mean, just let it go. Sometimes people aren't going to smile. People go through different stuff. We never know. But I do think
what you were saying about the car.
Oh, I was saying that's kind of what I was using to make the distinction, is that I'm not looking for some like to impress somebody, but I do. The point I was making was I noticed that I get more attitude talking to Black women coming out of a nice car, of a luxury car, versus coming out of my regular car, or versus me being out and about as a regular person. Yes, negative attitude, like and ignoring ignoring if I do talk to them, disengaging, or just talking shit. And it's just like talking shit about me, about me being successful, basically like an attitude like, oh, you think because you got a nice car you think you could talk to me, and it's just like it wasn't even about that.
Does that happen often, where women see your car, Black women see your car? Does it happen like daily, where they see your car and they're like, oh, he thinks
Los Angeles, Vegas, Palm Beach, Florida, Philly was a rental,
right? But like, how
same
often?
thing in Philly. How often?
Yeah, like, would you say this is like weekly, daily,
Like,
monthly?
daily. I don't expect women to talk to me if they see me coming out my car at all.
Okay, just tell us what kind of car, because I see this as something you might want to.
No, I'm not. This is something you're exploring. I'm not. I'm talking about the etiquette. You guys are asking me details about the car.
You talking about people don't even.
Pharrell did. I didn't bring this back up. I said I didn't want to talk about it. Even in the private chat, I said I didn't want to talk about it.
I mean, you.
Oh, because I was like
talking about it because you originally
from a whole different place.
So, like, I was just wondering, like, is it I mean, what kind of car is just so that people are like, man, I want to that person because of this car. Like, I'm just trying to see. I'm just curious at this
point.
Multiple times.
Okay. I have a Honda Accord. That's my regular car. Nobody bothers me in my Honda Accord. Audi and a Maybach.
Okay, so when you're driving your Maybach music,
Maybach.
And then it happens to me in rentals also, but like when I'm driving a rental, it just depends on the rental. But I like if I rental BMW, then it's the same thing.
Okay, so do you think some people look at you like maybe you're, I don't know,
like I'm an asshole or something? Like they're predisposed to treat me like a jerk because of
you based on your car,
right? But that's not the issue. Like I'm just answering because you said you want to explore this road. What I'm interested in is the attitude that women have.
You said, well, every time I get out of my car, it just seemed like you wanted to tell us what kind of car it was.
No, you wanted to ask. That's what that was specifically. Sherelle, you brought this up, right? I didn't want to tell anything. I said,
you've been talking about this car for the last 4 hours. You're like,
I've been talking about the etiquette, the part where everybody thinks I'm confused or whatever. That's what I was trying to explore. If you remember me being confused about something. Does that make sense?
5 minutes later. Man, when I get out.
That's what I'm saying, though.
Sherelle, you brought this up, right? I didn't bring this up. I let it die several times.
Because I was trying to say this.
It's cool, though. It's fine.
I was trying to say this. Like, I have cousins who don't even have licenses. They've never had cars, and they're like in their 30s, but they don't have like no lack of women. They don't have any women problems, and they have never had a car ever. And they always can get women nurses, like
Right.
ones with cars, houses, and everything, and they just move right into whatever program the woman has, and still they get to like reign authority over that. So I'm like, if women are checking for men who don't even have cars, like why are they dissing men with nice cars? I don't understand that. I was
I don't
trying to
think I
see
have
if
a
you could
problem. I
explain the
think
disconnect.
I made that point earlier too. I said when I'm in uniform, when I'm in a suit, or there are certain times when I'm if I go to church, like there's certain times where women across the board do not give me an issue, whether no matter what the race it is. So that's what I was saying. I noticed in church, women don't say anything bad about me negatively. If I'm in uniform, if I'm in a suit, but other than that, if I'm just out and about in general public, then I get it. So I don't have an issue particular like getting women. I don't complain about modern women like everybody else do. If you see me on any other stuff, I'm not saying modern women are the problem. I'm not raising some flag against modern women. I'm saying that etiquette thing is something I think about, and it does, concern me. The like the common courtesy, like like it's called Southern hospitality in the South, like you were saying for Louisiana, Southern hospitality. Like if that shit spread elsewhere, I feel like it would help the Black community at large, but it's only in the South. Does that make more sense, Jarrell?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
That's what I was trying to get from what you were saying, at least if we was on the same page. And that's what I was trying to have the conversation about, not about my car, which I did try to not talk about. Okay.
Zoe, you literally brought it up. You said Black women, they're not so impressed with my car.
It's my example because it's the most blatant thing that I noticed, where it's just like where I noticed the difference between the different cars. Like I noticed the difference. So when I have these conversations,
exactly. That's why I just wanted to know.
Oh, okay.
What you're saying now was what you said many times over the last few hours. And I just wanted to know because it just seemed like something that I just wanted to know. But yeah, it's all good. All right, y'all.
I'm done.
But
go
another
ahead,
thing,
Sherelle.
though, I understand that because sometimes when I'm like not in my city and I'm out of town and I speak to people because it's just me, like I speak to groups of people, I'm like, hey, how y'all doing? They look at me like I'm crazy. And at first I used to get offended, like, oh, y'all rude. But then I used to be like, then I started caring. Like, I just stopped caring about it because I'm just like, I get it. That's not what y'all do. I'm not trying to change you. You won't affect my life. I'm moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to know different people, different things. Don't take it personally as long as nobody is like doing anything to you. Like strangers don't necessarily owe you something. So, yeah. But I know I'm on winter break and everything, so I got time today. However, it's getting very late. We're going to wrap it up. Any last things y'all want to say before we close this out?
No, I'm good. Thank you for letting me be
Yeah, I
on here,
want to
Kay.
say
I
something.
appreciate you. I appreciate Kayla too. Go ahead,
Oh,
Sherelle.
yeah, Zoe, always. Thank you for supporting and calling in and everything.
Hey, Kay.
Hi, Sherelle.
I love you, Kay.
I love you too. I love
JR
you.
went to sleep.
I don't know where JR is. He hasn't hit us with any sound effects, so I'm not sure what's going on. But what's up, Sherelle?
I just want these people to know that no matter how pleasant I am, when other pleasant people are having conversations with me, I'm going to be pleasant. And when y'all are rude to me in the chat, I'm going to troll you. I don't want y'all to think that this nice person on the panel talking to nice people is going to be the same person in the chat. That's all I want them to know. I'm still on y'all ass in the chat. That's all I'm trying to say.
Look, Sherelle, I'm about to see you in there. I know you're getting back in there right now.
Exactly.